your life in a day. Yeah, I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away. We'll fly away. We'll fly away. We'll fly away. I stare and stumble into place. I've tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. If I stay locked in the half-life, or choose to give into my own mind, standing in with all I know, through the highways and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, or live within the walls. You light the fires in this place, so you can reap what we've sown. You finally found me, but you just dug your own hole.
One week left here in round number 2 as we get week 9 underway in the LCK. Digon here alongside Wadid and Yankos. Welcome, gentlemen, as we have our slots for Legend and Rise Group locked up, but the road to MSI and those standings are still up for grabs. What do you think, Wadid?
I just have so much energy today because I'm with Yankos again. And we're going to start out with the best matchup, one of the best matchup in the LCK, Genji versus HLE. And it's a banger again. You know, you already might know Legend and Rise is confirmed, but we have Road to MSI, basically the playoff for our LCK. So top 6 teams goes for the RTM, but now it seems like Hanjin Brion and Kium DRX and BNK KRX is fighting for that last spot.
Absolutely, and for me, if you tell me about HLE and Gen G, maybe by the end of LCK Cup, last split, I'll be like, this match is not really gonna be that exciting, GG's gonna stomp them, GG is so good and so on. And then the whole history happened, a couple of months passed by, and now these are probably one of the two best LCK teams, maybe outside of T1. Big shout out there to T1, I think they're really strong as well. So I'm very much looking forward to today.
Let's take a look at how our POM has gone up. And yeah, Chovy and Zeka.
And who is gonna show up today? Who is gonna show up today?
Zeka is gonna tie up with Chovy, or Chovy is gonna stand out from here.
Or maybe one of the other 8 players will win Plum, guys. True. That. There are a lot of guys that could step up there, as I did not do some good stepping up with my underdog predictions here.
Digon, I have to say, Digon and Wadid, you guys are bro leavers, right? So you predict bro because you are a bro leaver, not because you actually
hear that, chat? He said no, I said yes.
All right,
he said
bro
no.
Bro tax.
Now, I gotta say, I sold all of my Hanjin Brion stocks.
Wow.
I'm done.
And there's Wolf, our prediction king. He's taking over the mantle for Mao House, and me and Wadid. Maybe the stock.
You guys are frauds. You guys are absolutely like, what are these fraud predictions? I mean, I'm at 1820 and I'm here for like, what, 2 weeks now, 3 weeks? As the mysterious man behind.
I think it's not about quantity, it's about the quality of those predictions.
Yeah, so the quality sucks.
Okay.
It's so bad. It's 58, Deegan.
Let's move on from predictions and look at the top 4 as we try and figure out how it's all going to shape up, as Team Snowball here have calculated the odds. Highly likely that Hanwha Life Esports will be in the top 2 no matter what. That gets you in that 1-game playoff for that road to MSI spot.
So even though Legend spot is locked, you gotta still fight for the top 2 because you're gonna have the better bracket into the road to MSI. So I feel like T1 seems really strong though. I feel like even though we consider them as a big 4, I see T1 like standing out strong, like strongest out of these 4. And I think KT seems a little shaky though, because like aiming was sick as well, like they have some issues, but yeah, still having a big 4 in the LCK looks really good.
Absolutely, and I feel like between T1 and KT, right, we'll have a match between them this week, and then we have the Gen G HLE, so everything will be decided pretty much based on these 2 games, how they will go. I think T1 has the history of stepping up.
Yeah, this is basically our prediction. Like all 3 of us have the same prediction of big 4, so I think it's gonna be happen like this way. I think this is like pretty much predictable.
I just am sad that everyone's pumping the brakes on KT. They had such a great start. You know, aiming got sick earlier, like a couple of weeks ago. Fenrir came on in. I think there's a chance that this could swap. That one could have swapped, but we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes up. But it's not just about the top end. It's that final spot as well, with our now confirmed Rise Group teams between Hanjin Brion, Kiwoom DRX, and BNK KRX. All teams that have had great moments, but just haven't been able to stay as consistent.
For me, I feel like BNK is on a big rise right now. They have swapped the players, right? They're playing with Taeyeon and Vikla. And I feel like this team is, you know, it really sparked life back in them. I feel like they are actually playing very well right now. They are very enjoyable to watch. They have the game idea. Bros, of course, as well, the 6-7 predictions. Bro 6th and BNK 7th.
Yeah, even though I sold all of my stocks of Hanjin Brion, I still believe in them because I think they're kind of similar situation with the KT. Like when the KT were dominating the LCK, they didn't really know how to play against KT, but now they respect the KT, and KT found their own way again. Like they are still getting better, and I think that works same for the Hanjin Brion as well. I think now everyone respects the bros right now. I think they gotta just find a new way to win it, and I think they're still really in a good situation because they already got like so many 2-0s. So in terms of the game score, I think even though they play against the good teams in the LCK, they are still most likely making it to Road to MSI.
Yeah, again, Kiwoom and BNK KRX playing against each other in their first match this week. It's going to be a huge one. Let's take a look at one of the ways that they might be able to get a win. It's the Cassiopeia, which Jankos is in love with.
Well, I feel like the champion is just extremely OP, and which jungler doesn't love mid-prio? This is exactly what Cassiopeia does. She sits mid lane, she pushes everybody in, and no matter which counter pick you try to use against Cassiopeia, she's there to win. You can see on the patch 26.9 her win rate, 8-3, 26.10. As people are trying to figure out counters, Cassiopeia is now slightly dropped in win rate, but I still feel like she is one of the strongest picks, and Deathfire Touch, definitely one of the reasons why. Right now she finally has a rune that really suits her well. She can apply with both Q and E. She can prolong that Deathfire Touch with her Q, and that makes her trading in lane, trading pattern really, really oppressive to play against.
I mean, I think Cassiopeia will be a new Azir. When you remember the last meta, I think there was Orianna and Azir. I think both champions got banned most of the times, but now Azir is gone. Only Orianna is getting perma-banned. But I think Cassio should be in there because she's winning all the matchups in the mid lane.
Like, just look, every single time it's either a solo bolo or she sets up a kill with her miasma, super oppressive to play against. I feel like the fact that she can now buy boots also helps her to avoid ganks and helps her to really have that presence in the early lane. Her passive gives her bonus movement speed based on how much MS she has, and then her Q also gives her MS when she hits it, right? So she's just such an oppressive champion, like you said with it. I feel like there's no real counter to it in the mid lane. You can just first pick it, and worst case, you will win lane, but you are very gankable.
Yeah, so yesterday I did the LCK podcast with the SKT Ulf and the Nofe, one of the head coach, like he was. I think they also answered that there's no counterpick. Like literally, I think even Showmaker is trying like new picks, something like Kog'Maw, Zyra, and like maybe like you can have some other champions. But I think just Cassio is that OP.
And for me, well, she has been winning against everything. I think one of the champs that does okay against her is Annie, just because Annie has so much. Annie is a strong laner, but also she has that great gank setup. And then when she gets T-Bird, she's very oppressive in the lane. But I'd like to see Zeraf.
Oh my god.
What do you think about Zeraf? I mean, okay. So bear with me here. I know he loses lane early game. I know you have no priority for probably the first 7 levels of the game, and you might need 1 item before you can do anything. But then in mid-game team fights, how can Cassio ever walk up to Zeraf? Come on! Give me something!
All right. I mean, I think it really depends on the player. You know, I think it's kind of works similar with the Kog'Maw. We all saw what happened. You know, he misses the skill shots and nothing happened, right? I think it also goes same for Xerath. Like if he misses the skill shot.
Here's the Helios Cassiopeia. Oh, whoa!
Whoa! Oh my god!
What is happening?
This is like Korean production.
Actually, yeah,
Okay.
Yankos, that's what you have to do to be on the LCK. I think you should.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not. Okay,
You should do
I'm
your
not doing that.
Cassiopeia impression. What would you?
My best Cassiopeia impression.
yeah.
I mean, isn't it like just like with my hands?
Yeah. Whoa! Oh!
Oh! Yeah, you did it better.
The thing is, my Cassiopeia hits Qs, unlike my Lee Sin and Nidalee. So that's why I can just spam E. After hit the Q and spam E.
I think you
there
did
it
a
is.
better
One more.
facial.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I think you did better.
Oh my!
But my Cassiopeia would not like to play against Zeraf.
Flip it.
So for me, Zeraf must be the counter, and I'd love to see it. I also feel like Zeraf becomes a champion faster than Kog'Maw does, and that's why I like it more than Kog'Maw.
But I think she's gonna get permaban. You know what's more important? It's the bot lane. Because I think bot lane right now is just so much more important about the picks. So you gotta pick the duos, not the strong champion. So you have to pick Ashe Seraphine together, or Lucia Milio, Killing Lux, Jhin Karma, and Azure Karma. So I think every team does pick those duos. I think it kind of shows that the synergy between the champions is more important than just picking one of the champions that you think is OP.
And I think it is because also people are finding more and more ways to use bot lane when they are winning. I feel like when the preseason came out and then we had the whole no lane swap because of Quest, people didn't even know how to use their bot lane. But nowadays, it feels like people actually start to swap again, especially in the LAC. You can see the MKOI G2 games. We have seen very frequently in these games where G2 or MKOI would swap their bot lane to top side to play for grabs, play dragons early, with that winning bot lane, rotate around the map. So I think as people are figuring out how to play the game in the new meta of Quest, we are also seeing way more power in that bot lane.
Oh yeah, I think G2 and MKOI, both teams are really the team that they really want to just play on the bot lane. But at the same time, you just see so many bans. You ban the Milio to first pick Ashe, so the value of the Ashe Seraphine is higher because they don't have the Lucia Milio. So they picked away the Seraphine, and the game 5, they ban out all 3 champions on the bot lane, Milio and Brahmin, the Smolder, and then pick the Senna Alista. But G2 picked the Jinx and Soraka. It's like not common picks, but it still wins against Senna and Alisa. So I think that kind of gave G2 the window to have the bot priority, and they helped the game plan for G2.
Yeah. Just a little bit too much LEC on my LCK, a little sausage.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's all about bot lane picks though, right? Because we can see that enchanters are still meta. But you know what? Next patch, enchanter items getting nerfed. Maybe we are going back
The meta shift?
to the tonks.
To the tonks.
And then we will see more plays out around the map, because I feel like enchanters are making it volatile, but they're also making it a little bit, well, I mean, just, I don't know, more boring.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right, we'll see what happens here in the bot lane duo. Speaking of bot lane duos, and just duos in general, it's time for Digon's Fact of the Week. It's this hand. Time to introduce our competitors. You know him, you love him. He loses a lot here. And it was just his birthday. Happy 29th birthday. Just turned 29. Old. Feels birthday, man.
Thank you.
His opponent is a little bit older. And so he's already old. Some people call him Yankos. We're going to call him Yonkos. Already Yonk.
That's me. I am already very old, and I'm happy to be here for the first time in Digon Facts of the Week.
All right. And they were trying to guess what the fact would be. And they were close, but not quite. Now, you guys played together in 2018. We just talked about duos. Which combination of your most played champions was your most played duo in 2018? These are your 4 most played champions each. And there are 2 answers.
I think it's
Two answers.
Yes,
So they're
they're
equal.
tied.
for me, it's Alistar.
You have 10 seconds.
Alistar
Hey, for you, it's
Tamkin.
Alistar.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that year I played a lot of Gragas and Olaf. Not Sejuani. I think Sejuani was
Olaf.
2019.
I remember.
Olaf,
I
5
remember your Olaf like
4.
clearing the
Okay, so
control.
first one is Olaf and Alistar.
2.
I think.
I need
Yeah.
a duo. Give me a duo.
Olaf,
Olaf,
and Alistar.
Alistar.
Olaf, Alistar. Is that the right answer? And then give me one more.
And the other duo would be Gragas and. Do you think Gragas and.
Tom
They played so
Kench.
much Tam Kench
Yeah,
though.
ding donk.
Okay, let's do
Ding
Gragas and Tam Kench.
Okay, ding dong.
Okay, I think we are wrong though.
You guys are
Tam
very
Kench, that
wrong.
sounds so bad.
The answers were, it's Skarner, Tom Kench, and
What's
it's the
Sejuani
final.
Brom? It was
Sejuani
like the
Brom.
combo.
You
Like
guys
Sejuani
played
Brom.
most of these duos at the end of the year. It was your
Oh.
It was
playoffs
at Worlds.
into Worlds meta duos. You guys don't know each other. Sitting closer together did not make the synergy work out.
Maybe we see further away from each other, we are gonna improve on it, you know?
Maybe.
Like we thought we are having a bromance, but it turns out we don't.
We are fake.
That was just Brum.
You expose us, Digon.
Dang, fake teammates. As we take a look at the Week 9 matchups between these real teammates, it's Genji versus Hanwha Life Esports to kick it all off. BNK versus Kiwoom DRX. The Telecom War is the other big match here in the top 4.
And for me, the Telecom War is the match that I'm looking for the most. It's coming tomorrow, KT against T1. This will be a game that might actually decide who goes top 2, right? Considering that possibly T1 can win against KT and then Genji is going to lose to HLE. So I'm so much looking forward to the Telecom War.
But Yankos, we don't need to wait until tomorrow. We're just gonna have the Genji versus HLE, most hyped matchup, one of the hyped matchup in the LCK. I'm really not sure who's gonna win today. Like Genji, HLE, both are a really good team right now, and we are having these big 4. One team is gonna stand out, and I think it's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, LOL Park is packed. It's all sold out right now, and it's popping as we get ourselves ready for Genji.
Oh.
Hanwha. This is one of the contested predictions of the week. Most of the picks going Hanwha's way.
Absolutely, and I feel like the reason why is because HLE found their form. Yesterday, I don't know how many of you followed, but you know, we have seen some fizz from Zeka, and I'm very much looking forward to what can Zeka pull out today. And I also think Kanavi's in form. He's such a fun and enjoyable jungler to watch. He's always going for the plays. He's always all around the map, taking every fight. Maybe someone's going a little bit too deep, a little bit too forward, but what if that not makes it entertaining?
That's the team color of the HLE. I trust HLE bot lane.
It's the Tigers versus the Tanks. Hanwha Life Esports versus Genji. We'll see you after game number 1.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world, lead the way. everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
팬이요. 젠지 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅! 하나세명 화이팅! 하나세명 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf. We are Wallace, and we are ready for one of the best matchups that we have the privilege of commentating here at the LCK. Genji taking on HLE. I think there's another match afterwards, but who really cares? This is the big one. That's actually rude. There is another match. It just escaped me. It's BNK KRX versus DRX, and honestly, for the Rise group, that is going to be a banger as well. But this one is absolutely huge. That battle for theoretically first place, if more can go right for Genji, is still alive.
Yeah, for HLE, if they win this matchup today, they are locked in first place, period. They've earned it, right? Like, with this tough win here over Genji, it was a tough start to the year, but Hanwha Esports bounced back in a huge way and have been on such a tear. Current form, though, it feels like Genji is kind of chasing them and catching up a little bit here right now. Hanwha Esports have perfected their style, though. This matchup is going to be epic. There's so much at stake here. Remember, neither of these teams are locked into MSI yet. They're both locked into the Road to MSI tournament, but you need to be winning these big matches here to prove that your form is still good. You got to get that confidence as well, that if you win this best of 3 against Genji, that you could do it again in Road to MSI in a best of 5 to make sure that you're going to represent Korea here in Daejeon. You know, this is a domestic MSI. We've had a few of those over the years, but really important for both of these squads is it would be first seed here for HLE, which would be massive. They'd be locked into that first decider match if
they can just play one best of 5,
that's it,
then go to MSI, and it's just all over from there. Pretty incredible stuff. Last time around, it was HLE that were able to take the 2-0 in round 1, as you can see here. The LCK Cup was all Genji, but that was kind of their tournament, as we remember. And HLE, yeah, we don't like to talk about LCK Cup if we're HLE fans. It's just not a thing that we're going to do. That being said, having a look at that 2-0, that was incredibly dominant. But this will be the 4th day in a row that Hanwha Esports have got on a stage to play League of Legends. Last time out, it was at the Road to EWC, where they were over at the Sungam Soup Coliseum in order to win that title as well and get themselves over to EWC. But 4 days in a row is a lot to be playing, and it's also a lot of tape for Genji to study. So even though it was very one-sided last time these two teams met, I have a feeling that Genji might be able to capitalize on some of the fatigue, unless HLE uses it as momentum. We've seen teams react differently to playing way too much, and sometimes it only makes them better.
I think there's a lot to be said about that momentum factor you just mentioned. The Hanwha Esports have pulled out some crazy picks, like the Fizz we saw yesterday. Some of their drafting has been a little bit interesting, let's say. Like, some of their drafts haven't really looked like strong compositions, but a lot of comfort, like their series against Nongshim, where we did see that go to 3 at the beginning of that long set of games they've played here, to now go back domestically to Lol Park here to play against their toughest opposition yet. And I think there's some experimentation going on in terms of drafting for this squad right now, but we cannot ignore that the bottom lane 2v2s and 3v3s have not been going the way that they like recently. Yep. They have really had a lot of struggles. Gumayusi has been walking out of lanes sometimes 0-2, 0-3, or worse. And the rest of the team has been able to pick up the slack. They've been playing through top side a lot more. Guma has been doing a lot of weak siding, and then still getting a ton of value later on, which is something that Guma has been incredibly known for, is even with a tough laning phase, even when the lane phase doesn't go well, even without a lead, still getting insane value, even on picks like the Senna, right? But I wonder that against a tougher opposition here in Gen.G than what they played against Nongshim, right? What they played against in the matchup yesterday against D+, who really struggled. Will Gen.G actually be able to get that punish? Will they actually be able to survive if the bottom lane goes poorly? That is a question they'll have to answer.
Yeah, and I actually think this matchup in particular is super, super fun, because Chovy is currently leading the POMs. This guy is still, when in doubt, Chovy for Gen.G. But in this series especially, it is so important that he plays well. Zekka has been on an absolute tear, only 100 points behind him on the POM rankings, and he's going to need some coffee or something like that. Stop yawning, because I think so much of this comes down to mid lane control and whether or not they can get a good matchup, whether or not he can get a counter matchup to work out for him. Because even Zekka's champion pool has been absolutely absurd. You know, for example, the Fizz yesterday that he used to absolutely decimate D+ Kia. They obviously played against Nongshim the day prior, and I believe they were playing on Sunday as well. I can't exactly remember.
I think they played Nongshim twice, because they played against Nongshim. We made our Kizurg jokes. I think that's what happened, right?
Yeah, we did.
And then they played against Nongshim in Road to EWC, and then
so Nongshim really got the beat down over the last couple of days for them. And there's a difference between playing and there's a difference between winning every single day, right? Coming into a matchup. And that's kind of what HLE have been doing. They did not drop a game at the Road to EWC over the last couple of days. And so they could feel fired up coming into this match, even though it has been a lot of playing, a lot of traveling, moving around. Obviously, they weren't playing at home. They were in the Soup Coliseum. Obviously, it's domestic travel, but it's still getting on a bus and getting around the place.
And they were very adamant about the exhaustion in their post-EWC qualifier win interview yesterday, where the entire team was interviewed. Like, almost every player had something to say about the schedule of prepping for all these matchups, playing against different teams, and the fatigue that can rye onto you. You know, you're really looking at, okay, I played a game, got to go review the tape, got to prep drafts for tomorrow, got to go there, got to play the game again, and all of this, you know, being played offline as well. A lot of the Road to EWC that's played in your normal off days was online, but then you got to go to the actual stadium, you got to see the fans, you got to play in front of them, and that's the case here today. We have a full arena, as we always do. Draft is something that has been a bit of a weak point for some of HLE's games, but usually not in Game 1. You know, it's the Game 2, Game 3 where sometimes they get a little more creative.
I thought you were going to say, draft is normally a thing that happens at the beginning of the series. And you know what, Wolf? You're absolutely correct. And we are also going to see the normal thing, which is Varus being banned away. I imagine Orianna going to be banned away. Cassiopeia is generally a second pick ban as well. But the Ezreal is going to slink in. This is something that HLE always bans because Gumayusi doesn't really like playing it. So it's been a bit of a universal ban here.
Hanwha yesterday banned Jarvan all 3 games and just did not play it, which, you know, Valdez and I were kind of joking maybe was a little bit of a Kanavi challenge where he's like, I'm not going to play my best champion. But with this Ezreal ban, I think it is very likely to be played, as the Anivia ban is quite an interesting one here.
Any Ryze first pickers?
Could be the option, but I think that only comes through if the Jarvan is banned, but then Rumble is also up, so...
Karma is also up as well.
Yeah, wow, this with the Ryze ban here, it gets a little bit tricky. Do you prefer the split Karma, or do you want the Jarvan? I think most teams pick Karma, but Hanwha Life Esports and Kanavi pick Jarvan.
Yes, they do. The Karma can be locked in now for Duro, though, if he would like to. I think this is a little bit dangerous, right? Because Nautilus is still up and it's Delight, right? Delight is the engaged support guy.
This is exactly what I'm thinking as well. Like, if you go for that combo, there's also the the Ashe Seraphine that you could consider, but with the Karma up, I don't think you do. They probably just play Nautilus Misfortune, because that's what they do, and that's what they like.
And it'll be really good, and I'm really worried for Gen G when that happens, Wolf. And I say when, because it will happen.
Yeah, it feels pretty inevitable here.
Wait, unless they pick away Misfortune here, that'd be kind of interesting.
That would be interesting. That would be quite unusual. I think they won't do it. I wonder what they are going to play. I mean, they could play Caitlyn here if they really want to try to dominate that bottom lane, as the range is quite strong, and you get a lot of early value out of it. Yep. It does have some issues into the Jarvan later on. Just going to go for the Annie pick here for Chovy instead, because they want to make sure they have at least a stronger form of engage with the Karma here. Already, meaning that's a little limited.
Don't you just run into Lucian Milio, though, if they want to do that? Caitlyn is going to be taken away, so they cannot play the Caitlyn Karma. So now Ezreal Karma is gone, Caitlyn Karma is gone, and it's going to be a Caitlyn Bard lane. A little bit of a different mindset, you could say, for HLE as far as what has been flavor of the month. There'd been so many Ashe Seraphine lanes locked in, but this time Gumayusi gets one of his signature picks. Delight has been pretty good on the Bard, and they also deny that from the rest of the series as well.
I think the Caitlyn pick here hurts the Karma lane. It might just be Jhin Karma, which is something Gen G's preferred. We had the graphic earlier. They're the team that's played it the most. They really like this. Ruler is an insane Jhin player. So is Guma. So you consider also the fearless value here for Gen G as well with this pick. Does make a lot of sense. They think they're going to need a strong frontline top champion, though, to back this up, because Annie alone isn't enough setup here for a Jhin just yet.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Skarner ban that's going to be coming in here from HLE. I imagine that is something that they do want to get rid of, obviously.
1,000%.
Yeah, can deal with the Jarvan relatively well by just tunneling away from his Cataclysm. Isn't really too worried about that. So I'm expecting that that one is going to be a ban. Gen G, on the other hand, going to be taking away the Jace from Zeus. There are a lot of things that just kind of have to be banned unless you have a really good plan. Obviously, Keen is a very good top laner, so probably would have been able to Yorick the situation. But I think Yorick is kind of awkward in the composition that they have right now.
I almost feel like I want to see Keen Sante in this draft. More than anything else. It's just great front line.
If they do get the Skarner, because the Lee Sin is banned away instead, then I think you can be a little bit more flexible in the top lane.
You need something that can go in and that is very tanky so that the Jhin can follow up. So depending on what this final ban is, which we expect to be the Skarner, but they might have other ideas about the top lane. We'll see. Rumble's going to get banned here, so two strong side top lane champions where they've been playing through the top side a lot more recently. Hanwha Esports have. Makes a lot of sense. Zeus' Jace is easily the best in the LCK right now, no question. And Rumble is very difficult to deal with. They'll ban the Vayne, so Skarner does feel quite appealing here in this draft. It's really easy to set up Annie as well as the Jhin. Also, the movement speed from Karma is pretty insane for the Skarner as well.
Wait, Sion is so good for HLE. They just play a Sion comp, they put Zeka on something, like even a Victor. Zeka played Victor like just yesterday or the day before.
Off as
and
well.
He did pop off. He was so good on that champion. His Orianna as well. Like his control mage play has just gotten so much better in recent times. Obviously, picking a Sion into a Gnar isn't the most fun.
Yeah, I think the Gnar is not great for this comp, but I think they realized what you were talking about. They just didn't want to deal with it. The Vayne was banned. There's still a few other top ranged options, like the Tristana that was covered.
They could play TF Camille.
They certainly could.
Camille used to be a decent pick into the Gnar. I don't know whether it fares exactly the same way now, but it would be very funny.
And they also could play, maybe they could keep it as a flex pick here, the TF as a potential pick for Zeus into the Gnar as well. They'll go for the Aurora, though, which is very stock standard here for Hanwha Esports, and they can't flex because they are first pick, even though they're on the red side. I got trolled by a right of first selection again. But Aurora here makes a lot of sense with this draft. Very explosive mid-game power. See what that final pick here for Zeus is going to be. I mean, he really can just play a ranged top laner here and make this a triple threat, but instead,
just a Sion, man. It's so strong. This is just classic front to back, and you can play around so much utilizing the Jhin. The Tempered Fate can be so powerful at disrupting this so that the orange tank can literally just move forward like a tank and just mow him down. The Graves Hover has been happening a lot for Gen G more recently, as Canyon going to be choosing a little bit more of a damaging route. We'll take the Nefiri into Kanavi.
I think when you have the Gnar here, I mean, you could have still gone Skarner, but it feels like it makes a lot more sense to have a little bit more follow-up damage onto any type of engage the Annie can set up. The Gnar bar will be very technically difficult to play, but I think will actually work out very well for Gen G because it's just Keen piloting the champion, right? We know he has an insane mastery of this one, and then the Jhin follow-up is there, the Nefiri gets the reset, and that's how you're going to play this composition.
Yep.
You just have to basically circumvent the Scion or break through him with the Gnar. The Gnar is actually so good at helping augment the damage and actually cut through that Scion's health bar in front-to-back team fights. You can use him as a battery for your Gnar bar as well. I like both comps here. I don't think I feel like I walk away from this draft feeling like one team won. I do think the draft is a little bit harder for Gen G, but when we get to the top level of LCK, we're talking about our top 3 teams here. What does that even really mean?
Yeah, exactly right. And I do think that Gen G wins side lanes quite effectively. You mentioned the fact that that is a harder play style to play out, but playing around Keen's Gnar is something that Gen G can definitely do in order to secure a victory. Jhin can very safely farm things out, even use the ult in a pinch. And the Nefiri in the early game could really put Gumayusi in that very uncomfortable position that I feel like he's been in for the last 3 series in a row. It hasn't been the greatest time, abandoned in the bottom lane. See how it goes as we get on the Rift for game 1. Oh dear, Trevor gets the ward, but does need to skill his E first in order to mitigate some of that damage.
Yeah,
and the ward survives.
We'll still be electrocuted and a little bit annoyed about how his lane is looking now, but I'm most curious about... Love that one.
The Capybara is just so good.
Has a Capybara in any form of media ever, like, not been great?
Nope. I think it's impossible for it to actually be not the most adorable thing ever.
I feel like it's like...
Did you see Flow? You saw Flow, right?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
my
that
God.
movie's so good.
I think it was your recommendation that made me see it.
Yeah, we saw it with Mao and I think Pris and Dan, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I remember Mao.
My wife was there too. Yeah, that guy, that chronicler dude.
Rest in peace.
He was here for a while.
Yeah.
But anyway, we watched it and it was just phenomenal. I cried like a baby and it was the best.
It's a great movie.
It does make you feel things.
Yeah, the one thing I would not recommend for capybaras to be in is in your house. Like, you can't take care of it properly. You know, you think it's a great
get a
pet.
domestic capybara? Is that a thing?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you
sounds
need to check
illegal.
check your local legislation before you consider it. I don't think you should consider
I
having
never
a capybara as a
considered it
pet.
actually.
No.
Weirdly enough, that hadn't never entered my mind.
Don't
as something
keep them
to
as
do.
pets. Like, just enjoy it in your memes and in your media and in, like, your Facebook feed that one time when you log in to check the
I
red
think
dot.
just get the emote in League of Legends, and that's probably enough.
Yeah.
It's also having a bath, which I imagine a domesticated capybara, it'd be a more difficult task to make them have a bath.
Yeah,
That's
when
all right.
you watch it in the media, you don't smell it. It might be a little bit different if it's in your house.
Yeah, true. All right. The bottom lane was going all right for Gen G, as to be expected with the Jhin Karma. This lane should be okay for Zeus very early, and then should go all Keen's way, and the Scion will just be more valuable as we get towards the team fights. But I think that HLE's composition is feeling pretty evergreen, right? Like, it just gets... It gets a bit awkward in the mid-game, I guess, when they're lacking a bit of damage when Caitlyn's in the trough, but then it really does well. And you can see even now, things are going all right. Caitlyn is kind of one of those champions where in the early game, very, very good.
Yeah, Guma, by the way, iconic for his Caitlyn. 3-0 on the pick this year. Like, it's actually a treat we get to see it, as stepping a little bit far forward here will hit the barrier that 4th shot.
There's a lot of damage. And Deadly Flourish is going to go wide. A bit of a 3v3, but Canyon off to the side as the Snap Trap does come on down. Ruler getting all of these shields, though, is actually very valuable, as now the battle for the Rift Scuttler is coming on in. Kanavi should be able to gain some control as Delight just wanders his way up, chasing chimes and taking names as the Bard.
Yeah, without Chovy's ability to roam, I think it's really difficult for Ruler and Dura to continue there, as, yeah, this has been pretty good for Annie.
Yeah, Zach has been good at it, though. As one of the only players that has actually won the matchup. We've seen this Aurora picked into the Annie all the time. This is not like 11-2, but Annie is the counter pick. This is 11-2, but Aurora is picked into Annie all the time.
Yes, that is a good way of explaining how that has occurred.
It's not great.
It's not great. I do appreciate that Gen G did not just send it on this Scuttle fight, because we have seen, in particular, Canyon really like to do that so far this year, because they trust their mechanics. But with the mid-prio situation there, And even though Guma had like a lot of damage on him and he didn't have barrier, I think his damage output is just going to be always more consistent than a Jhin in those types of scraps. Just don't think it was worth flipping the game over, which I think might have actually occurred at this level. You know, when you're playing against Genji and HLE, they don't mess up those leads if they end up getting a triple 4 minutes into the game. So do like that we just kind of settled down, walked away, let the crab go to Kanavi. Sometimes he gets his crab, you go back and buy your Dirk, and we move on with life.
Exactly. And do you know what happened? Genji have a 300 gold lead as a result. Absolutely amazing. I've got some updates. A fun fact from someone who is backstage says capybara is German for in German is just water pig.
Is it like just
Thank you, G-Sun.
Wasserschwein?
I guess so. Your German's still not doing too bad there, Wolf.
I guess that'd be what it is. I've never thought of saying capybara.
You sounded like you were angry.
I mean, I'm not. I'm just confused. But I guess that's how it comes across.
You were being mean to me. You're such a swine, is what it sounded like in my brain. Now Zayas is going to get walloped and does need to use his ulti to get himself out. In the meantime, here on this bottom side, Duro is taking Kanavi for a walk and will be able to soften him up with a bit of Q damage. And Genji putting on the pressure here across a lot of lanes.
Really well. Obviously, top lane is a winning lane. Chovy had a pretty tough start, having to skill his E at level 1, but is able to turn this lane around as the Annie continues to do well in this matchup. And down here, you know, the pressure has kind of been relieved, right? Kanavi's moved on, so they can just keep pushing with this Karma poke. And yes, Caitlyn has really long range, and they do have the range support of the Bard, but if he doesn't hit any bindings, it's hard for Guma to follow up or set up headshots.
Oh, Canyon could be in trouble here, though. Cosmic Binding does come down. They get the W pretty early as Canyon trying to work out what to do. He's very close to a wall, and that's first blood going over to Ruler. Canyon in the back of this pit, though, will be taken down by Zeka in the meantime, and he bounces over the wall and is going to be able to keep himself safe. Delight, though, may not be as lucky as the flash follow is a little late from Duro as the chains are going to get broken, and it's a 1-to-1. Genji walking away with the first blood advantage.
So unfortunate for Duro. That feels so bad because he could have otherwise just walked away with flash advantage, but he's not quite able to get the root. Could have been so high value if he did. This is a problem for Zeka.
Yeah, the bear is certainly a bit angry as Trovy's going to do that thing where he keeps his bear alive all the time.
He has
something that a lot of our Annies need to work on.
Yeah, he has a small CS advantage, and there is no teleport for Zeka right now. Canyon, you know, I talked about how sometimes he just sends it here. He does not actually block the initial play there from Delight with his jump. Instead, waits so Chovy can join here, but Zeka follows actually into the pit and gets the kill here and is able to, because he's Aurora, get out. I really like that play there from Zeka. Kind of saves this for HLE a little bit. Delight is able to flash the root here. Duro tries to follow, but Chovy gets a big lane lead as well after this, so slight advantage here to Genji as the dust settles in the trade. And we can see that lead in the bottom lane is starting to get a little bit larger here now with that kill picked up for Ruler.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, it's a Jhin. Does want to have a lead in the earliest stages of the game. Has that little bit of a trough himself. We'll see what he is going to be building. As we can see, the Serrated Dirk going to be a whole lot of value as he builds towards first item Ghostblade, but often needs a few extras to hit a real big spike and one that can actually help take down a Scion, who will be very tanky.
Zeka misses.
Yeah, Chovy is kind of avoiding everything, is the way I like to look at it.
If that hits, it's kind of a trade for Zeka, but otherwise, Chovy shielded the damage, got the stun and the follow-up, gets the electrocute proc, avoids all of the damage, is ready to do it again. Zeka having a bit of a tough time against these Swifties. He's just closing the gap. He's already got so much range on Annie as it is, but with these Swifties, the advantage here in movement speed, Chovy is utilizing incredibly well to avoid that weirding. And he is really pushing this advantage, again, forcing Zeka to potentially TP here. Zeka decides not to, and Chovy's going to get Crystalline Overgrowth. Like, look at this. Chovy's insane.
Yeah, Chovy is certainly getting some work done here on this Annie. We'll see whether it's going to get any better for Zeka as things continue, but like you were saying, I think the Swifties are an absolutely genius purchase, especially when you can upgrade them. And Annie does have the ability to augment her own movement speed, so it does just feel even better to grab those items. I say items because she's got 2 feet, so obviously you need to get 2, but it's only 1 icon on the screen.
Unlike Cassiopeia.
Yeah, who only gets 1 and puts it on her head, I assume. because you're not going to put it on the end of your tail. That'll get
Well,
get
earlier
all in
on the
way.
space-
It'd fill up with dirt and stuff like that while
Yeah.
you're slithering around.
Well, earlier on the space, there's a snake in my boot as the graphic title, which I thought was great. Great Toy Story reference.
I think it's more like there's a boot on my snake, though, when it comes to, like, wearing shoes for Cassiopeia. That's what I assumed. There was a reason why it made so much sense for her to not have shoes. And
Yeah.
now, with the quests, she has to be able to buy them, otherwise it doesn't work.
Now she's broken.
Yeah, it's just not very fair. As Canyon going to walk on over, it is going to be HLE securing the first grub. But there's an ult in from the Neferi. Delight does set up the magical journey, does take it in the end. And it looks like it is going to be a 1-2 as far as the grubs are concerned. Zeus actually taking a lot of damage towards his top side, though, as he walks forward towards Keen. Keen going for that lethal tempo variant of the Gnar as well, doing a lot of damage here as Duro seeing whether Kanavi wants to fight for this one. And in a rare moment of not going aggressive, Kanavi does not fall for the trap.
Yeah, he just walks away. So HLE get the 2 grubs. They don't lose anybody. And this is ultimately, I think, the best case scenario for them. They're still 1,000 gold behind, of course, as Chovy is just generating his own lead here by lane alone. No
I didn't
jungle.
know Annie was like such a good laning champion.
She's fine in lane, right? But usually the Aurora can do a lot of bursts and has great trade patterns with her. But when Chovy's playing like this,
Yeah,
who
but
can
like, don't
blame
we
anybody?
normally talk about Annie like, oh, she's fallen behind, but it's okay. You can still AoE stun in the late game and mid game. It'll be fine.
And when you get a lead, you just kind of press your buttons towards the enemy. A Jhin ult.
Yeah, the curtains have been called.
He has
as
no
the last
TP.
one
He has
does
to
not-
back again.
Oh, no. Well, I'm sure it'll get better. And this is revenge, right? Chovy came into this series locked in because he got slaughtered the last time these two teams met. Like, the last experience that he had against Zeka was his Yone
Yeah.
in that game number 2 where
Absolutely
they
dominant.
just got obliterated. So I think this one feels personal.
Trap.
And
Ooh.
fighting goes wide. There is a Scion in this brush, and they do get the ward down to find out exactly what's going on here. Keen gets the good news.
Chovy's coming down here as Tibbers is back up.
Okay, can Genji actually find an angle here? That's the question. Ruler does make it back to the lane. Very important. And Guma's going to have to back away.
I got to say, this was a really advanced play here from Hanwha Life Esports. It was more than just a bush trap. Like, Genji knew they were likely doing this, so they played defensively. Nobody dies, but it allowed Guma to get so much money back there. And they got 3 plates off the turret. So, really cool move from Hanwha Life Esports, just using jungle pressure there. Ultimately, they're still going to lose this dragon here. It looks like. I don't think they can contest this. And Genji are still in the lead, but plays like that can really even up your bottom lane.
Yeah, gets them back into the lane is what it feels like, as well as
Oh,
the second
Ruler.
proc.
He's
And
having a
he
game.
used his barrier, man.
Oh, man.
That is very unfortunate. So that is going to be annoying for Gumayushi, but he does go back and builds his scope. And so at least his gun is kind of lore accurate now.
Yeah.
Feels good. I don't know what it was before. I saw that there is a scope on the gun, like when he leaves base at level 1. But now I guess it's there for real now. It's not just a prop. Maybe
Well, I
it's
think how
cardboard to
items
begin with.
work is you just you put another gun in your backpack and it makes your gun better or something.
Ah, that's how it works. It's all right. Chovy is put into the Cataclysm here, but there is a Tibbers in there as well. Dash Cannon comes forward. Zeka does a lot of damage. Not quite enough as, Tibb is also going to be taken down. Chovy going to be upset about that one as Zeka is finally able to get over to this turret, grabs that crystalline overgrowth, and Chovy is just going to go back to base.
With a very aggressive play that doesn't result in kills, it does get them a little bit more control over the map briefly. Unfortunately, there's just nothing really to take with that except the scuttle. And Genji got first dragon. They're 2,000 gold ahead now. The Scion pick is not really working. I love the lethal tempo tech that we've been seeing into both the Scion and sometimes the Cassante here for the Gnar recently, because it not only means that you can get a bigger lead, but then your lead is more valuable in team fights as well to cut through those frontline tanks. It just makes so much sense.
God,
And I'm
he's
kind of surprised
so
we didn't
far
get
ahead.
that much. Yeah, he's 1,000 gold ahead just from the laning phase, right? It's a pick that Zeus opted into, saying, well, we need this front line. Maybe the Jhin won't be able to cut through this. They don't have a necessarily consistent damage mid laner either, so the Scion would be perfect. But the Gnar is suddenly the big problem.
It's so interesting, right? Because actually the big play from Genji is that they knew what the play was from HLE. It cost Zeus so much to roam down towards that bottom side, and oftentimes we've seen Scions get involved early and walk away with a massive advantage, right? They lose out in their lane, but they've picked up a couple of assists. They've got their other lane super far ahead. But Gen.G, like, they walked over and almost got hit by a Scion Q and put down a control ward that got cleared. Like, that's what happened in that instance when it could have been a gigantic advantage. As Chovy, not going to get hit by everything, but does take a whole bunch of damage. That dash cannon, that's why he buys it every time, ladies and gentlemen. And Delight now going to take a bunch of damage here from Canyon. Is now bleeding, but should be Delight being all right. Does have Kanavi over here, just helping him out.
Gen.G is kind of avoiding all pressure so incredibly well in this game. Chovy's now coming down to deal with this bottom wave. The Dragon doesn't spawn for 2 more minutes here, and Hanwha Life Esports is just really trying to force a play to get ahead with this Jarvan pick, but it's not working right now, and all of these lanes were won by Gen.G. Obviously, the top lane was a miserable lane for the Scion, and Scion's not supposed to win this matchup, but mid, definitely a little bit closer, and the Aurora is a counter pick. Bottom lane, you know, it's Karma you're laning into, but you pick the Caitlyn Bard, and just did not work out. They had a lot of pressure down there. Kanavi could not relieve, and just Gen.G, like, this feels like Gen.G of last year, where we just get to 15 minutes, and it's 1 kill they have, and it's 1-1, and they have a 2,000 gold lead.
Yep, this is feeling a little bit like the classic Gen.G experience. And we could be talking about, you know, which book series we're reading at the moment or something like that, because they're just going to take this Rift Herald. There's not going to be any contest here for HLE. And I feel like this is extra effective against a team like HLE. Is now Zeka going to take a whole bunch of damage? I am going to hold that thought for a moment as he just throws down the ulti defensively against this Gnar. And I don't see what the answer is going to be to this champion, as now Kanavi going to have to get out of there. Does manage to grab himself the Rift Scuttler, but the Herald is going to be thrown down in mid lane to take down that first turret of the game. And Gen.G very passively moved to almost a 3,000 gold lead. As I say passively, there's the doggos coming out. Thank you, Baha Men, for that beautiful song from a million years ago. And it is going to be Canyon locking down the second kill for Gen.G.
Gen.G are just snapping to life here, right, in this game. They naturally were getting large leads. They played a little bit defensively, and now they're like, it's time to strike. As Keen's going to do it again, by the way, and this time, Zeka, 2 levels down, does not have that defensive ultimate.
Oh, no. Well, the Boomerang is just going to interrupt it back. Keen is distracted by Minion Wave, been playing with Chovy for too long. And we're going to have a look at this one once again. Sometimes you die to a ward.
You do die to a ward, and all of the CC that is set up by your ability to stand in it, or your choice to stand in it, rather. So he dies. Great follow-up there from Gen.G, good punish. But even that play we saw from Keen being like, I've got Triforce, I've got lethal tempo, you have to ult away. Generating so much pressure this early as the Gnar is pretty scary when you imagine what can happen as Gen.G get further and further ahead in this game. Second Dragon now is spawned. We're going to see HLE try to muster up a contest here. Zeus does have TP if he wants to commit to this, but it would cost him so much if he does.
Yep. 0 tech as far as our souls are concerned, as we get Chemtech and Hextech out of the way first up. And you can see HLE haven't started this one off just yet. Canyon just going to walk on over. I think Gen.G pretty well aware of the advantage that they do have for themselves in this game. 3.3k is an end of the world for HLE, but they just haven't really been able to make any positive inroads for the last 17 minutes.
No, they really haven't.
And Kanavi, yeah, just he's a voyeur in that situation. Just walks over, watches the Dragon die, and cannot do anything about it. Zeus is at least getting some cross-map play done as a Mountain Soul in this game. My goodness, if HLE turn this one around and grab themselves 4 Mountain Drakes, I mean, they're going to win.
I also feel like Mountain Soul will feel really good for the burst damage that this Aurora is trying to do in this game for Gen.G into, like, the Gnar, for example. So that was the choice I mentioned that would cost Zeus a lot of money if he decided to TP in, especially if they weren't successful. He does get that money on the top side there, picks up some plates. So Zion gets some money and will push that gold lead down a little bit, but it's still the largest one on the Rift right now. And Gen.G, it looks like they just can't do any wrong in this game with how everyone is playing. And they look refreshed. They look super ready to just tackle this HLE draft and take it by the horns, as we're now heading to the part of the game where it might get a little bit tougher for Gumayusi with the rest of these moving parts a little bit behind in this game. His Caitlyn doesn't necessarily have a ton of setup here. And who follows up on the Bard ultimates when you especially don't really have map control? They have a lot of bottom side control right now. Let's see if Delight can maybe set up a Tempered Fate play here, because I think he's the one who has the most agency in this game. Is Zeus, not so much.
Owie. Yeah, he is able to, I mean, he'll survive, right? But he's getting annoyed by Tibbers, and we'll be able to just roar it away. The fact that Roar of the Slayer works on Tibbers is very, very funny.
The damage taken stat is not one that we often use here at the LCK. We do kind of otherwise in some other domestic leagues here, like Challengers, take a look at that one a little bit more. But Sion normally kind of tops those charts, but in this game, I feel like very early, Zeus has really done big numbers in this game.
Absorbing a lot, as we can see. Tempered Fate just going to get hopped out of, as Keen is just fine. Oh, Kanavi spots Canyon out there. I don't think I had vision, but may have seen him enter that brush. And Canyon looking a little worse for wear as he does go back to base. Has himself about an 800 gold lead at the moment.
I like these plays from Hanwha Life Esports, though, because the top turret's already down, and there's not really a cross map available if you kind of camp the jungle and Genji just play defensively. There's like no real loss for HLE fishing for these picks, and this is something Hanwha is so good at, even when they're behind in games, is just knowing that they can set traps, and teams will sometimes just kind of mess it up and end up getting caught out. Like Canyon kind of was there, but he had a blast cone and he's in a Fury, so he's okay. But, you know, it's Hanwha Life Esports frantically trying to pick something back up in this game, and I do respect how they've tried to do it. It just isn't working yet. It's not their fault. It's just Genji, you're playing too clean.
Yeah, and they're going to move 4 people towards this bottom lane. It's the last lane that has an outer turret, so they're going to deal with that one. Obviously, it does give Zeus some time to take down the top outer to get closer to equalizing the turret take. But Genji just doing their very best to systematically remove the structures from the rift. And this will open up the bottom side of the map as well. And with Mountain Soul Point available for them in 2 minutes' time, I think it's pretty important to make sure that the map gets as dark as possible down there, because you were talking about it. Like, HLE, they rely so much on setup working out, and if they have it, my God, this composition is beautiful. But if they don't, and going in one by one, things like that, the amount of trap that you can spring on Genji's side is very, very large. And yeah, walking into the darkness against an Annie, Jhin, like, you'll just get locked down forever and die.
Yeah, with the current setup of items, it's really challenging to win a fight, especially with Zeka not having his second one complete in this game. And I really fear for HLE just saying, well, we're not going to give Mountain Soul, we're going to fight for this, and committing heavily into a fight where they don't have the setup and just getting completely destroyed. Zero might be completely destroyed.
Yep. Zeka goes between the worlds. Duro does have the good old empowered W, but that is going to be... Oh, the flash forward. Duro gets his Inspire back, though, and walks it off. Yeah, Mantra W, everyone. It's one heck of an ability.
Yeah, Blue Trinket wasn't enough to finish him off there, although Guma did try. I don't know. Like, I was trying to figure out what they thought they could do there, but Guma didn't have his ult. Actually, maybe he thought his ult was coming a little bit faster or something. It's just a reaction, I think, to try to get vision of the escaping target. But it feels like that's happened like 3 times this game, where Hanwha have almost caught someone, and then everything goes right, and the Genji player gets away.
If the Karma doesn't get one shot by like a mid to late game Aurora, like there's something going wrong, right?
Aurora doesn't have 2 items. She might now.
Yeah,
there's the Shadow Flame, so...
May not have survived if the Shadow Flame was done.
I think probably not. The situation here is now Zeka doesn't have his ultimate right away for this Dragon fight because he used it to try to kill Duro. This is very, very tricky for HLE, but I don't think they can give this up. Zeus is preparing to teleport in. There it is, right into the front line.
Yep. Let's see whether this is going to be Zeus finding an angle to get an ult off, get a few knockups, as Meganar for Keen is pretty early as he throws the house around. Zeus in that front line as they do manage to get a Tempered Fate onto one, but the follow-up isn't quite there because Keen is running amok. And now the train's going to come on through. Tried to sidestep it to Chovy, and he just gets bounced on. Flashes out of the way, though, and keeps himself alive. Keen may not be so lucky as the flash forward comes in from Zeus. Ruler sets up the ultimate, though, and takes down Kanavi. And now Canyon goes in, gets 2 already, but he will be taken down. Somehow, Genji actually come out on top as far as the kills, but the health bars looking way better for Hanwha Life Esports.
Chovy escapes and is now going to head back to this fight as well.
Oh, King comes back with full health as well after the teleport.
Exactly. I think HLE are just going to have to give over the soul point. In the beginning of the fight looked so good for them.
This looks like, yeah, like afterwards, it looked like they should have had so much control, but the teleport advantage from Kane just, just ruins everything for HLE.
It's so frustrating, this game for HLE, because I feel like HLE have been playing a near perfect game from behind. Like every choice they've made, like they're camping in the bottom lane, the pressure on the red buff, this Dragon setup here with Zeus coming into the front line so they could set up for this fight. All of it's great, and even at the beginning of this, like, Keen uses Gnar early, and the initial Tempered Fate isn't on a prio target here on Duro, but it kind of buys space in this fight, and then they get they get Chovy, and the follow-up is there, but Chovy barely survives. One of those additional barely surviving Gen G players, Ruler as well, because he's Jhin, even though he gets chunked out, gets to actually make a huge impact in this fight. Zeka is deleted. And that's the end of it. Like, Zeus can't really do anything to continue chasing, and because of that TP advantage you mentioned, Gen G get to reset faster, take the Dragon. Now they have Mountain Soul Point, and the lead here for Gen G has just stayed at 3,000, but now they have so many extra tools. The extra side lane and Gnar pressure as well is already an issue. Zeka's 2 levels down.
And you were talking about, like, side lane pressure. You inherently get that by having Soul Point, right? They don't need to fight for Drakes for the next while if they don't want to. They can start playing around Baron, which has now spawned. And they can, obviously, just grab themselves a Mountain Soul and just feel absolutely fantastic for it. But this is looking a bit rough for HLE. I still think that their composition is going to remain strong as this game goes on. And it was Gumayushi that managed to pick up the kill in that last fight for HLE. So he has his first 3 items completed. Sort of reached parity alongside Ruler right now as far as the value of the items, but Caitlyn certainly able to utilize these 3 very effectively. As Ruler going to get caught by the Tempered Fate. Let's see whether Gen G can make this one work, as in goes Zeus, there's a Cataclysm, and down will go the Jhin. Canyon now in a bit of trouble, has to flash out of the way, but Zeka shows up. Chovy's able to get himself out of the ulti though pretty comfortably, and now Duro trying to CC Kanavi. Tibbers gets out of there, and the Magical Journey is going to get HLE out of the scrap as well, as Kanavi was looking very, very low, but they walk away with that 1 kill. Looks like Gen G are not done yet though, as there's a great knock-up onto Duro, and he's going to explode. Zeka takes that kill down, and finally HLE win themselves a convincing fight.
A little greedy there from Gen G at the end. Honor Life Esports' crowd going insane after those 2 kills go over. Trying to turn this into a Baron, and with Kanavi here with Smite available, I think this is just going to be likely to go over. I mean, Canyon could try to look for the steal here, but they're going to say no.
Yeah, a lot of damage available here for Zeka as well, so he can't really face check. The Baron is down to about 6,000, and Delight taking a lot of damage here from Keen, charging up that Nalbar as well, as Gen G do not want to give this one up without a fight. Keen goes in, there's the ulti from Zeus, so fantastic. Canyon steals away the Baron and kills Zeka! Oh man! They're gonna have to play together on the national team after this! Oh, that's so unfair!
Oh
as
my
Canyon
God!
is just gonna steal the game back for Gen G.
Oh man, that last part sent me.
Sorry.
Oh, that's wow. That was okay. Yeah, that's true. As Canyon is like, I don't know. Let's go. So this is kind of an iconic location for Ruler. He doesn't like it very much, but he does die here from time to time in high stakes matches. He is focused down here, and a lot of the damage is gone, but also a lot of the tools have been used. So Gen G are like, we got a Gnar bar. Let's actually see what we can make of this. As Keen just charges up here onto Kanavi, pushes him out. The Honor Life Esports like, yeah, but they don't have their Jhin. I think we can actually just buy some space here and go over after we catch Duro. Look at the burst that comes onto Duro as well. Everybody just focuses him down. But Canyon, we're like, okay, he got blocked by Zeka. He can't do anything here. He's got no flash. There's no way. Light gets pushed away.
And it was all Keen, man. He was so good.
Look at Canyon as well, though. He's like, I'm going to kill this Aurora, but also I'm going to press D on the way.
He was barely in range!
Yeah, it's crazy. It doesn't even look like he's in range in the replay.
Oh my goodness. Well, now Keen and Chovy are throwing some abilities at Zeus, building up that damage taken number, as Keen is not afraid of anything at all. As Zeka is going to be taken down, Chovy is the one that locks up the kill. In the meantime, Canyon is just killing Kanavi, getting him out of his own jungle. And yeah, Zeus, I mean, he's still taking a fair bit of damage here, but HLE are just getting corralled.
And I think that, like the rest of this game has been, it's just like another moment where HLE's almost got it, but can't quite. Like all the escaping Gen G members, they've almost killed. Sure, this time they finally kill Ruler. They get the catch on to Duro, but they can't get the Baron, and it feels like they're just... they're playing well. They're making the right decision, but Gen G are just better and luckier. You know,
yeah,
in some
the
ways
luckier thing is absolutely true.
just,
my God.
It feels like, you know, are we going to really look at in this situation as, you know, I don't want to talk about this replay too much. I want to home back all the Baron, but are we really going to look at Zeka and be like, I guess he shouldn't have been standing there, because if he was, you know, he gave Canyon the angle, and he dies, and he gives the Baron over, so I guess we'll just blame... Like,
I mean, it didn't look like he was in range to me.
No, I mean, like, I really think we can't criticize HLE too much. We just have to celebrate Gen G in this one. 4.4K ahead as they go in.
Yep. That is a decent number for Keen, but he's going to... Oh, never mind. He's killed by the Cataclysm and not able to get any value at all in this fight. Gen G may just have to get out of here. Tempered Fate onto 2, though. They're not going to have the option. Flash out from Ruler, but Duro is dead. And HLE are angry, and they are going to be able to deny the soul from Gen G.
They deny the soul, and they cut the gold lead in half. Bit of a sloppy setup there for Gen G as they just kind of push into the jungle. And there's so much burst here, even with the lead they have, even with the Mountain Soul point they have. It's not a Mountain Soul, as Ruler is just getting run down.
Oh,
Aurora
no.
going to TP on him. I think he's just dead.
Yeah, Ruler is the Jin trying to hurt a Scion, and that is just never going to happen. Over comes Gumayushi to take him out, and Gen G just in an instant fall apart.
Yeah, that's the end of their Baron run, and wow, okay. So going back to this fight here, Keen's on the wraparound, so they really want to fight this, especially now that Canyon's low. They're like, all right, we have to go now. They go on to Guma, but he flashes away. They have the shield to come through.
He could have killed them all. Like, Keen got just wrecked, and that was their whole game plan.
Yeah, well, that's the whole game plan, and then they still sent it trying to kill Guma. Like, Chovy was like, I'm going to stick to the mission, right? He, like, flashed in to follow to try to kill Guma, but the fight was already over once the Gnar was focused down, so Chovy is then pushed back, and it's a huge disaster. I mean, sometimes you can say, all right, plan is we flank with the Gnar, we kill Guma, but when you see the reality, sometimes you got to pump the brakes a little bit on those types of moments, and I think Gen G just really thought they were further ahead than they were. I mean, they were massively ahead, but now their gold lead is less than 1,000.
Yeah, and Gumayushi, he is 305 with 4 items completed, and they're the 4 good items as well, right? He's going to be doing so much damage from this point onward, and it doesn't even really matter how much armor you get to build. No one's really building all that much of it. As Keen is going to jump on top of Delight. Yeah, he takes about 50% of his health bar. There's the rest of it as, okay, Tempered fates himself as Zeka, oh dear, not actually going to find the angle to get himself in, so it's just the Bard dying for free, and Zeka has to ult to get to safety. The curtains are being called, though. 1 bullet. Is that going to be enough here? And I think it just may be, as Canyon comes on over and is able to lock down the kill, and now it's HLE's turn to just fall apart at the seams.
Now, 1 bullet's enough to get the slow, to get the follow-up, and once again, Canyon just deletes the Aurora. As Guma hasn't died this game, he's pumped massive damage, but everything has fallen apart around him right now as here comes the Scion focus.
Oh dear, well, it's going to take about 15 minutes to take him down. Now, well-calibrated boss fight there as Zeus is able to get himself out, and Kanavi as well is able to get over the wall, but the inner turret not going to be so lucky. Only one of them left remaining here as Gen G look to try and pile on that gold lead once again.
So Delight is kind of like collateral damage here. He plays this so well too. Gets the stun, Tempered fates himself to buy space, but there just isn't follow-up. Zek kind of messes up how he wants to get in here, and then he just gets run down by the rest of the team, has to ult defensively. Ruler gets that 1 hit, and that's enough for Canyon to follow here over the wall. Hits this ultimate. It's got such long range, and that's the end of him. So
they don't get a massive amount for it, though.
Yeah, HLE really just need a team fight where they could set up a first pick. Like, if they can kill anybody, I think their front to back is insane at this point. The Caitlyn is so huge.
Oh,
this could be the pick.
Yeah, Ruler is very, very dead. The question is, can Gen G do anything about it? And the answer is absolutely not. As the Tempered Fate was on a blast cone. Very annoying that Canyon couldn't take down the blast cone and then lost his wolves. My goodness.
And we're going to go to Baron again. Are we going to repeat history? Let's see where Zeka stands.
Well, we've got 40 seconds on Ruler, and Gen G doesn't look like they're going to contest this. They're just going to give it up.
Well, last time around, you know, it was a little bit of a closer fight. Some damage was done to the HLE members, but this time it's just straight up. They're all full health. They got the free kill on the Ruler, and Gen G are not going to commit to the contest a second time here, and they're just going to have to give it up. This game is so close.
I think now, though, it's starting to swing because HLE's composition feels better in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, Ruler, I hate to do it to him, but like he's kind of Ruler spotted twice by them because they've got such great engage, you know, on this immobile Jhin that doesn't have flash, and they're just fishing. Like I said it earlier, but I really feel like Hunter Life are doing like everything right in this game despite the deficit. They're looking for the right targets, they're fishing for the right moments, And if they get a few more of these, I mean, maybe even just one more, the game is theirs, right? Like, the lead is shrunk. We're 33.5 minutes into this game. That 1.5 gold lead doesn't really mean anything. The Caitlyn that has 3,000 gold, the advantage, I feel like means the most out of any lead across the map here. And Guma is ready to carry. He has his LDR. You know, he's got rapid fire cannon. He will just delete anybody who gets caught by Kanavi, who has a second life with his GA. I feel like Honda Life Esports have so much more agency now, especially with this Baron that's going to give them prio here, and they should be able to use it to secure the second Mountain Drake of the game, and the Scion is only getting tankier.
Yeah, and getting on top of Gumiushi is so much harder than you'd expect, right? Like, Keen, decent diving champion if you have that Nabar in order. Chovy can flash Tibbers and all that sort of stuff. But there's a McHale's, there's a Locket, there's like all of these things to keep him safe. As Canyon on the wraparound, I think, is still in the fog of war. As Keen gets Mini-Na once more and spots Zeka as well off to the side, but Canyon still unseen.
He has popped an elixir. He is so tanky right now.
Yep, he is an absolute monster. As there is Chovy getting engaged on, flashes out of the Cataclysm, but he's still taking so much damage. Juro wants to try and help him, but I don't think Chovy's making it out of this one. Finds the Incinerate stun, but Kanavi's there with the Q to take him down, and now the Tempered Fate going to be avoided. No, Canyon actually in the GA, and now comes back up to die. Ruler tries to get out of the way of Zeus, but we know how this one goes. It's real difficult to escape this Scion as Kanavi is chasing after them. Finally, he's able to get aggressive. And he does flag and drag forward, but Gen.G, they get underneath their turret. We'll see whether this is actually enough to keep them safe, though. Because HLE are kind of immune to damage.
I think
it's on the front line.
I think they just end here. There's just not enough to deal with them anymore. They need Chovy. Ruler's not going to be able to get it done by himself here. They try to thin the wave. That's their best chance.
Yep, they need to try and deal with these minions. So the first Nexus turret is going to go down, though, as Keen pulling the wave as best he can. He does have that Nabar building, as now Gumiushi needs to be careful. He's got a GA, but he is not immortal. At least Delight stands in front of him, avoids that deadly flourish damage. So the game isn't over just yet.
Chovy's going to respawn. HLE need to get out of here ASAP.
Yeah, the Dragon is still up and available. There's a deadly flourish, as now Chovy looks to try and get on top of Zeus. Man, he is booking it with those upgraded Swifties.
What a game we have here. Now, HLE are going to go back to this Dragon here. They have that super minion push wave in the mid lane, and even though they're a little bit bruised, they are able to go over here and secure this without a contest. Canyon's so close. Can he catch Zeka with Keen's help?
Yeah, Keen gets that boomerang down. There's a deadly flourish. The ulti comes forward. Zeka is likely to die to the bleed and will go down to the Nefiri. And the curtains have been called on Delight as well. HLE now so incredibly low as they look to make their way out. And Canyon, oh, you cannot overextend on this one, though, buddy. This could be scary as Keen is inside the enemy base. I guess he is not afraid of anything at all as he gets in front of the trained as Canyon. And Zeus taking a lot of damage here. We've been saying it all game, but that is continuing to be true as Keen, a very angry Na, now turns Mega but takes so much damage, and the Cataclysm going to take him down. The Scion's also dead, though, as the rest of Gen.G are getting down to business.
Yeah.
They deal with the top inhibitor turret. They get the inhibitor as well, and now it's Gen.G that moved the needle back in their direction. This is the closest game we've had all season, I swear.
I just want to say, just like give both teams, like we should just end this with a 1-1.
Yeah,
okay.
And the 1-1 stands for first place. Both of them, just have first place for both of these teams.
All right, when you watch some of these fights here for HLE and how quickly they decide the target, right? They go on to Chovy, they can heavily commit. They kind of basically, with the elixir here onto Zeus, he just invalidates Ruler's existence. Like, and then Zeka gets on top of him here, and Ruler is like, okay, well, try to chase down some more of this flash. Amazingly timed here from Zeka, and now they just can't get away. Luckily, they are able to survive with Keen here. This, by the way, looks like this is AI playing League of Legends. Like, watch how quickly they fall. Look at this aim from Ruler. Canyon goes in. Like, the fact that this is actually a 5-man unit coordinating how these picks happen from that far away and with that precision, it's just insane to watch. It's such a good game. Canyon going to stop the back here, but then it ends up being a little bit awkward as Zeus is so tanky, and they commit so heavily to this, and it kind of backfires.
Yeah, a little bit. They do manage to kill Zeus finally, so he will be taken out. Keen as well, looking a little, sheepish after that Cataclysm takes him down. But I mean, you'd say worth for Gen.G. That being said, 1,000 gold means 0 at closing in on 40 minutes into the game. And there are Rabadon's death caps from everywhere. Tempered Fate is going to fly down here as the curtains are being called as well. HLE might be in a little bit of trouble here as the last bullet will connect onto the Bard. Zeus' health bar is just getting comically large.
Yeah, it's really huge. Look at his passive, 1362.
My God.
The longer the game goes, especially if Final Life can get these extra mountain dragons.
Oh, Canyon gonna get spotted here. But Kanavi and Zeus, I don't think are gonna be killing the Nefiri by themselves.
The key here, one of the keys, there's a lot of keys in this game. There's a lot of things going on, but the top push is not really that strong yet, but given enough time, the inhibitor will be on the opposite side of this dragon, which is what Gen G are looking to take to secure Mountain Soul, right? So that is a huge thing, as well as the fact that they have the inhibitor respawn advantage. As I don't know if you should be poking right now, Duro.
Canyon gets behind the minion wave as well. HLE can slink off towards this Baron.
They have a
Number
Bard.
3 this game.
Yeah, they have a Bard that can really warp this team fight if they look for a turn, but I just don't think they have enough of an advantage right now to actually start Baron. I think that's a bit of a pipe dream at this point as they're dealing with this mid wave and their inhibitor's about to spawn Gen G. 40 seconds on that one. Dragon in 130, and they're going to clear this vision. Now, Honda Life Esports, the map gets a little bit dark. It gets very difficult for them to play things out. We talked about it, feels like so long ago, like 20 minutes ago, about how when you lose control of the map here with HLE's comp, it gets a lot trickier to have that agency.
Oh, Canyon needs to be a little careful, but is able to clear out that wave as finally someone comes down to deal with the bot wave. The inner turret was actually just taken by the Winions a little bit earlier on, so HLE getting themselves a little bit more gold back in their pockets. But 1 minute's time on this
Ruler
dragon.
not again!
And Ruler is able to walk out of the way of the spot there as it's a lot of damage. And the Cataclysm avoided by Ruler, though, very nicely, and he hits that first bullet. Second goes wide, third hits home, and Kanavi almost down to the GA already as the interruption from Zeus just puts him down. Now Keen looking to make his way, and Kanavi still extraordinarily low with that GA in hand as Ruler gets put in between the worlds. But Zeka's unable to finish him off. The flash forward from Chovy gets the stun. There's the follow-up. Boom goes the Dynamite, and down will go the Aurora. It's in trade for Keen, though, so a 1-for-1 here at 40 minutes into the game. And Gumayushi, he gets the snipe, gets the GA under Canyon, who then goes untargetable, tries to get away, but Boom has got the bullets, and he takes him down. No smite for Gen G, no hope for the Baron.
And Zeus has TP, he's able to get straight back into this mid lane, and he should be able to hold the door here. The Dragon is spawning, they have to rush this down so fast if they're going to get it, and they just cannot. And Gen G now on the back foot as Ruler avoids this initially, and it looks like at the beginning of this fight that Gen G can do no wrong, but it gets a little crazy when they super send it here onto this low health Jarvan. Kanavi's able to survive here despite that final shot landing. I think Gen G could have slowed this down. Instead, Canyon tries to go in here, Keen tries to follow, and Kanavi's taunt is just too global across Gen G as Keen then gets focused down as Zeka buys space on the left side of the fight. Beautiful fight here from both sides, but HLE with that charged up Q to keep Kanavi alive to interrupt Canyon.
Backing on a ward, man.
We've had it for both our junglers this game now as Guma gets the auto in the air. See you later, Canyon. That's Baron for HLE.
And soul point on both sides. And what did we say at the very beginning of this this game?
You set the stakes, man.
Four Mountain Soul,
Sire.
Mountain Soul. Good God. Zeus will never die.
His health just keeps going up.
Yeah. There is one in the death column. That is, I think that might be all they've got. I think they're going to have to fight around it.
When he gets Jack shows and we go into a longer fight, I want the observers to click on him. I want to see those resistances. I want to see that armor. He wants to end the game right now. He's going to charge into this turret, or try to.
Yeah, didn't quite. He got there a little early, but Chovy is splitting on the bottom side of the map as well. They will be able to take down this inhibitor very quickly, though. And with the Baron, I mean, they can move over towards this mid lane at the same time. As 2 inhibs now down, there is a wave now crashed on the bottom inhib turret. So, I mean, they're not going to be taking 3, but these Nexus turrets are not long for the world. And, I mean, Gumayushi's got all of his items. This guy hits for about 1 trillion with every auto attack. And there is the Tempered Fate, actually buys Gen G some time, but now if they just let Guma hit this Nexus, they will just lose the game, and Gen G do that right now. Game number 1 goes to HLE, and they just would not be silenced.
Absolute banger game here to start off this best of 3. You're on the edge of your seat the whole time because you just do not know if the other team is going to snatch it back. We did not see throws this game. We saw incredible proactivity from both teams, pulling the game back. I think the one big moment, though, that Gen G will hold on to, and they will probably be having a discussion with the coaching staff about, is that last real big fight in the mid lane where Kanavi was able to escape, and then Keen committed heavily to chase him there. And Zeka just split the fight in two. Guma does 47,000 damage in this game on the Caitlyn.
And he was ignored in the last team fight. He was frontlining as the Caitlyn, and Gen G still refused to hit him. So I think that there was a little bit of an issue there when it came to Gen G actually closing this one out, but so much of that, like you were saying, has to do with HLE having the right answers to mitigate the losses throughout this game. And we were saying it the entire time through, you get to an ultra late game against a composition like this, you don't kill Sion. And they didn't. And Zeus was absolutely massive that game. Gumayusi did do the damage, even if the game was very, very long. Beautifully, beautifully navigated. But I think all we really want is 3 games out of this series. Hopefully Gen G can come back. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break it down, and we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
아, 네, 그냥 엘리전 하려고 하는 거 같아.
내가 탑공도 못
괜찮아, 괜찮아,
여기서?
네,
다 벗어서 엘리전 하는 게 난다.
가자. 훨씬 빨라, 훨씬 빨라. 그냥 생각하자, 이번에. 진행이 노플.
많이 빠르고.
제니 식 간다.
미드 억제기까지 밀자.
미드 라인 끌고 올게, 나 이거.
천천히 우리 얘들아. 나도 배가 끝나고.
잘 때려도 돼.
라인 천천히 넣자.
나 애니 보이면 공항 펼게.
얘네가 쇼부 칠 거야. 사거리 치면 어차피 끝나. 얘네 애니 풀은?
애니 노플.
미카엘 봐줘.
천천히 타워
타워 얼었다.
타워
치면 끝나 타워 치면 끝나
타워. 끝났다. 나이스. 잘했다.
DT now, can they put the nail in the coffin? They get the knockback there. They have so much follow-up in terms of CC. Fenrir going to be hit by the Tempered Fate, but in goes Perfect. He says, get down, Mr. Fenrir. I'll protect you. As they take down Diablo, and that's all they had to do. And Perfect's just, he's 1v4 underneath the tank. So the Nexus turret doesn't care at all. It's BDD with a double knockback. Beautiful stuff. Blast for the Kale. It's not even really going to do much, and they can't even chew through the Cassante. They can't even get through the first part of dealing with this team fight. And, okay, here we go, Sponge. He's got the light up the roll against the wall, and Sponge blocks him down. And Cuz is like, well, maybe I get it. No, you don't. He doesn't get a kill. Fenrir, no! Jace. This is very dangerous. Kobe trying to get rid of some of the vision here. He does have teleport. He does have flash. He also has dash cannon. The arrow is just going to get eaten by the Jace. And they catch the flanker while he's flanking. The arrow finds a gorgeous encore. And BDD just has to get out of there. The petrifying gaze
scares no one, and now it's Keen going ballistic in the backline. BDB goes golden, but chases death, and it's Toby that puts him down.
Shout Barrage doesn't do a whole lot. Maybe a little bit of damage to Shiver. Smash is just gonna kill that one up.
Oh, they don't know.
Try to do a bunch of damage. See this ult this time for career is big, and now the lineup on a Teddy. He tries to get away, but the follow from Lucian is big, and that's exactly what they were looking for. They
형이야, 얘들아, 가자!
just gonna drop it down. I mean, Raptor no pressing guards. Clear's trying to heal for the team as team goes in with the Realm Warp as Zeka wants to put him out of his misery. Will be able to do so. Lights up too! Zeka, the hero of the fight, as this should be an HLE victory. The TP immediately comes in.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Both these squads already locked their spot, their way to Wonju, and playing like it. It is a great, great game number one between Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G, going the way of Hanwha Life Esports 1-0. What a game. And it started with kind of wondering if they ever were going to kill each other again after the first two deaths, and then all of a sudden exploded into a huge game of macro. Let's take a look at the draft here.
I mean, absolutely. I feel like the game was slow. Nothing was happening. You can see the matchups, right? I really like the draft from the side of Gen G because I felt like even though HLE has a lot of power picks in lanes, namely Aurora and Caitlyn Bard, you also have Karma Jean as an answer to Caitlyn Bard, and then you have that Annie into Aurora. So even Naru and Silent Sion. So it just felt like Gen G had all the counter picks, all the cards.
Yeah, so they have 3 winning lanes, and also they don't scale well with the Caitlyn Bard. I mean, they did, but I think that's just because they played like so insane, you know? I don't think normally they scale better than these, and I think Gen G was in control about like the early game, snowballing, and I think game was like just Gen G classic, you know? But I think, you know, how HLE played around the mid game and the team fight was just amazing.
One funny stat, Bear against Bunny, 11-3, and guess what? Zeka proving it time and time again. 2 wins now in this matchup.
Yeah, never. This early game was all Gen G dominant. It was slow from the beginning, but all of a sudden, you know, a 2,000 gold lead. But this team fight here around the river was the big turning point.
And I feel like it always starts with the light in this game. I think he was the quiet hero. I was a little bit surprised there that Zeka didn't instantly follow up the engage from Zeus with his flash EQ. I think he got one-shot Chovy. But even so, finally, this is the moment where HLE, even though they don't clearly win the fight, they start trading kills and they start scaling on that Caitlyn.
Yeah, the fact that Caitlyn is getting killed was a massive, and also again Ruler getting caught on the mid lane by Kanavi. It was really great play by Kanavi, but once again, this reminds me when Ruler played against T1, he got caught one time, and that was the time for T1 to bounce back that series. So I think again that happened for Ruler this time again.
Yeah, that was on the I think bottom side river bush when they were trying to leave. He stayed a little bit longer, so kind of a trend here. However, in the mid lane is when we started to see how these fights transpire and how they wanted to fight. It was no longer blue side, red side. It was top side river, bottom side river.
Yeah, Kanavi pulling the trigger on Chovy made Chovy in a really weird spot here. He's gonna get caught, but also just look at Gumayusi kiting with the portal here. He attacked the Kanavi that he can. He and flash of the wall, auto attack, finishes with the trap as well. I think
Zeka flash.
After that, you know, I think Gumayusi having such a great moment. Right.
And whenever Caitlyn gets Hex Optics item and she gets 100 extra range for a reset, it feels so pressy to fight against it in mid game. The champion just has so much damage, about 75 to 100% crit at that point of the game, and if she doesn't die, she's just gonna kill everybody. Jhin does not have the DPS to match her.
Yeah, and then after that, Hanwha Life, they're gonna push for the win, and then they get stopped, and then they get caught on some of the backs, and then Gen G are trying to push for the win, and then they get stopped, and it sends back to a neutral state here in our final fight.
Absolutely, and this is the point where, again, it is Kanavi who flashes in, who gets that big ult off, and Gumayusi is gonna step up. I want you to look at Zeus right now as he cancels Nafiri ult mid-air with his Q. Like, how insane is that? I feel like the trust between Zeus and Kanavi was there, but also the reaction time from Zeus.
Yeah, that outplay made the Kanavi alive in the team fight, and after that, I think Genji was kind of delusional, and also Zeka, while Zeka is getting aggroed by Foreman, Gumayusi was finishing Gnar. And I think
this is
the most important thing.
Look at this.
Most important thing.
Gumayusi! The carry!
Oh.
He finds Canyon, he traps him down, he kills Canyon, he finds him recalling, he catches him with his pants down, and this is where Gumayusi secures Baron and Dragon for his team.
So maybe we were wrong, you know, we thought HLE couldn't really like bounce back because they don't scale well. So when the moment where Genji got the 3 Drakes in a row, we thought the game was over. But I think after that, they found their opportunity with Delight, Bard ulti, and also Gumayusi being really solid on his plays. I think he didn't die once this game. I think that's just insane whenever you think about the Genji snowballing.
Definitely. I feel like Gumayusi performed like a maniac this game, but also Jarvan and Bard are champions that scale with player skill, right? We could see time and time again, both Delight and Kanavi finding these peaks, and Gumayusi absolutely popping off in team fights. And when you have such a strong carries in your back, then maybe you just scale as well as you really, as the players do.
Yeah, and we're giving a lot of credit here to Hanwha Life Esports for fighting back in a way that they don't normally, right? They usually lead in the early game by a lot and then close it on out. I think on the opposite side for Gen G, you did so many things right. You were in control of the game. You had 3 Drakes, and it just started to unravel here with it.
I mean, if you are a Genji fan, it hurts so much. This is the way how they lost against T1. They literally won 2-0, but when the ruler got caught in the mid lane, it was the beginning of the T1 the bounce back, the comeback, you know? So again, it happened. And it hurts so much, and they didn't even win the first game. It's 1-0 leading by HLE. Now Genji has to find a way themselves about like how they're gonna come back in this series.
And I think for me, it's just gonna be about HLE, wherever they will choose to play maybe stronger lanes this time, because we could see that HLE was really struggling without the early game. All of us predicted HLE to win. Do I want a 2-0? No, absolutely not. I want as many games of that as possible, because that was just pure cinema.
All right, well, we'll find out here. A great game number 1. Let's see what's in store with game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there of game number 1. And yes, I think most of us are also looking forward to a 3-game banger, but hopefully it's going to have as much back and forth here in this game number 2 as it did in game number 1. And we'll have a brand new, fresh draft. We won't have teams on different sides. As Genji have chosen blue side yet again, and HLE have decided to go with first pick here for second time around here in this draft.
I think that it's hard to ask to deliver the same quality and back and forth that we had in Game 1 moving forward in this series, but I really hope that we can get it. And I think the space made a lot of good points about Ruler getting caught. You know, it's
the good old Ruler spot.
It's a thing, right? Like, and it's...
I mean, and also, I do have one counterpoint to make, and that is, I don't think the scaling was necessarily in Gen G's advantage, because Jin doesn't. I mean, he does, but also he doesn't.
It's really different types of scaling. I think that obviously the Caitlyn with
Can
zero
you
deaths.
kill Sion ever?
Yeah, no, that was the question we had, and then we were like, okay, they're ahead enough, but we were wrong.
We were.
They lost control. Let's move into Game 2's draft, because there's still a lot of strong picks available here. This is not the most like Giga Game 1 completely open war chest that we often see. You know, where like Rumble's gone, and it's, you know,
I mean, there is no
Jarvan's
Karma.
in.
Yep, the Karma Bard situation, though, I think is a big deal. And
Caitlyn being gone.
Jin, Caitlyn, Varus are like the top 3 Gumushi champions in the game. And so he's going to have to dig a little bit deeper here moving into game number 2. We'll see whether that actually plays any sort of a part.
It depends, I think, in this game of whether or not Ashe is banned. Because if Ashe is up, I think you could just first pick Ashe as Hanwha Life Esports, and you know Guma's really good at that. We all watched the World's Finals last year, but the other picks that you have here that are quite viable in the bottom lane for Guma are like the Lucian, which he's been great on so far. So I do think there's a lot of flexibility for Hanwha Life in this game too, but I do wonder, you know, what it could look like in a best of 5 between these two, especially with some of the picks that are taken away.
Wait, where's the Orianna ban?
Yeah, also Cassiopeia.
One of them is going to get through, and if one of them isn't banned here, they're both going to get through.
That could be very fun.
It could, but
I think if you're the first picking team, though, you're happy to get Cassiopeia.
Well, no, the thing is, I watched Zeka play Orianna yesterday, and I know you did too, because it was you that was talking about it.
The 008 Orianna.
Yeah, I think he was 0014 at the end of that game or something. They're going to ban it away, so that should mean that the Cassiopeia is going to be banned here. But it does leave then a lot of bot lane options open.
Yeah,
so I could imagine like a first pick Lucian could be a really obvious one. The first pick Ashe could be a decent decision to make as well, if that's the direction they want to go.
You could go for the response as HLE and get whatever jungle pick you want. So you could go for like Jarvan here, or sorry, not Jarvan, Xin, and then respawn. Rise priority is super high in this series for some reason, and it is going to be first picked here with the Anivia and the Cassiopeia gone.
And Rise is a massive amount of DPS, not a massive amount of range. We'll see whether Chovy is going to go towards something that can have a better time in lane. His Hwei has always been decent, but I don't know whether I really like it in this instance.
If you go Ashe, Seraphine, you're walking into Guma Delight's Misfortune Nautilus that we talked about in Game 1.
Yep.
If you go for the Lucian lane, you're walking into Ashe, Seraphine. So instead, we're seeing like the bottom lanes kind of get avoided by these two teams. They don't want to get countered.
Rumble is kind of scary, though.
Vi Rumble is scary. Vi Ahri, potentially scary, but the Rumble definitely feels a lot more potent in this draft right now. It's going to go for the Lucian, though. So they decide to go Lucian, but they potentially split it here, as Ashe Seraphine does feel very strong into Lucian Milio.
And because of the Lucian pick, they are kind of priced in to locking in a bottom lane now, wanting to have something that can match up into the Lucian Milio relatively effectively.
I love how Kanavi scrolls through like all the viable options. Could be an Ezreal outplay angle, right? There's the Ashe angle where you play the Ashe Seraphine, which is more common, or the Aphelios where you take the Milio away, which was something that I guess they potentially considered there.
Or just play Trundle.
They do play Trundle.
Okay.
And they are going to deny the Rumble.
I really like this. I actually think the Rumble denial angle is very, very good. It does mean the Lucian Milio will go through for free, and you can ban away Ashe, you can take away Misfortune, you can even just take away the Nautilus to just deny that one. I think that, the bottom lane for Gen G could become a bit of a problem here in this game.
Have been playing a lot more through their solo lanes recently.
Yes.
And they've been letting Guma weak side, and as we saw in the last game, with very few resources really given to Guma, he pops off anyways. But I do wonder if getting the better 2v2 matchup could have been stronger than these less prio picks in the Trundle and the Rumble. We'll see, as now you have insane weapons, right, for your solo laners to play through. If they can shut down this Lucian in the mid game, then the game becomes pretty easy to play here, even if you're not going to get to play Ashe Seraphine into the Lucian Milio.
And I think it's really interesting, right? Because there are a lot of options for playing into the Rumble that we've seen experimented with, right? Like the Yorick has been a decent one, the Cassante has been the most obvious one, but a classic is the Galio. Galio Vi is a pretty cool combo.
It is strong. And Bessa also really good with a draft like this with the single target setup of the Vi ultimate. And
after the buffs, feels pretty good.
Yeah, it's been really good recently. And has been a really common counter pick, so I like that. Maybe there's ban Ambessa and Cassante. Keep it in the family.
I think Nautilus ban here makes the most sense to me.
That's where I'm feeling as well. I'm trying to think if there's any other picks that they might want to play. You know, like the Zeri-Yuumi angle, the surprising, all-in angle there. I just feel like it's too risky. It scales really well with this comp that already has a lot of power.
Gumayusi and Delight are exactly not the Zeri-Yuumi bottom lane players.
I agree with you. They don't really like to do those types of things. As we'll see a interesting Talia ban here. I wonder if Gen.G would consider putting Chovy on Twisted Fate here and looking for even more pick and even more all-in power on like the the pick elements of this composition, or if they want to go for a little more scaling damage, just put him on Victor and see how we go.
And it'd be very it'll be very interesting to see Gen.G leave counterpick to Keen, and so they're not going to do that. Although I guess
it's already
solo lanes are already locked in regardless, so they will take the Yorick first. That is going to be the option here. So not going to go for the cute little Galio theory that I had, but Chovy could obviously play that. As Gumayusi thinking about the Senna, he did play this a couple of days ago.
It was very...
He didn't necessarily win, but
he didn't really play the game, but they did win the game. Xayah into Vi is a Guma special.
Oh, God. Speaking of, specials for players, the Xayah Rakan is definitely Gumayusi and Delight. That's what it feels like to me. And the Senna is going to be the lock-in instead. It was Senna Nautilus that they played last time. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was
Senna Alistar, I think.
Senna Alistar last time as well.
Yeah, they really have been practicing this. It's very clear that that's the game plan, and they have a lot of scaling elements in this draft. I just wonder, though, into the really strong mid-game power of Gen.G, they might just get bowled over early.
I mean, they did get bowled over early, though, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't enough. So I don't know. Maybe it's just fine to not win, like, at all in the bottom lane. As Viari does come in. And Gen.G have a bowl you over in the mid-game, the comp. Like, that is what this is.
It is like all gas, no brakes, no scaling. They threw the calendar away,
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they threw the calendar away, basically.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not looking forward.
Nope.
I'm looking at right now. And right now is a lot of power. Like, they have the Yorick counter pick into the Rumble, which even though the Yorick is going to be a bit of a late-game, side laning threat, which can help pull him around the map. I think into the comp here of Hanwha Esports, which has the global power of the Rise as well. It's not necessarily going to work out that way. It's got a lot of wave clear too. I think for Gen.G, the best part about this comp and the reason why I think they even double down on this Ahri, which I think Twisted Fate would have been fine as well, is that they're playing into a Senna. So they know that if at their strongest, arguably Hanwha Esports is also at their weakest, and that's where they have to strike and get a big lead. And then this time,
actually close it out.
Yes.
Yeah, please destroy a Nexus, Gen.G, is what you need to do. But I feel like it's the same thing as in the last game, where HLE have this sort of lull in the mid-game, but if they can do the same beautiful play that they had in game number 1, where they mitigated the mid-game losses and kept themselves in it within touching distance of the gold, then it'll be absolutely fine moving towards a late game with a Senna that has infinite scaling and a Rise that feels like he has infinite scaling. Let's get onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Gen.G versus HLE. As Duro and Rula spotted on a ward. As HLE getting a fair bit of vision down in this early game, wanting to make sure that they can see all of the stuff that can hurt them in this lane. It is not going to be fun. We're not going to sugarcoat it. This is going to be a rough time for the Alistar in the center.
And there's a Vi that will get involved in this. And the Trundle will sometimes pull things out of the ground.
Yeah.
I think that when I look at these comps, this is like my big feeling as we were like, zooming into the Nexus, looking at the compositions on our big, really cool screens. this feels like Gen G are playing a Hanwha comp. And Hanwha are playing a more scaling, more unusual. It's not even a Gen G comp. I'm not trying to say that it's a reversal. But after some of the ways that Hanwha have been playing recently and how Kanavi's changed his playstyle a little bit and how Guma's been doing a little bit more weak side, this team has evolved. Like, this is not just okay, we go in, we know what Guma's playing, it's going to be the same draft every time for HLE. They've really been experimenting, and maybe putting bluffing in has changed the way they're thinking about the game. It's hard to know for sure, but like, this draft here has nothing like anything we've been seeing from Hanwha for most of this year, and I like to see it. I mean, that doesn't mean they can't play what they were great at before. They're playing other things now too, which means they're just a bigger threat. Potentially moving into that road to MSI, regardless of what happens in this series. They have clearly widened, I think, their depth of play.
Now Kanavi is looking to go aggressive here towards his bottom side. No vision available for Gen G as Ruler gets pulverized. Delight makes his way in. Let's see whether Kanavi can get the pillar down. That's a good one. Flashes in looking for Ruler. And he does have barrier. Let's see whether it keeps him alive. The answer is no. Piercing darkness from Gumayushi is going to lock down first blood. And that will change how this bottom lane's going to look.
Yeah, and that part is still classic HLE Kanavi coming in at level 3. To punish the pushing lane there, and unfortunately Canyon is just nowhere to be seen.
And the wards were nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, they had no vision. They had no way of stopping this. And then I guess they just thought, well, it's Trundle, so we have the mobility to get away. Maybe that's what they thought. But unfortunately, Delight said, I'm actually the real problem here. The Trundle is just the finisher, as Delight punishes Ruler when he steps forward. And it's perfect.
Pole flash, gorgeously played there for Delight. As in the meantime, we've got even more action. Ruler doesn't have his flash still, remember, as Melio just gets slammed between a pillar and a wall. Still, they're focused on this Lucian, wanting to take down Ruler. Kanavi possibly going to overextend for this one, as Ruler is taking a lot of damage. Gets another dash finally, as now Delight could be in trouble, but Zeka shows up as well, and Canyon has to flash to get himself out of the way, then goes back in. Not sure about that one, but Chovy's able to lock down the kill. He doesn't have Spirit Rush, though, and that was a pillar and a half from Kanavi, and 3 kills already for HLE.
The hubris on the play for Gen G is kind of unreal. Like, if Chovy has ult, then sacrificing yourself to make that kill happen feels like it makes a lot more sense than what we actually got in reality here. As HLE know that Zeka has prio, so they're pushing, and Gen G are like, well, we'll match this fight, we'll force this fight. And eventually Chovy gets there. And Kanavi, yes, he took a lot of damage. Like, he took a lot of damage, but they just don't have any way of locking him down without heavily committing here. And by the way, in these scrappy fights, Senna does a lot.
Yeah.
And it's crazy how much value Guma is going to get out of this huge win as well.
And Kanavi gets the King's Tribute over and over again as well, because there's so many things that are dying around him. The Trundle is just so good in these messy fights. As now Keen puts down the Ghoulie Wall, and Zeus is in a lot of trouble. Does he get another Q? The answer is no. Zeus gets himself out, both of them with their flashes available. And Keen getting the best of him at the moment here in this lane, as Gen G really need to slow this one down.
Gen G have not lost that many games this year. They're 12-4. Pretty good record, not quite as good as some of their other recent domestic records, but Canyon 0-2 on this Vi. Hoping to turn things around here as that
so
last
far,
fight.
Not looking great.
Yeah, that last fight made us a little bit worried. I mean, Gen G had such a great game one, despite, obviously, the end result. And the second game here, we're like talking about Senna is going to take a while to scale, and she's sitting here at 5 minutes with a 700 gold lead.
Yeah.
Little alarming.
It's looking pretty good. Last time he played Senna, he was half the CS of his opposition at about, 10 minutes into the game. It was a real shutout. This is a very different story. They are in a really good position here. 1-0-2 for the center, and Delight also sitting with 3 assists to his name. Keen, not really looking too worried about this equalizer, as Zeus does silence himself, but Keen will be able to bring that shovel down again, and there it is, the Maiden getting involved as well. This Yorick counter pick is definitely working out here for Keen.
Absolutely. And they need it to, because everything else is kind of on fire right now.
Oh, yeah. As we've got some mad pings coming on through.
Yeah, Realm Warp. Keen may be in trouble.
He certainly is. Let's see whether he can help himself out of this situation. There are no teleports available for anyone, but he does have a Ghoulie Wall. And Keen is just trying to play some alcove gaming. He flashes in. He looks for Zeus. The ghouls get mad. And he's now trying to keep himself alive against Zeka as well. Finds another Q. And I think he's out of there. I think he just won a 1v2.
He actually wants to go back in.
Oh,
He's crazy.
Yeah, he calls some mist, and there is the Maiden getting upset one more time.
Jovi's
and the
here.
rest of Gen.G are going to show up. Oh, thank you, Keen, for a potential game 3.
My God, what a just set of plays from Gen.G. He just walks a tightrope on a unicycle.
How do you even walk on a unicycle?
I don't
He
know.
was walking on the top of the unicycle while the unicycle was on a tightrope.
Well, I think he might have actually been standing on his hands on top of the unicycle.
Ah.
I don't know, but like he buys space here with a ghoulie wall, and then he's like, you can see he has the word. He's like, I'm gonna kill him. Like he thought about it seconds before he goes for this flash. Zeus is pushed away. Zeus barely
Oh, the
survives. And
sidestep
whole
on that Q is so important.
The whole while, like they're just coming up. They're showing up. Sidestep is real, like you said, and end up getting 2 kills for the Ahri.
Well, speaking of the Ahri, actually down here for this potential dive, as that charm was fantastic. Kanavi wastes a fair bit of time. They take down the Lucian, but already Gumayusi cannot tank up this turret anymore, and Chovy looking for the angle. Not able to get in there, though, as the Spirit Rush has run out. So 1-for-1 as HLE went for the dive, but it does mean that Zeka gets some free time here in this mid lane.
Yeah, definitely a net win here for HLE as they get the 80 carry off the map. 15 CS down now, Ruler. And they only lose their support. If they had gotten 2 kills back, Gen.G would be feeling very good about this, but that is just not what happens. It's a great read from Chovy, coming down here for the cover on this bottom lane, gets the charm onto Kanavi, but he is actually able to drop turret aggro. Guma eats a shot here, and then Kanavi is able to escape.
Yeah, so if it had been a couple of kills back, I think Gen.G would have been a lot happier about it, but not actually the case here as the equalizer goes down yet again. It's burning the Maiden quite effectively, but Keen, I think, able to walk out of it and feel all right. And Kanavi now setting up for a potential dive. Has Delight
Someone's
here as
coming
well.
up,
All right, let's see. The rest of the cavalry have showed up, but there is the Dawning Shadow. And it's Gumayusi that's able to help them lock this one down. Gen.G just a little bit late to the play as the charm is going to connect onto Delight. But it is not going to be enough. Now Ruler trying to deal with this Senna here as we have a bit of a domestic dispute in the bottom lane.
Has a barrier advantage right now. Actually has so many souls this early on in the game as well. 27 at 8.5 minutes here from that early fighting.
And just like so far ahead as far as farm.
It's the exact opposite of his last Senna game. Like you were saying, he's practically doubling Ruler CS here. And they know that Duru's on his way back here. I don't think they can really force anything, but grabbing a plate is still a win here for Gumayusi. And, you know, Gen.G were a little bit slow on the play there the second time around on the dive. The first time they were able to turn it around and get Chovy to a 3rd kill, but not going to happen this time as Hanwha Life Esports sitting on a very comfortable 1.2 thousand gold lead with a scaling composition.
Yeah, this comp will certainly feel pretty fantastic moving into Dragon fights as well. With the Trundle and the Rumble combination, you can really keep them on the equalizer and get a lot of value. There's a lot of slipperiness in Gen.G's composition, though, and they play 4-1 very effectively with this this Yorick, who is still very strong, even though he did go down. And the gold lead has moved slightly towards Zeus as far as that top lane matchup is concerned.
If you can get out of the laning phase into Lucian Milio Vi with the Shiv, as Guma has now, you feel like you already won the game. Because now your life is actually fun. Like, now you actually just get to clear waves with Shiv and just not interact with anybody and keep scaling. Like, now you're just... It's like when you finally get a seat on the train. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a little bit uncomfortable before that. You know, there's a lot of people pushing around, trying to hold on to your phone. You got to get something out of your pocket. It's a little bit uncomfortable, but you get that seat, you're like, okay, well, now I'm just chilling. Yeah, and I'll get to the destination no matter what. Like, it feels like that's where Guma is in this game right now, as he's just able to coast through at this point with the lead that he has. And he's always going to be a late-game threat on this Senna. He's always been a great late-game Senna. He's played it so often in the past.
In every iteration of it as well. Was especially good when it was unlocking Carrier on the map to give him a whole bunch of extra golden experience and money. So Gen.G, they are fighting an uphill battle here. Different version of the Senna this time. It's certainly the same flavor as once again Kanavi shows up towards this bottom side. 100% kill contribution for the Trundle as well. And he has his Trinity Force done. Canyon trying to get some money out of Zeus here in this top lane. Let's see whether that's going to work out, as he will be able to just throw down the ulti first. The charm's going to get flashed, But I don't think Zeus is out of the woods just yet. Throws in the equalizer as Keen has to flash out of the way of the turret. He's the one that takes down the kill onto the Rumble, and Gen.G barely get out alive.
Yeah, but so much money's going over to Zeka. Like, I don't think this solves the problem. That's the only angle they really had on the map.
It solves one of the problems, but there are a lot more still available.
Yeah. I don't know how many plates have gone down that top turret. I think it's a bit of a race here for first brick. And I think it's going to be won by HLE, but I actually, nope, never mind.
Yeah,
it's Yorick.
You're going to be able to take it?
And so they do end up getting that one, which is really huge for them as well. This Yorick is that side lane threat we talked about now. I mean, he probably doesn't need help anymore.
Yeah, we are, like, if you're a Gen.G fan, you just require Keen to hard carry. That's kind of what this game is going to look like. Gen.G really do need to split the map as best they can. Trinity Force is now complete, and Canyon also has his first item. It's why they weren't fighting for Drakes or anything like that, because there's a Trinity Force compared to components on Gen.G's side, so they were never going to be winning any of those battles with Kanavi and Canyon involved.
It is very, very, very powerful, but, you know, it's 2 Drake lead here for Chemtech Soul, so Double Dragon, not necessarily the highest value, even though those individual stats will feel great, and Chemtech, a little healing for Senna.
Chemtech for HLE, like Senna Trundle? I think you're feeling pretty good.
Trundle actually is always feeling good about it, and also the Alistair with his ult running.
Yeah.
Gonna enjoy.
There's also Emilio on the other side, so I actually think that like the Chemtech value is kind of high.
It's not bad. It's,
This
you know
is
what,
not an Orc moment. You know, I feel like he's off the hook for this one.
Yeah, he's maybe doing us a service, in fact.
Indeed.
I hope he, eventually tunes into the game though, because like he missed a banger.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I assume he's watching.
Yeah, no, I assume as well. I want to lean into the little Ox sus Chemtech Soul thing that we always do. But,
yeah, it is important.
Right now, it's only 1,000 gold the advantage here for HLE, but it's what comes later into the game. And the ability that they have to avoid dragon fights if they don't like the look of it because of their 2-dragon lead. There's so many things that are in the pros column for HLE. The big wins for Gen.G is that even behind, their comp is really easy to execute with pick. You know, the charm follow-up to the Vi ultimate, the burst damage is there for Ruler. They're definitely still in this one.
Oh.
Delay is in this wall.
He is. He's going to have to press his R button.
Oh, the pillar!
There's a pillar inside the goalie wall?
Get him out!
Crazy. We're creating sculptures here on the Rift.
Kanavi's like, I know how to get that cow out, but the cow's not going to like it. Bunker down, Delight.
Yeah, just torch me. Yeah, it's one of those angles. All right, well, Gen.G now going to move back towards his top lane to try and defend this turret that is extremely healthy. Obviously, Keen having a pretty good time. Despite the one death, his turret is very, very safe.
The push in the bottom lane, which is shadowed by Canyon here, could lead to some plates going over to Chovy. There is a teleport here for Zeus, but if he TPs in, he's going to be in trouble. Look at Canyon just kind of camping this.
Yeah.
Zeus is wise to it, but
still, he's going to get the cease and desist down. Let's see whether Trophy can get in here with the damage. Absolutely he can, as the Dawning Shadow is unfortunately a little late.
It feels like the way...
in like the early afternoon or something like that.
Yeah. Maybe like, the next day. But like
the tomorrow Shadow.
I kind of feel like the way that Zeus checked that bush is like, I guess there's a chance. And then Canyon's like, yeah, and I am here, and now you're going to die. It's very peculiar.
Yeah, I guess he just thought that he'd probably be okay between 2 turrets. And honestly, I was kind of there with him. As Kanavi able to escape the goalie wall, but he will be able to get the smite off onto this crab. Ruler gets interrupted, now looking for an angle towards Goomer as in goes Canyon one more time. Delight gets the ult down, and now where's the Pulverize going to land? Onto 2, as now Chovy looking for the angle. There's an equalizer. Could be in a better position, but isn't too bad as Delight is the first to go down. Kanavi, though, is going ballistic in that backline, but does have to flash to get out of the way. Canyon is going to get roasted, though, but Keen going ballistic will get taken out, though, by Zeus. And Zeka now flashing on top of Chovy. He has to flash away. And Duro, oh no, this is not the adventure the Emilio was looking for, has to flash away himself. A 2-for-2 exchange in the end.
Yeah, it was looking like maybe Gen.G were going to run away with that fight and start to get back a ton of control, but ultimately it is a 2-for-2 trade. So notice that Zeka isn't here, and because he's Rise, he doesn't have teleport. He has Ghost, so he has to walk for so long before he can actually realm warp into the fight. Delight does his best to buy a lot of space here. There is no Vi ultimate critically. So Guma actually doesn't get Vi ulted because it's not available, and he pumps damage throughout this entire fight. Then the realm warp shows up. Ruler's forced to flash, so a lot of the damage is gone here for Gen.G. Then the chase down is real. Zeka also with his flash over the charm. Just cinematic.
Oh,
forces Chovy to flash in response, and Zeus did so much work. Picks up doubles, including that shutdown onto the Yorick. So Gen.G walked out with a gold lead at the end of that fight, but you can see now it's just straight up even. We look for the third dragon here. HLE have sole point if they can take this fight.
Well, they do have Guma walking from base. Can affect the fight in 6 seconds with the ulti. As Melio is in a lot of trouble. Duro's just going to get eaten. That is going to be Canyon locking down the dragon, but can they get themselves out of this pit? That's the question as Kanavi rotates over. He's spotted as Ruler. Yeah, you're not getting out of that pit as now the equalizer comes down. Canyon, he's pretty famous. He walks the red carpet to his demise. And it's Guma that snipes down the Vi in the end. Keen, not there. Just hanging out in this top lane. We'll be able to take down a bunch of minions. But
It's sole
HLE
point for-
launched themselves into a big lead.
Yeah, it's sole point for a massive gold lead here for HLE. The amount of gold they pick up on this win on top of their scaling elements here. I mean, look at Ryze's items, right? Like, he's not even really in the conversation for damage now, but he absolutely will be. But when you look at Senna, who's got Cleaver already at 17 minutes, and this Rumble that has 4 kills, you're like, I mean, I guess the Ryze will get there eventually, but he doesn't have to be the main character. Maybe he's just a realm warp bot, as unfortunately, you know, you lose your support. The rest of these champions kind of got some dashes, right? Like, oh, get over these walls. Ruler, unfortunately, not quite able to dash his way out.
Yeah, they spot Kanavi, and then Ruler's like, well, where am I supposed to go now?
And then the aim of the Dawning Shadow this time and the timing.
Oh, yeah.
Poignant there for Guma as he's able
Definitely.
to finish off the
That was first light on the third day, Wolf. That's what that was. That was gorgeous.
Yes.
I've just been referencing.
No, you've been doing great.
Zeka's going to get hit by a Q here. Keen doing a fair bit of work. Does land another one, and yeah, unfortunately cannot interrupt the realm warp. So
He's just a
Zeka will
realm
get
warp
safety.
guy right now. It's fine. He'll be relevant later.
Yep. Kanavi on the Rift Herald. As now Canyon just hunting, but Chovy not going to quite get there in time, and it will be the Rift Herald started up by Gen.G. Okay, so the Maiden and the Yorick getting some work done here in this bottom lane. They do manage to take down that outer turret, as this Rift Herald is likely just going to go back into the pit.
It's a really hard fight here for Gen.G, right? I mean, Toby he has 10 stacks of Dark Seal here, right? Like, he has 2 items. He is very powerful. They have to play through him in skirmishes. But if you don't hit your mark, like, Ruler is not going to be able to clean up the fight for you. Like, you basically need to win the fight instantly at this point as Gen.G, or you lose. And you need to kill a prio target, but there are 3 targets that do a lot of amount of damage. Well, 2, because Zeka isn't really doing it yet, but he will, given time, as he will be the prio target here.
Yeah, let's see whether the rest of the team can actually get there in time. That's the question, as the charm is going to connect. Dawning Shadow comes through yet again, as Chovy will be able to find it, but Zeus gets there in time, and Canyon is likely, oh, never mind, the flame spitter wears off, and now Chovy a little bit early on the dash, and he's straight into the equalizer. Duro is able to keep him alive, though, and Keen shows up, and he is an absolute menace. The flash in, and he just massacres Guma. And now Zeus is going to silence himself, and Delight doesn't, he just can't be in melee range, because Keen will just get all of his health back. Kanavi will show up, though, and I think that will be the end of this Yorick eventually, as Zeus will finally take him down.
All right, Canyon is maybe going to have to drop this Herald, as Ruler is pushing in mid. We'll grab 2 plates. It looks
Ruler
like
very happy to have some time.
Yeah, he's like, please, give me money. I want to hit the champions, but first I must hit the turret.
Yes.
And Herald is dropped by Canyon after that play top side. So this is a long play here, and I thought Zeka was going to get out because he's got Crushers, right? He's got the shield. He's got...
Oh. We had to come back for something. I'm
Yeah,
not entirely sure
something's
what it
happening.
was. There it is. It's Zeka dying again. Hit by a charm. Vi Ari. It's a pretty good combo, isn't it?
Yes, it is working pretty well. Not if you're Zeka. You're not enjoying it because you're still big in the hole here, and now significantly more so to this
Big
Ari.
in the hole or in the big hole?
Yes. You're
Both of them
deep
are
in the
true.
hole, I think is what I was looking for there.
But he's also in the big hole.
The height of the hole is big. Is it a height or is it depth? It's
Yorick has his shovel working at the bottom of the hole.
Yeah, he continues to dig.
He does.
And Zeka's going to get placed in it a third time. The game is now suddenly weirdly very playable for Gen G because the Fed Ari is just getting worked on. I think if Ruler's picking up these kills, you know, this feels amazing. Obviously involved in this one doesn't pick up the kill, but you start to spread that gold around a little bit. This Lucian is going to do great follow-up work. He already is on 2 items here.
Yeah.
Guma's working towards his 3rd. Scary thing is Guma also has 62 souls and will be shooting from a very far range away, and that's where, like, you can see it already here when you like zoom out. You're like, wow, it's gonna be hard to punish this guy.
And in game number 1, Gen G just kind of ignored Gumayushi the entire game and then lost to him in the last team fight. I don't think they can ignore him in this one. As Drake going to be up in 7 seconds time, but we have another pulverize here from Delight. He's put into the ghoulie wall as Keen looking to try and take him down. The Unbreakable Will is pretty good as Chovy just skirting the outskirts of this fight. Equalizer not doing a massive amount of work here as Ruler still at full health. But the rest of Gen G not looking so hot. Delight has to go back home though. This might be the angle for Gen G to look for this dragon and even out the scoreline there.
It's really hard to fight this with Guma having really no front line as
oh dear, actually interrupts fights. The charm cannot be sniped. And that will guarantee the dragon.
Sometimes Chovy just says, I'm taking this game but in my hands.
What did we say?
I'm taking it back.
The very beginning of the day, he needs to defend that POM ranking, man.
And he absolutely right now 100% is. See what happens the rest of the series as Duro is going to sacrifice himself.
Mega Cone. And, Piercing Darkness almost kills him. Duro still had Flash. Wow, that's some bravery. And HLE.
Speaking of bravery, I mean, they are holding this Baron as HLE show up.
Yeah, let's see. There is no equalizer, which is a big tool in this moment as Zeus looking to get into that backline. They find the charm, but it's not onto the target that they were looking for. It's now Chovy dashing around the battlefield. Zeus is going to die, and this Ari is picking up all of the resets. Dash down with the charm. It's going to go wide. Gumayushi's still at full health, and he needs to hit those Qs, Chovy. And Gen G are going to have to back away. Kanavi shows up. No Baron this time for the blue team.
At 2 for 2, but there's no Baron. Gen G wanted it so desperately, frankly needed it, as the gold lead, by the way, goes to 0 after this fight. It's how close this game is right now, but there are a lot of scaling elements.
As this time, Gen G will realize that Gumayushi is in the game.
Yes. This time, Delight doesn't have the cone to get him out of the hole, so he takes a lot of damage. And Chovy is able to follow up and do insane work in this follow-up fight. Canyon goes to the dragon.
This Ward did a whole lot of work.
He's just like, they're probably, you know, probably in there because I could see him and I'm going to kill him. And like,
they're not a mirage.
There has been a few weird bush things in this game. Yeah. Okay, this fight here, Guma does a ton of damage, and everyone else chases the smite button. Because like, if we can kill Cannon, they can't get this Baron, but ultimately the fight goes so weird.
Oh, that charm missing is crazy.
If he dies, they get the Baron, everything is great. Instead, dead even game.
Well, no Baron for either team this time around. 14-13 is the kill score, even on Drake's. What did we request? A game as close as the last one as Canyon moves forward. It's a great charm onto Delight. He gets fire kicked back as well.
It's a lot of
and has the ulti. That's on cooldown.
It's a lot of abilities used for his ulti, but they are going to be able to turn this into a potential Baron take here. And this time it looks like, you know, Zeus, he has teleport, but they're just going to give this up. And in fact, Gen G also stopped taking the Baron. They decide not to take it.
Yep, Crab is still there to provide vision for HLE, so it's a bit dangerous for Gen G to go for it, I guess.
Yeah, it was quite a tense situation all around. I think if you're Gen G in this situation, you know, you want to have one more proper team fight, or at least a proper pick. I love the build here for Zeka, by the way. You know, opting to buy, even though he's pretty low eco and pretty behind in this game, the arm guard, because you're playing into Ari Vi, and they've gotten you already 3 times. So just buy the defensive item, because you're not the main character in this game scaling-wise. You've got Guma, who is looking at his 3rd item. You have the extra damage that's pumping out of Zeus right now, and eventually you'll get that actualizer, but right now you just need to be safe. Right now you just need to not die to these combos, and you should be able to outscale. You should be able to win the longer game. So a safe buy there, even though it will significantly delay his build.
Yep, and does hit level 16 as well, 2 levels ahead of Chovy. In this moment, obviously Chovy about to ding level 15. Rod of Ages helping out really nicely here for the Rise to keep him in it. Let's have a look here at the money. 2,000 gold is the approximate lead for Gumayushi, who now has 3 items. Hex Optics feels fantastic.
It's such a Senna item. It is such a Senna item. It's also a Caitlyn item, you know? He likes to shoot far, and that's what he's doing. Wow.
Okay, so We'll see whether Gen G are going to sit up and notice, because I think as this game goes on, he's going to have a big target on his head as Delight gets charmed up here. There's the calling out once again.
I feel like I just watched this exact play happen moments ago, except
Yeah.
Delight didn't have to press his ult this time.
Thankfully, he does hold on to that one, but he's still going back home. We have some resets coming on through for HLE, as this outer turret is still standing somehow. Gumayusi stops his back, but I don't think he's going to be saving this. Crystalline Overgrowth built up. That
The
will
Vi-
be this turret going down.
The Vi Ahri is so powerful, so potent, and so threatening that even though the scaling is starting to really hit here, Guma can shoot from so far away. He has his flash available. HLE are just not messing around with trying to defend that turret. They're like, you know what? I think we're just going to play the long game. And we're just going to let this turret go. Yes, they have a dive comp. Getting that first turret is so valuable for Gen G because it allows them to flank more with this Vi and set up more stuff, but we think we're good. We think we're in a good spot here in this game, and we actually don't need to throw this game away trying to defend a turret and getting collapsed on and Vi ulted. Just let it go. Play for scaling. And this is quite a measured HLE. This is a different HLE. You know, this is what I'm saying. They're showing a lot of depth in this series.
They really are. And now soul points available for both teams. Drake's up in 12 seconds time. There's the pillar going down as Chovy chooses the dash cannon instead of the ult, and will be able to escape any danger. But HLE will move into the relative fog of war here.
Soul point fight for either team.
There is so much setup, though, for HLE. Now, finally, things are getting cleared out, but it is dangerous. The Maiden going to face check, and she is going to be taken out as Chovy looks for the angle, gets a nice charm, and the culling going to help out, taking out Zeus. He does get the equalizer in, but it's not a whole lot of value, and now Delight in amongst it, gets the pulverize onto 2. Ruler is delivered, but the charm again from Chovy as he dances around the fight, takes down Zeus, sorry, Zeka, and now Gumayusi being chased out by Keen. He brings down the shovel and will be able to deal with this center. It is a clean fight for Gen G as they wipe the floor with him, and they also secure the Dragon. There is Chemtech all over the place, and they'll use that to take down the Baron.
And perhaps the best thing of all is it looks like we're going to a third game here.
Oh, baby.
And Zeus here tries to get some value out of his equalizer. The placement here pretty good, but he just dies instantly. And then watch when they try to collapse into the rest of the fight. They push on to Delight, and Guma's trying to do a lot of damage, but ultimately has to flash left. And at this moment, he's like, well, I lived, but I can't do more. And the rest of the fight on the right side without his damage is just a wash, as this Rise is not going to be able to get it done alone this far behind. And so Guma, even though he lived, he now doesn't have flash. He wasn't able to turn that fight to second death of the series.
What the? 100% kill contribution, 9, 1, and 10!
Yep.
Okay, well, I guess he goes up to 900 points if they win this series. That's okay. Well,
I mean, I don't know
played
the
there,
last time
Chovy.
I've seen an Ahri carry performance like this with the game state, everything that we have to consider, but
And they still may not win, right? The gold lead is like 5K at almost 30 minutes into the game. It's considerable. They have soul point, but it's only a Chemtech ult. It's not the end of the world. They do have Baron now. They're going to have to use it to really drive home this game.
yeah, I think it's also about whether or not they can open the space right now. The Rise wave clear is so incredibly useful at just kind of stalling this out, buying time here. If they can get an inhibitor, feel much better about their chances of closing this game out. I mean, they are in a massive gold lead. This Ahri it could not be more fed.
Yeah, well, Kanavi going to be able to sidestep the charm, and let's see whether Chovy has to use the ult. He does, gets over the wall, deals with the traffic cone there as well. As now Delight going to have to get out of there. The charm is going to miss, has the ghost, so gets himself out of the way of that one. But in the meantime, Gen G will destroy the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane.
They cannot quite get the inhibitor. Would have been massive if they could.
Oh, Keen being so annoying at this stage of the game as well. As the game goes on, right, he's got 3 items now. This Yorick, it doesn't get better.
Yeah, no, he has Jack shows, so when you try to kill him, it takes so long that Gen G always gets something else. If you can kill him, that is. And, you know, in this situation, he just gets the turret as, you know, Gen G forced the play there, tried to look for the pick. And Chovy once again pillared.
Yeah, there's the charge up as they do get in on top of Kanavi. Dawning Shadow comes down though and they just kill him. Gen G were aware of this play, but they thought that they could outplay it. Now Canyon has to flash to get out of this one. Does have the Vault Breaker, and Keen is able to at least potentially save the Vi. Gets over the wall, Mega Cone, and he's out of there. But they've killed the Ahri. That has taken so much of the wind out of their sails as, oh, Ruler gets the pick onto Guma. Kanavi gets wiped out, and Ruler hadn't been doing anything all game long, and he may have just saved it back again for Gen G after they lost their hero. Oh man, that must have felt cathartic for the guy picked on all game.
What a just sudden way for this game to end. Like, it looked like maybe HLE had gotten something back there. Maybe it looked like they set the trap, and that was actually going to be them getting back control, and the wind was out of the sails of Gen G, and the scaling was just going to hit on the resets and respawns, but instead they just get their necks snapped by Hide on Bush.
Yep. And what, Chovy for Nexus is going to be the trade, I guess? And I mean, he had a bounty on him. Maybe it's close to worth it. It's more than 50 gold, but this should deliver us to 3 games. As Zeka does finally break that arm guard, so does Zeus, but he's in the ghoulie wall and in the death chamber thereafter as the Nexus is exposed. Decent pulverize there from Delight, but I don't think they're surviving this. And Gen G will deliver us to the full series as Chovy respawns, gets a Quadra, and takes over the game.
What a game from Chovy. I mean, this is why he is revered. This is why he has the church. Because
I was
in
gonna
games
say, I
like
feel
this, he says, no, we're behind. The game state is bad, but I'm ahead.
Yep.
And I'm going to do it. It's going to be me. I'm going to hit those charms. I'm going to find those targets. I'm going to go into the backline. I'm going to take... He basically ulted on cooldown this game. He was hunting and hunting and hunting for any pick. Any Alistair ults he could get. Everything that he saw, he took, and he brought them back.
And I feel like we haven't had that many reminders of how boring the conversation about Chovy being the best player in the world was. Yeah, and he's playing Ahri as well. This doesn't happen all that often on Ahri in general. But yeah, Chovy just had an absolute masterclass in that game. And that's what delivers us a 3rd one in this series. Oh my lord, we are just eating so good today, Wolf.
I am ready for that 3rd game. I need it right now. Well, we're gonna have to wait.
Yeah, we're gonna go to a short break, Wolf. Then we're gonna have the space. They're gonna break down that game 2. We can revel in how good that was. And then, you know what? Then we're gonna have that game number 3. And it's gonna be just as good as the first 2. I guarantee it. We'll see you there.
나 조냐만 있다.
럼블 나 이제 빼고 뺐고. 나 이거 자리 나랑 멀어서 하면 그냥 바로 다시 박아도 될 듯.
그냥 조식에만 생각해.
야 타부터 하자 이거. 나 라이트 보자. 나 공대 나 공대. 나 공대.
야, 둘 다 조냐 있어.
뭐야?
얘 나온다 이제 타워.
나이스.
타워 빡세게 쳐야 될 듯.
잡을 수 있을 것 같은데?
잡아보던가.
잡던가.
나이스.
다행이다. 나이스요.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Welcome back, everyone, as it was yet again another game that delivers. Gen G come out on top, and it was Chovy leading the charge on the Ari to force us to a game number 3. Digon here alongside Wadid and Yankos, and you got what you wanted, Yankos. It's all 3 games.
It is all 3 games, and it is Chovy who led us to 3 games. His Ari performance was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I kind of want to jump into the draft as well. I think his Ari play was good, but also I think HLE, the draft plan was just having the strong top side in 1 to 3, and then like just pick the leftover bot lanes in the 4 or 5. But I think in the pre-show we also mentioned about how important bot lane is to have the priority and then strong early game. And like Gen G had Lucian Milio is one of the iconic bot lane pick right now. It's one of the strongest, right? But I think Senna, even though I'm a big fan of Senna, like I don't think they had the enough power spike for the first skirmishes.
I'm a big Senna hater. I feel like when you play this champion, you often use that fair touch to apply Black Cleaver very quickly, but I feel like the champion loses private lane. Sure, yes, Kanavi had a great early game plan where they made all the trinket planning and the level 3 gang, and that put Senna ahead, and Guma was actually playing very well. But I feel like in teamfights, he was doing negative damage, especially to Yorick.
Yeah, well, let's dive into it. The early game here, not for Hanwha Life Esports, but for the side of Gen G, because the Ari really got going.
So again, for HLE, they picked strong top side 1 to 3, and they supposed to win out of it. But I think the fact that Chovy and Keen having a insane gameplay in the early game, that didn't work out for HLE.
And this is where it starts, right? This is one of the first plays. Chovy, this was all on Keen, I feel like. He 1v2'd, he really set it up. But then Chovy goes top lane, gets 2 kills and dive. And now look, Chovy bases top, instantly opens into bot lane because he does predict the dive from HLE. And Chovy is here to yet salvage another kill in favor of Gen G.
Yeah, he saves the bot lane, and like he's just making the play by himself. But again, like I think that was great trick by Canyon here. He cuts off Zeus once again. I think Zeus kind of knew that they can be here, but again, this is the power of the Ari Vi combo.
He even checked the brush, right? But just because Ari has 3 dashes, there's nothing he could do. And again, Gen G reading the tempo very well, Zeka being maybe too overconfident, and Chovy is where he's supposed to be. He gets another pick.
Yeah, and again, it shows why Chovy is just one of the greats of all time, because of his ability to read the map. We talk a lot about Chovy and getting the CS, the mechanics, but the recall into bot lane dive and then being there to consistently punish, this is what makes him so, so good. And then let's show off the hands here with our second highlight at the Drake fight here at 27 minutes.
Yeah, I think Zeus was thinking about like different direction in the team fight, but you're playing against Ari. You can't really do this. You're face checking against Ari, who has so much damage in the game. He was already so far ahead in the game, so you can literally one-shot and ruler, shooting the calling right there. Everything was just done.
But he had stopwatch and flash. Yet he didn't use anything, so Zeus just gets caught. Yes, we can praise Chovy here, but also a little bit of criticism towards Zeus. I'm not really sure if he buffered the ultimate a little bit too late, and because he was in the middle of ult animation, he couldn't stopwatch or flash, but that just completely loses the fight. As when Rumble dies, Senna has no damage to really kill the front line. Yorick runs in, and even though HLE is trying to fight before this, they absolutely cannot.
So again, back to our pre-show, we already like mentioned so many times about the bot lane. So I think you gotta pick your bot lane deal in first 3. Otherwise, you're getting like choked out on the 4 or 5. I think it's all about the winning the bot lane. I think the top side, you can just pick the tanks, you know. I think the Rumble priority is getting lower because of the Doran's Helm buff, and also Xanta and Sion being so much stronger than before. So right now, it's all about bot lane picks again. They gotta pick the bot lane and then win the bot lane, and then win the game through the Drake cycle. And that's just a simple game plan that you can have in this meta.
Well, like what you said, Sion's already been played, so K'Sante through the roofs. What other iconic bot lane duos are still left on up, right? The Ezreal Karma
Ash Seraphine?
still up there. Ash Seraphine still up there. So
Inara
we're gonna see a lot of
Lulu.
this.
As well. Like there's so
I feel
many.
like there's so many that are still
Yeah.
very strong in the bot lane, definitely. I think Junara Lulu, you could, I guess, play Nami Corki, even though it's not as popular right now. I feel like when you trim down the Enchanter champion pools, Nami becomes a champion.
So it's all about the draft plan around the bot lane, right? But I think for HLE, they have one more. So Ziggs Pike. I think Guma Yushi and Delight, they love to play AP and Pike on the bot lane. So I think this kind of ideas that they're having right now is going to go crazy, you know, because it's game 3, it's going to decide the series. And the right of the first selection, they decide the first pick by the HLE. So I'm wondering what's their plan for the draft here.
I don't know. Let's find out. I mean, you brought up Ziggs Pike. Duro's a pretty good Pike as well and has played it in very clutch moments throughout last year. It's going to lead to a very, very interesting draft, but ultimately, we're getting to watch some of the best players in the LCK do battle. So once draft is in, it'll be the battle of the hands as we go to a decisive game number 3.
All right, here we are, back for game number 3 in what has been possibly the best of 3 that we've had so far this year. And I say that with a bit of trepidation because I also watched T1 versus Gen G only a few weeks ago, and that was an incredible series. Let's see what happens in game number 3 because that could pull it back into best series of the year territory.
When you see a moment like this, a rare moment between Chovy and Coach Ryu there discussing the draft before it even happens, it really goes to show not only how much agency Chovy has, I think, moving into a draft like this after having an amazing game like that, but also that he clearly trusts the coaching staff as well.
Yep.
It's always a question we have.
I mean, Ryu has certainly done some mid laning in his life.
Yeah, I mean,
as we know.
it's always a question we have of like how much do the players really have impact on the draft, or do the coaches even have impact at all? And seeing a moment like this makes me feel like it's definitely a two-sided coin. As we move into this draft here, as mentioned, first pick for HLE, which was surprising to me considering you have Zeus and Zeka here. Counterpick can be quite strong, as well as grabbing the 2 champions for your bottom duo, where the space was kind of expecting that's going to be the focus in draft. Ash Seraphine was one of the lanes I don't think they actually mentioned because it's crazy that it's still available here in this third game, but that's a really strong opportunity here for Gen G to lock in both of those picks here on second pick, depending on what Kanavi grabs, because I imagine it's probably going to be a Kanavi pick first.
I could imagine that also.
Well, if he's going for Xin.
The
which
Ezreal
is up.
banned once again. Actually got it all the way through the last draft, but now the bot lane bans are really starting to set in, and I'm really interested in what's going to be played. I think the shout for the Ziggs Pike from the space is a really good one, because we could see some weird and wonderful stuff there towards the bottom side. I just really hope the priority on the Junara Lulu is low. I think that lane is just not that good, personally.
Hasn't been doing as well as it was a lot earlier on, but it is still a strong scaling pick. We'll see what happens as the Skarner is taken away from Canyon. I feel like that's a really cool pick given how deep we are in the jungle.
Orianna or Cassiopeia, one of them is getting through, or maybe
or both.
That's our mid lane matchup. And I think that if you're the Orianna, you're kind of okay with it. I think you outrange the Cassio decently well. You're not really too worried about Miasma. And Cassio's just going to be banned. So what is Chovy's answer to the Orianna?
He definitely has a plan. Maybe that's what he and Ryu were talking about.
They're going to need to make one.
Nocturne is also available. So consider the insane power that Hanwha Life Esports could have here.
Well, they better pick the Nocturne here.
But they don't have an Aurora to pair it with either. It's quite a peculiar situation, as they're going to take an early Canyon Lee Sin.
All right. Well, that is very dangerous because Nocturne is still a thing, Gen G.
And also, they're not getting a strong bottom duo here either. I'm really surprised by this pick because I don't think Hanwha Life Esports were planning on grabbing a Lee Sin here themselves, so he didn't really take anything away. Almost feels like Gen G just want more information, as the answer may be a Galio. Still a flexible pick here in this draft, but given the Rumble is already gone and the Aurora is already gone, probably not.
It hasn't been winning a whole lot, as Kanavi can play basically anything. I mean, Pantheon is also a decent combo with the Orianna.
Rek'Sai jungle, if he's into it.
I was going to say, like, Rek'Sai was Kanavi's original pick back when he debuted. but not really a jungler anymore. The Pantheon will be the decision, so leaving that Nocturne Orianna combo on the table. And what will Zeka be locking in? Likely for Zeus here, unless they want to get a Lulu or something like that. Still a lot of champions that can go alongside it available now.
If you want to go for a top pick, Renekton is the best bet with what's left. Okay. So they have a very strong top side here. A lot of mid-game power, a global threat to match the Galio. And Cassante, which we expected would be a high prio pick here in this final game, is looking like it's going to be the answer. Although
the keen 100% win rate Vayne, ignore all the times that he didn't play it this season.
Yeah, I don't personally. I'm not a big truster of Keen's Vayne, but
what do you mean? He hasn't lost on it, Wolf.
This year
this tournament.
In this tournament, he did lose to Zeus playing Vayne in the LCK Cup Finals very iconically. I will never forget the Bane cosplay by our analyst on the desk right now.
Hey, that was a long time ago. And losing to Broken Blade also a long time ago. As the Poppy going to be banned away here. Trying to deny.
That's true. I forgot about the Broken Blade game. I was like, which reference are you making? I thought you were talking about the other one.
Pick your poison, my friend.
Well,
there's a few.
They do have a lot of extra damage with this Vayne. And it is going to be a strong matchup for the Vayne early on in this game.
And it does actually continue to open the door for a weird bottom lane. And both teams now looking for bottom lane champions. That's a Poppy support ban coming on in here.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like the scaling, like you need scaling damage here as Gen G, but your draft can be quite fragile because there's so much mid-game power here in this Hanwha Life Esports draft, which feels very 2026 Hanwha, right? All in, aggressive.
Yep.
And
I think someone needs to ban Pyke. Otherwise, a team is going to play it. Like that is what's happening this game.
I mean, there's another world where they try to play for just more scaling AP, like a Mel in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to have the Pyke, although that's really common. I wonder what the plans would be. If we end up with like Genji playing Corki in this draft, I'd be very concerned. Well, they won't be because it's banned away.
Well, I think you lock Pyke and then play Mel or Ziggs. I think that's something that you could definitely do here if you are Gen G. Could be an awkward composition, but we'll see what Ruler wants to lock in here.
Just don't feel like there's a pick that fixes this draft here for me for Gen G. Like
they already have an AD carry.
Holes.
That's where my head is, right? And so you just can play around Keen in late game team fights, I guess. Let him do that consistent damage. We've seen Vaynes really go crazy in the later team fights, especially when piloted by Keen, as there is a Rakan lock-in for Duro. Okay, will that mean that Gumayushi's going to deny the Lovers duo? He could theoretically do that. Rakan Galio has been a pretty devastating combo in the past, but we haven't seen it so much recently.
I mean, he's not going to be able to play Xayah Rakan, which he was probably considering here. He could just play a scaling pick, like Aphelios or Jinx, and lock the Nautilus in response. They want to see what that AD carry is first, but they can't. I got trolled again by right at first selection. I don't know why that happened to me twice today. I'm just so caught up
Nautilus,
on hype.
Xayah could be the choice here. They could just do that.
I just feel like if you go for a scaling pick here, it solves the one thing that's missing in your comp, which is just sustained damage. And the Xayah will fit the bill there. So it almost felt like they chose the Rakan because they expected this, but the Xayah still comes through, and the Xayah is the larger issue.
Do we get Space Vayne? Because so many times when Xayah is picked, someone will pick Kai'Sa. That is just how it goes since 2017.
I mean, it's a pretty good angle for the Kai'Sa. I kind of forgot about it because it's been so fringe this year and very rarely picked up, but works out. Instead, they're looking for a potential Sivir scaling angle here. I'm just not 100% sold on this draft here for Gen G. There's a movement speed from the ult. It'll be very valuable for everyone. It's actually incredibly strong here in its own right in isolation. But the Sivir's going to take so long to be a late-game threat. Xayah will also take some time before she's the really scaling, powerful, scary, deadly Xayah that Guma always seems to end up getting to. but they have so many ways to set him up, so many ways to succeed. Like, the Nautilus makes this composition even more threatening, and maybe Guma just gets so many kills early because he's set up for success that it doesn't take as long.
Yeah, I'm just so scared of Kanavi in this game. I think so much of this comes down to Canyon and how well he can actually track this Pantheon in the early stages, because Kanavi has been so incredible for HLE so far this season that they're going to need to have a bell on him. Like, they just need to put a bell on him and hope that he's jangling really, really loud whenever he walks towards a lane. And then after level 6, he's not even going to need to do that.
I like how you envision this situation. Canyon's Lee Sin has been something that we've talked about for years. We have so many photoshops of Bald Canyon, Canyon with headband, Polar Bear with headband. Over the years, it is an iconic pick for him. Keen's Vein, not as well known. Chovi's a good Galio player, but like, this comp looks deadly here for HLE.
And Zeka has been so good on the Orianna as recently as like a day ago. Let's get onto the Rift, see how it goes for Game 3. All right, Hanwha fans, very, very loud here today. Zeka is going to take a little bit of damage from the Winds of War, but avoids the Sonic Wave. Therefore, the Orianna is going to be just fine. This will be a difficult lane for the Galio. Top lane will be a difficult lane for the Renekton.
And bottom lane will be a difficult lane for Delight and Guma if the dredge lines do not hit. Otherwise, they actually have a lot of power in this lane. They have the ward advantage here in the middle brush.
Yep, sustain advantage as well for the Rakan. The Gleaming Quills are going to be helping out there. This is actually really interesting because we haven't had to adjudicate like lanes like this for quite some time.
Yeah, what's up with these engage supports? Yeah, what's going on?
Would like going to find a minion there.
Yeah, see, you miss the hooks. Sometimes you lose your health.
They also lose their ward, unfortunately, as the Ricochet is doing some work, as Gen.G take control of this lane. We did expect that the Sivir Rakan should be a little bit more powerful at this stage, but Gumayusi is going to be extremely safe as this game goes on with that Featherstorm, and I think he's going to need to be, with Canyon searching for him, and Chovy ready to land on top. Obviously, this is not one of Chovy's most flashy picks, but definitely one of his most played.
The CC I mean, he did have that amazing taunt, iconically, when taunt was basically changed because of him. And when I look at this Xayah pick for Guma, I think more about Gumayushi's ability to play Xayah and position well and have great feather callbacks and how good he is at the champion, rather than I think about like, okay, is Xayah press R equals safe? Because like sometimes that's how you look at Xayah in drafts. But for me, for Guma, I'm like, oh, there's so much more to it than that in this game. Especially
it's more about securing Baron, let's be honest.
There you go. But there's so many CCs here that kind of persist and are difficult to deal with. Like, at least in Sonic Wave is very difficult to Xayah R because you just kind of wait and then you press it, right? Or a kick, very difficult to outplay. Taunts on the ground, the persisting hitbox of the Rakan ultimate, for example. But look at Guma. He's like really the only person playing Xayah. Perfect win rate, 3-0. Now, Hanwha have done a lot of winning, but they trusted him on it when no one else is playing this pick, and he's like, yeah, that's me. Trust me. I do it every time.
And it's looked pretty good thus far. It does also often give Delight the ability to play one of these engage supports, and he is going to be able to find the anchor here. As Duro once again just gets a Gleaming Quill, and that is going to nullify that exchange. Still, Guma able to get that W damage off quite nicely here, as he does pull back the feathers, but with the wave clear of the Sivir, and the fact that Gen.G just get access to the wave, there's no enchanter to push them out or anything like that, can certainly be a little bit dangerous here for HLE, and I don't think they'll ever really get lane control as Kanavi's coming down.
Well, this could be scary.
I've seen this before. As I think they've got an idea as to what's coming. As there's the grand entrance. Duro actually playing great keep away. Does absorb the anchor and then just battle dances over to Ruler. And with Canyon moving up, Gen.G have weathered the storm. They still hold on to a slight gold lead as well as, oh, that Q. I think it finished off a minion instead of doing anything else. So they do clear out this wave, and HLE's little ruse is not going to come true.
Yeah, they do get away. Really good play from Duro there to absorb the hits and then rejoin Ruler, utilizing his quick kit very well there. Now, we reset. Things are slightly in favor of Gen G right now because a large part of this is because of Keen's insane lead with the early game Vayne, where you are ranged and incredibly dominant. Went for the exhaust.
Yep.
And that is what you do, so the Renekton can't all in you. And sometimes you could just use it to kill the Renekton, depending on how much damage you get done. But Keen hasn't been able to get Zeus into a really threatening position because Zeus is respecting and dropping a lot of farm, as you can see here, just trying to get what he can. He's like, I'll get a few of those and be happy to just otherwise not interact with you.
Yep, and is actually staying very, very competitive on experience. In the meantime, Duro making his way over. The anchor is going to get dodged. Nice grand exit there from Duro. Oh no, it's the grand entrance, heroic entrance combo game.
Yeah,
isn't
it is the fun one.
It's great for play-by-play.
I
really love having the same name.
I had this inkling, Atlas, like, I don't know what, came over me, but I was like, I have a feeling.
Designed a Splatoon character?
Yeah, well, I have tried to do that in my spare time once or twice. Not really. I just wanted to run with your reference there.
Okay.
But I was like, this is Guma's most played champion, Xayah. Like, it feels like it has to be, right? It is. Just by one over Vara. 68 games. This will be a 69th game of Xayah. He has a 76.5%.
I'm really glad we got through the last game he played Xayah unscathed.
Yeah.
Very happy about that one. It's all right. The taunt going to come through onto Zeka here as Chovy actually laning very nicely now that he's got a few buttons and has an old Magic Mantle to try and deal with this. Because we know, like, this is the prime pick that HLE got by choosing first pick, right? It's the Orianna, and it's been very dangerous.
But so far, Chovy doing great in this laning phase. This bottom lane was very dangerous at times for Ruler and Duro, but they get out of it. Zeus is the one who's really having the hard time here, but now he's going to have some help, potentially.
Yeah, Kanavi doesn't quite have level 6 just yet, but we'll see whether Kane takes the bait. As there is a Lee Sin backing very close by, actually cancels it. And this is what we were saying. Put a bell on Kanavi. It looks like the bell's working. Yeah, as Canyon is shadowing him right now.
Kane also just very aware that there's no reason to do anything else. His whole job is to make it so Zeus can't kill the minions. He doesn't have to kill Zeus. He just can't let Zeus have the minions. He kills Zeus if Zeus tries to get the minions.
And Kanavi can't have level 6.
Yeah, he can't.
Canyon hits it himself and pulls the red buff into the brush as now King comes over, finds the Condemn Stun. There's the Silver Bolts as well.
Exhaust.
And the Exhaust is down. Zeka gonna have to flash to get over this wall, and now King could be in a little bit of trouble. Chovy, though, moving in. There's the heroic entrance, gets the knock-up onto Kanavi. The kickback from Canyon as the Shockwave comes in. Is it gonna be enough? And it is. Zeus locks down the Lee Sin. And now King trying to deal with this Crocodile, and it ain't gonna work. A double kill, but he will go down. And Chovy getting chased down. The Clockwork windup is working, and the flash needs to be used. 2 for 2 as both teams are on the board.
Yeah, really even exchange here between these as we have a fight down here on the bottom side as well, going the way of Gen G, but Guma gets his ult.
Yeah, let's see whether the Featherstorm is going to work out here. The flash forward from Gumayushi and goes backwards, but then lands on the grand entrance. Duro with the sick outplay, and Ruler going to get the passive. That's the double, and Gen G really turn it on its head and claim the lead.
The second Guma got his ultimate, you could see the angle where he's able to reverse his ult to go back on top, but he just gets outplayed, and then here, this initially looks like, oh, this is such a free win here for Gen G because Chovy can join with his ultimate, and Canyon is so much mobility, right? And so they play through Keen here. Kanavi is not able to actually burst him down, and there's a lot of damage here coming through, but then the Renekton is like, but I'm a Renekton, and I get a lot of heals, and I also do a lot of damage. You guys are standing in melee range of me. Zeus does eventually get taken out here, and the return play from Chovy, really nicely played by him, and Chovy will flash away. Down here, it's all about Guma's level 6, so you can see he's able to hit it off of this wave. And then once he does, he's like, I have an angle, as we do have a bit of a fight in live, but I don't know if it's going to eventuate. So once the second wave comes over, he hits level 6. We start the replay a bit early. And then as he's hitting it, Delight's like, I have this angle to hook.
I can't wait to watch Duro finding
Duro. So keep your eyes on Duro
grand entrance
when Guma gets level 6 here and goes for this. So hook comes through. Guma's like, I'm going to get behind him. Flash. And then Duro just predicts exactly where he's going to land and just says, nope. And then Ruler just does the extra damage there. It was just a beautiful play from Duro. The way I watched all of the beginning of that replay, it kept trolling me. I was like, he's going to hit 6 on this wave. Oh, it's the next wave. It's the next wave. But ultimately, that was the main moment there where Duro just says, I know where you come down.
Yeah, and I know when you come down as well. So Gumayusi does fall in this bottom lane, and now it's a 600 gold lead for Ruler. 2.2k actually for Gen G just in general, as Ruler's able to sidestep the anchor. Still, HLE, I think they've got a lot of tools as we move towards the mid-game. I don't think they need to be, you know, worrying about what they're going to say in the losers interview after the game just yet. But it is a great start here for Gen G. And it kind of needed to be, right, with this Vayne composition.
Absolutely.
Canyon's moving in, though, and there is no flash on Guma. Does have his ult back up now.
He has Ghost as well.
Yeah, spotted on this ward, but the double tap of the Boomerang Blade will just force him out of the lane. Dragon hasn't really been a thing that we've looked at so far. 3 grubs did go over to HLE earlier on. That's what we saw in the picture-in-picture.
Canyon with a pretty big farm lead over Kanavi has a large experience lead, which is what's being showcased there on that
item
graphic.
lead.
Yeah,
That's
now he
a
has
pretty good
Eclipse.
first item for the Lee Sin.
And this has been more popular recently. Going for this first instead of Thunder Sky, very powerful. A lot of explosive damage early in a comp like this where you want to try to snowball things. You have the scaling Sivir, right? But you do want to get to the mid-game where you can actually fight into Renekton, Pantheon, Orianna as fast as possible and set up those lanes for success, which he has done very successfully here, although Keen kind of did a lot of his early leading on his own. Now he no longer has a lead because of that scrap where Zeus picked up 2 kills. He's still a Vayne.
Even.
Yeah, it's actually the rare 0
Yeah.
there in the
It was
lead column.
0 for so long as well. Often we see it tick over to like 1 or 2 like very, very quickly, but stayed 0 for quite some time. Now it's going to be Zeus clearing out the wave. King going to have to catch it. And there is a Rakan up here spotting out what's going on.
Yeah, and
Others in
Chovy,
the area.
he has ult, so they need to be careful because he can join if they do try to go for that dive. He's not in position right now, though.
Justice Punch actually on top of Zeka here as Chovy gets to clean up the minion wave and do some harass damage. As HLE just moved 4 people into the top lane and look to try and get Gumayusi back into a good position. Flash down once again for Zeka as Ruler just having the best time ever here in this bottom lane as Grand Entrance is going to connect onto only Zeus. Duro able to get himself out of there with the Battle Dance as well as somehow that Sonic Wave missed onto Kanavi.
Ruler's gold lead is exploding while he gets free time with that turret in the bottom side, by the way. He is getting huge.
Not to mention the experience lead as well. Every wave is going just to him.
Yeah, he is starting to become a big, big problem. He's a full level up on Guma right now. And HLE just trying to pull the trigger.
Yeah, there's the flash quickness to come in. He charms up 3 people. Heroic Entrance comes down, but it's interrupted. Gumayusi now in so much trouble though as Keen takes him out. And now he gets to go ballistic. Double kill for the Vayne. Finds the other one as it's a triple for Keen. Zeka gets taken out as Canyon snipes him and Zeus has lost all of his friends and he just gets punched by a gargoyle. And look at Ruler just emoting by himself in the bottom lane.
Might have just been that ace emote coming through Atlas as they get the
4v5.
And like, look at the mini map right now. Ruler's pushing. My biggest issue is by the amazing charm here by Duro. My God, it's like everything goes incredibly well here for Gen G. Keen's doing massive damage. Then this taunt in the choke tri-brush is a triple.
Lord.
There's just like this could not have gone better for Gen G. But my issue with Hanwha sending 4 topside there was. It meant that Zeka couldn't join initially because there was a Lee Sin there in the mid lane, and Chovy had prio from that trade. Ruler's pushing bottom lane, so you're on a clock, and Chovy's always going to be able to ult to get to that top side fight. Didn't necessarily end up happening the way I thought it would, but they felt priced in because they were like, we're losing our bottom turret, we have to do something, but Gen G just outplayed them. So guess what? They lose their bottom turret, which is first brick, and get outplayed, and it's a 5,000 gold lead at 13 minutes, and this Sivir is 1.2k of that gold lead here at 13. Like, this game may just be done.
Oh, goodness me. Well, Gumayusi is going to get pushed back and doesn't have his Featherstorm, does have Flash. But he cannot lane against Keen. Keen is kind of a big deal right now on 3, 1, and 4 on the Vayne.
If he had some, I don't think Guma could even try to lane into him, but he's going to have some help here, some friends now.
Yeah, thankfully Delight does make his way up.
And Sivir, by the way, just looking for another turret. While all this is happening, so many resources given over to get Guma into a stable place in this game. Another plate goes over to the Sivir.
As Canyon spotted on a ward, but Gumayusi's still taking damage here. But this turret is starting to look worse for wear. HLE really did want to take that one down. As Guma does at least finish his quest. You can see Delight very, very close to finishing his as well. As Gen G, well and truly in the driver's seat. 5,000 gold, as you mentioned before.
I mean, Chovy's like, well, I'm not going bottom lane right now. I don't really have any reason to. There's no turret. I'm not going to push any further into the enemy territory where there's a Pantheon on the map. I'm instead just going to kind of see what I can do here, see if I can find anything to impact shadow both my mid and top lanes where 280 carries are farming. And Keena's just getting so much money here for free. This turret is totally safe. And finally, Zeus gets to the bottom lane, but like it doesn't matter anymore. Now Chovy's swapped over to the top side, and Keen's going to be able to go bottom. He has teleport now because Roll Quest, so...
All right, well, Canyon looking for an angle here. Let's see whether he finds it. There's the kick flash, and Zeka going to get taken down. Shockwave comes in and doesn't really do anything at all. There is the Canyon Lee Sin that we know and love.
Chovy doesn't have TP, but he will fairly soon here. They need to make something happen on this bottom side play, and they need to make it happen fast, or they're just going to get punished again. And this turret is so healthy. I mean, it's a bounty on this turret, but it's going to take so long, and Chovy's getting all of that top turret right now and can TP down for the defense. Like, it's checkmate Hanwha Life Esports. Like, Hanwha Life Esports can't do anything. There is no play here. There's just nothing they can do. They are literally checkmated in this situation on the map.
Well, there's a teleport that's going to come in from Zeka, as Kanavi moving over as well, does have the Skyfall that can be utilized.
And now Chovy is just like, well, now I'm in danger if I push further, so I'll just walk away, and we'll get the dragon on the other side of the map where I can also join with TP.
Not to mention, he's got just the most tanky build for his first item and shoes. So it's just never going to be a great thing, as there's the kick flash after the smite.
Smite slow, kick post flash, everything is clean about the safeguard approach. It's just fairly, he makes it look like it's basic as hell.
Yeah.
He stood there, but
I mean, we've seen the things that Canyon has done. If you've watched the recent LoL Esports video about the best Lee Sin plays of all time, we all knew what play number one was going to be when we loaded up that video. And Canyon, like, they missed even one of the best parts of the play, and it was still absurdly obvious that it was number one.
There's just too many of his greats. You know, we just can't let him have all the glory.
So Orcs and I were watching it, and we had this theory that they left it out on purpose to bait comments. Now, Keen is going to get CC'd. Kanavi is also in a little bit of trouble here as Ruler takes him down. Keen lasted a lot longer than I was expecting, but it's actually Gumayushi that locks down that kill. Chovy turns up here in this bottom lane and then walks away.
Chovy basically just showing up here to make sure that Ruler can keep pushing mid, I guess.
Yeah, no, he's like, I need to take his body. So he's allowed to go past, but isn't actually able to affect the play.
Well, you know, you said it to me. I don't know if you said it to me on broadcast or not, but we can talk about what if it wasn't. You said,
okay,
even if this third game is complete wash, this might go down as one of the best series of the year. Yeah. This third game is a complete wash, Atlas.
Yeah, so we're going to have to like maybe debate whether or not this is the best series, but it has been some pretty good gameplay by Gen G in this early game. As another one from Canyon, just going to be safeguarding over to get the perfect angle, and it just feels pretty nice watching Canyon play this champion. Mustn't feel very good for Kanavi, who just had a brilliant game on the Lee Sin himself.
Keen buys so much time here, and that's why Chovy is able to show up here and then prevent them from following as
oh dear.
I mean, look.
Imagine like thinking like about playing the game without like summoner spells or a feather storm.
Yeah.
Gumayushi had absolutely zero options there. As at least Kanavi has a health bar and an Aegis, and that is going to keep him alive.
I think that this game isn't about any particular necessarily failings of any HLE players. It's just the lead here has snowballed so incredibly well. I think the four-man top play was absolutely not it.
Yeah,
and
I think that is lost in the game, and sometimes you make one mistake against Gen G, and the game is kind of
I mean, there were some
over.
small things that, you know, they could have done better. Like, Zeka could have played safer in the mid lane when he got safeguard, flash kicked, like, but who's counting, right? But if you have if you put the zoom in on, like, Guma's flash outplay attempt, and you're like, this is why they lost the game, is because Guma went for that. Or like, this is why they lost the game, because Guma was away from his turn. I'm like, no, guys, I mean, this is not the
I think they lost the game because they lost a 4v5 when Gen G didn't have their AD carry that was taking a turret by himself in the bottom lane.
I don't think I'll see that comment in the postgame.
And said AD carry is now 4-0-0 on Sivir.
IE at 18 minutes?
Okay, well, I'm feeling a little worried about HLE's chances. Let's see whether Chovy feels worried about his chances here, as Canyon, thanks to the Ocean Rift, is able to keep himself out of sight. does throw in that Sonic Wave. Is Kanavi
Genji might eventually decide to let this turret go. It might be time. Much as I recently threw out a lot of cables recently myself, like it's sometimes you're like, I really was attached to that turret. So it's where we won the big thing that won the game. It was like a really big moment for me. I don't want to let it, no, just don't be a hoarder, Genji, just let it go.
Yeah, bounties come in, and honestly, they've released better HDMIs, Wolf. Like, you don't need to hoard them. Like, just get the 2.1 or whatever it is.
That old, like, knockoff AV cable I had, I don't need that. No, I don't.
DVI is a thing of the past.
I just, I threw away some DVI to display converter cables.
Oh, no.
But what if I need that? No,
yeah, what if you need to make that VGA monitor work again like you had in primary school?
I'd have to open up, like, Coupang and spend 2,500 won. I better save that.
Just for some translation, ladies and gentlemen, that is about $2. It's not very much.
Yeah. Also, the cable had a lot of dust on it, It was
Or
kind
for the
of...
British, maybe it's like £1.50. I don't know.
How much yen is that?
No idea.
How about, like, how much in Zimbabwe does that go for?
If there are any Zimbabweans watching, please let us know what the currency conversion
What
might
about,
be.
like, South African dollars?
Also not sure, as it turns out.
What about yuan? It could have been a lot of value somewhere.
That one I can almost translate, but from Korean to won is like, that's hard.
Okay.
I used to be able to do it. It was about 6 times the Australian dollar back in 2010. Yeah.
It turns out that for keeping my room tidy, it was worth a lot to throw them away. And Genji threw that turret away, and they didn't throw the game away with it.
They have not just yet, as HLE. They are looking to try and deny Soul Point. And they have positional advantage here, but there are wards sneakily hidden around this pit. And so Genji do know what's going on. Duro in a weird flank angle looking for Zeus as the Strybreaker does go wide. Canyon looking to try and get himself in there, and he steals away the dragon! The grand entrance is so good as the quickness charms them all up, and the kick! Oh, Canyon, you absolute gem! As Genji will slam their wallets down and really solidify their win here in Game 3.
And sometimes, when the Lee Sin gets locked, I question it. I go, I don't know what this plan is, Genji. I'm not 100% sure about this draft. But when Canyon's playing it, you just have to wait and see. And we did, and we saw. Lee Sin can't see, but he can smite this dragon. And he is having an amazing game. Definitely making the POM conversation a little bit murkier after Chovy's amazing RA game. I'm still going to vote for Chovy, I'm not going to lie. But insane performance here on this Lee Sin. But they have such a lead. But it's like they didn't need to steal the dragon and also demolish them in the team fight and also like clown on them as well, but like they did.
Yeah.
And
yeah, this is like the 15-year-old competing in the 7-year-old race and then celebrating a whole lot at the end.
like,
you don't need to do that.
If he didn't get the dragon, we could have at least been like, Hanwha got the dragon, but was it worth it? And have a conversation. We can't even have that conversation. They didn't even get the dragon. They didn't get anything.
This is looking very, very rough, as Kanavi is still Pantheon, so at least he's not going to get picked here, as Delight doesn't quite find the anchor. But HLE are just circling the drain. I was going to say slowly circling the drain, but it's actually starting to up the pace right now. And I don't want to say this as like, it's not any indication of HLE not being a great team here in the LCK, but what are you supposed to do now?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
it's a 9,000 gold lead at 22 minutes.
Checkmate, man.
Yeah, they're into a Vayne that's 5-2-6. This Lee Sin is absolutely berserk right now. Chovy hasn't died, and Ruler is on 3 items, and he's Sivir.
You know when you reach checkmate in chess, like that's the end of the game, you don't actually take the king.
Yeah, that's...
But in League of Legends, you actually have to take the king.
Yeah,
so.
you don't really do the conceit.
And for some reason, like, Hanwha won't make the last move. Because Genji are like, please let me take the king.
They technically have time left on the clock.
True.
All right, well... HLE going to do what they can, and obviously there is always the opportunity for a mistake to be capitalized on. It is never over till it's over. This is a tenacious team, but I just don't know whether there are very many inroads outside of colossal Genji failure. But they've just been playing so well. I think Duro as well, as far as that conversation for POM, my God, his Rakan has been just insane.
Like that play from Guma was almost like one of the coolest moments you could see in his Xayah lane, right? But he just gets shut down. That top side play was a disaster, and this Vayne got online so early. The Sivir was untouched and uncontested. So many things went wrong for HLE this game. They just didn't even get to play League of Legends.
Well, now on the hunt, going to get popped, and that is just a broken inhibitor turret. Gumayushi taking so much damage as Keen just tumbles away from the anchor. Kanavi trying to deal with this push in the mid lane as well as Chovy and Canyon getting some work done. Canyon hits a Q, doesn't go back in, and they'll take the inhibitor. Zeka looking for a little bit of an orb. That is a really beautiful little animation.
This is we're getting to the Willy Wonka. You know, I pull this one out every now and then where he's yelling, "You lose, you get nothing, Pacer." You know, like that's how I'm feeling when I'm watching Zeka try to get something, and then Gene Wilder is telling him that he's not.
I thought you were going to talk about Augustus Gloop eating the microphone.
Oh, yeah.
That moment, like whenever anyone mentions Willy Wonka, that's all I think about. I'm like, wow, what an iconic scene. Just sort of stands there and eats the microphone.
Well, it's quite topical because we are getting close to talking about those golden tickets to MSI, and Gen.G with this win here definitely still firmly in the conversation of being one of our 2 teams to go, right? KT is still like hanging on, right, as being one of those, like, bro, still maybe, you know, but ultimately, we have 3 teams we're really thinking are the true contesters. And Gen.G are demolishing our #1 team here in the LCK right now in this final game.
And you know what's fantastic? We have already like 3 teams qualify for EWC as well, and they have all been involved in the 2 best of 3s that we've had so far in the LCK.
Yes.
So we will be able to watch even more of these 3 squads, including T1, as now the engage onto Chovy as the double taunt does come in. Delight is going to go down, and there's a kickback onto Guma. He does get the Featherstorm, but Duro obviously CCs the whole team, and that is going to be curtains for HLE. Zeus takes a little while to kill, but now the victory march comes in, and Gen.G, they secure the ace, and they'll secure revenge here the second time they face off against HLE.
HLE's first place spot being challenged here by Gen.G in a big way in what was a phenomenal series, but unfortunately for HLE, a very weak final game where Gen.G just stomp all over them.
And it feels like the fatigue finally set in.
Yeah.
Right? And we do have to go back to the thing that we mentioned earlier on. This is the 4th day in a row that HLE have competed on stage. And that is brutal. You know, that schedule is really, really hard. And the first 2 games, absolutely phenomenal. And it felt like something broke in game number 3. But Gen.G, they're the team that broke in the 3rd game against T1 in that amazing best of 3 earlier on. Vayne still undefeated, is Keen on Vayne.
Gen.G just pushed Guma into an uncomfortable position. They wanted to try to punish the Vayne on the top side. And they made a very aggressive call, and Gen.G already had all the pieces in place to respond and counter it. And that's what this game was all about for me in the 3rd one. Like, games 1 and 2 were a lot about clutch plays, about, in game 1, like, who was going to make the right choice in a very even game state in the Supreme late game. Gen.G kind of messed it up there. In the end, Ruler got caught a few times. Final Life were victorious, but then in game 2, Chovy took the game into his hands and said, I'm going to bring us back. I'm bringing us to 3. And it was a very back and forth in that 2nd game where Gen.G had to really fight their way back and earn it. But game 3 was just Gen.G winning straight up early and blasting them in that 4v5, getting the ace, getting the Sivir ahead, and there just wasn't any game left to play after that for HLE.
There certainly wasn't, and it just shows just how punishing it is to lose a 4v5, especially that early in the game, and especially against one of the best teams in the world. You just don't really find too much of an angle there, as watching Canyon on Lee Sin, always an absolute joy, even though he did die in this particular moment, and this was a pretty good beginning for HLE, even though it was a 2 for 2.
The Lights outplay here. This is the real, like, big win for Gen.G. Oh my god, I'll watch it 7 more times and it won't get old.
Nope. I want POG back, man, because then we can give Chovy his POG and Duro his POG, you know?
Canyon deserves a shout as well in this game, to be fair, but
absolutely.
This fight here, they just weren't set up. Zeka's late, obviously, coming in because he doesn't have a Galio ult. This taunt.
Oh my goodness.
And look at Ruler's Knight. He's just getting money. He's getting money.
And they've got their like backup AD carry anyway, who just picks up a triple kill in the top lane. And in the meantime, I think Ruler gets even more money by taking down an entire turret by himself. It's just kind of ridiculous. And from that point on, the game is over.
Yeah. It's first brick as well he gets, which is, I mean, there's just layers on layers of how this goes poorly. Canyon, man, he just, in this game, he was like, and get out!
Yeah. The Sivir ricochet damage is just so revolting.
나 이거 앞에 나오는 거.
자야 살짝
You know, when you play StarCraft Brood War, like, on the Korean server, it's considered rude if you don't actually resign. Like,
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
leave the
yeah.
game, and it was very common to ask, like, can you please leave?
I'm not going to
if they don't
search for
leave?
that last pylon, you idiot.
Yeah, it's quite common to ask the person to leave, rudely or politely, here on the Korean server, and it felt like that was Canyon's way of doing it here in League of Legends. So yeah, this is a dominant win. Ruler does 28,000 damage, and the rest of HLE were trying to get to a point in the game where they could hit the champions.
Yeah, and they didn't quite manage to do that. This was an absolute shellacking.
Guma's first loss on the Xayah this season as well.
Fair few first losses. Azeka, I don't think, had lost a game on the Orianna as well. It was a very coveted pick. I think, actually, Chovy picking the Galio into it was somewhat suspect. You can see 4-0-13 on the champion, and he picks up this POM because of the Ahri.
Yeah, the Ahri game,
Gentlemen,
if he doesn't play that well, we don't even have a game 3. That's why I voted for him. Because for me, I was like, this was such a carry performance, and he won the game and brought us to a winnable series because of it. He does separate himself further now over Zeka at 800 to 600. We've had a few seasons in the past where like Canyon had this many points, but I don't know. We might be setting a record here for the first split here in 2026.
yeah, and for the amount of POM/POG like titles won by a single player, I think Chovy probably has the most, and it's probably not even close. Like it's ridiculous how much this guy brings his teams to victories over and over again. I want to say as well, like his Annie laning phase was kind of amazing against Zeka in game number 1, even though they weren't able to take the victory ultimately in the end. Just a really good day for Chovy, who was, I mean, it hasn't been his greatest year so far, I don't think. And looking really, really good. And this is exactly when he needs to, right? On the eve of MSI, EWC, all of these mid-year tournaments. It's a great time to start performing.
It really is, and Genji and T1 have both been ramping up slowly. Hanwha Life has always been at the top, and now there are so many challengers coming for first place, coming for that first seed. No longer is it a comfortable spot to be in as Hanwha Life.
Yeah, and obviously they're still going to be an absolute favorite moving into MSI as well. Genji looking very, very scary, but there are 2 spots going into that tournament, so we'll see who is going to be able to claim it. As it is now time to have a little bit of a chat with Chovy. Let's throw it over to him.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Genji with that 2-1 victory. Congratulations. Thank you. After securing your 13th win, you claimed the sole position of second place, and it looks like you're leading the POM standings with 800 points. How do you feel? You know, getting a lot of POMs is something that I've actually done a lot in my professional career, and that just means that I've been winning a lot, which feels amazing. And what a legendary battle, and a lot of fans were having a blast, and I was also hooked watching it too. So what was it playing like in it? I think it was just a lot of mind games and just planning ahead of time and setting up. So yeah, it was a lot of fun playing. With it being a match between top teams, there was so much anticipation today. And if HLE won today, they would have locked in first place. So I'm sure you guys wanted to deny them. So what was the focus on today? We didn't really care much about the standing. It was just about being able to play with the best performance. That was the crucial part. So we just wanted to focus on just playing well. Honestly, personally in game 2, I didn't actually hit too many charms, so I felt a little disappointed. Actually, in game 2, we thought your Ahri charmed everyone, and your DPM was 1326. You absolutely carried. Is it just because that it is you that you're able to carry? You know, the enemy team didn't really have a lot of hard CC, so I just felt like, you know, if our bot side and you know, if I were able to scale well early, we would be able to win. So HLE actually went for a pretty team fight-oriented comp. So with Ahri Vi comp, it might have been a little tricky. So how did you feel about the comp? I think if we were to go in to their team head on because of the Trundle and Alistar. Honestly, they're really tanky, so it would be really difficult. But I think the way that we were able to flank and just cut someone off, that was what really ended up giving us the win today. And then before Game 3, we saw Coach Ryu and you having a pretty in-depth discussion. So what did you guys cover? I think during the draft, we were just talking about, if we ban, the enemy might actually want to take this, and just talking about the mid matchup. We were just talking about the comp in general. And in Game 3, Genji actually let Orianna, the OP pick, through. Then you went for the Galio and Lee Sin, so did you feel like you can deal with the Orianna? It just felt like the enemy wanted to take Lee Sin, and we just didn't want to let them get him. And for mid, I think it's just between letting Orianna or Casio through, and I just felt like Orianna would be easier to deal with between the two. And we just saw how oppressive your top mid players were today. And actually, it's Keen's birthday tomorrow, and a lot of fan signs saying happy birthday, Keen. So would you like to take this moment to say happy birthday? You know, if Keen would have shared his birthday with the rest of the team, I would have prepared a gift for you. But, you know, I couldn't do that. But happy birthday. Maybe you can do that for him tomorrow. You can prepare something tomorrow. I mean, we have to focus on our next match. So, you know, regretfully, I'm sure he'll be able to be satisfied with the fans' love. And depending on how you do in the rest of the round, Genji still has a chance to take first place. So what is your mindset against Hanjin Brian? You know, for the last match, we will prepare well to make sure that we can win. And that is all from Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear XDD. Yeah.
As is a victory for Genji. They get the job done in dominant fashion. A couple of mistakes there by Hanwha Life Esports. Very, very punished by Genji. And that's what they need to do if they want to get that #1 spot. And it was Chovy leading the way here, getting the palm vote from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a little bit of draft gap, I would say, because I think the game 2, the Senna and Alista didn't work out that well. And also the game 3, I think they tried out something like into the top lane, like blind pick and Renekton, but obviously we all know Keen can play the counter pick, and I think that was crucial. Yeah, 12 out of 13, 1 top vote.
I think the top vote is deserved, actually.
I think it's based.
No, but Keen had great games, right?
Yeah.
I think, especially in the Yorick game, I feel like he was a big part of why Chovy even got first in the first place, so makes sense.
I mean, our analyst #2.
I mean, I also kind of like was expecting Canyon or Duro votes as well. But yeah, I guess Chovy may be today's POM, but shout out to Mother Keen for...
What is Mother Keen?
So it's like whenever Yorick's wife? No. This is like Korean culture. The Korean culture, in Korean culture...
Shout out to Mother Keen, you know, for making sure Keen is there.
No.
You know?
No. It's like whenever like you take care about your team, you know? Like you appreciate mother, like mom, you know. So
There,
it's
look,
like
Go just provided the context.
Chovy, a carry performance so insane, even Keen, who raised him, can't sit still. What is that supposed to mean? Like, can't sit still, like, oh my god, yeah, it's so good.
Chat, bro doesn't get it. Bro doesn't get it. He's confused. Can we look at that confused face right there?
I mean, I guess, you know, you need more time in Korea.
Fine, I understand. And this is easy to understand. That looked like more than 100 points POM, point difference, which essentially means that before this game, it was only 100 points diff, and Chovy played like it was 1,000 points diff between him and Zeka.
Yeah.
So we had this question asked before the game, and well, I thought that it's gonna be, we all thought actually that it's gonna be HLE winning, and Zeka potentially stepping up and winning the POM vote, but no, it was Chovy who carried his team to yet another win.
Maybe I just underestimate the power of Chovy. You know, I think we all know that what Chovy can do. Give Orianna, play Galio. Not many mid laners can deal with this. I think that was the main point for the game 3. Even though his Ari performance was phenomenal game 2, I think the game 3, again, it's all about the draft. He gives up the Orianna, plays Galio into it. He throw the idea that like it's better to play Galio into Orianna more than a Cassiopeia matchup.
Yep.
So I think that showed up the idea, the 200 IQ of Chovy.
Yeah, good little bit of learning there for the future teams that play against Gen G. Oh, you need me? Don't worry. I'll take care of it.
I like that. It's very easy. You can clearly see how good Chovy played really, right? And whenever he needs to be the backbone of the team, he will be one. Chovy maybe today's POM, but shout out to
You still cannot get it.
What?
You still cannot get it.
It's the same thing!
Yeah,
we haven't seen this already!
Yeah, I mean, like she pulled it off because like you might think this is not the one though. Like it's not the clear enough that you can understand, right? Like it's
Okay, but I get it. Guys, Chovy is really good.
I mean, it's like
But Keen is also very good.
yeah.
And shout out that Keen exists. I mean, I know, that's how I understand it. Like, shout out to Keen.
yeah.
He got Punted for the first time, everyone. If you want to beat Gen G, you need to go through the CK duo.
CK.
CK duo.
CKD.
I've
Because
never
their name's
seen the
Chovy and Keen. I just wasn't sure if you got that one. Ankos, you know, like it can. It's a little.
Hey,
Yeah.
now I feel like we went from like me not understanding like a cheesy quote to me just being completely
Uncle.
Popstar Ari and Edgy's frame Galio. He's got a great taste for skins.
Well, I don't agree with this. I need Onsen Ari. I mean the what do you mean? The hot spring Ari. Yes. That's the better one. Also, the Faker Ari.
The Faker Ari.
Yeah.
I do like the Galio skin. I think it makes him look very mecha, very cool, very epic. The Ari skin could be better.
Yeah. If you're wondering about the
Dang.
Ari skin, you gotta check the new content.
Yeah, check out LCK Feud if you haven't already, where G-Sun and Wadid tried to guess your favorite Ari skins. Pretty good. As we take a look at the standings, pretty good. Is Gen G as well. They're pretty good at the game. They stop Hanwha Life Esports from automatically securing that #1 seed, and now have thrown that top 4 into chaos because all of them can catch Hanwha potentially, and be in that first, second spot. Remember, first and second for Road to MSI will have a 1 series playoff there for that first seed at MSI. So you want to be first or second.
Yeah, Gen G overall, great gaming. But for HLE, I think they cooked a little bit in terms of the draft. And also, they are still having an issue where when they're far behind in the early game, they just fall off too easily. Like we saw, they were doing 4v5 on the top side, and they still managed to lose the game out of it. And yeah, that felt really bad. But yeah, again, Gen G bounced back after that tough game 1. Looking pretty good, right?
I'm personally looking forward to T1 as well, right? At this point, T1 KT tomorrow, because that is gonna kind of curve how top 4 is gonna look like. T1 now needs to absolutely win and smash KT tomorrow in a 2-0 fashion to be above Gen G, which is not gonna be easy, because as much as we know, currently HLE lost to both KT and now Gen G. So, well, maybe KT is gonna step up.
Yeah, it's going to be a race to the finish for those final spots at Road to MSI. Speaking of that, this is basically an eliminator game for that 6th spot. It's KRX versus Kiwoom DRX. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you after the break.
오늘 나는 다시 태어난다. 개막전이라 생각하는 게 되게 중요할 것 같거든요.
그래서 지금 무조건 이겨야 되는 게 BFX 같습니다. 위기를 어떻게 넘기느냐 그런 부분에서 또 한 번 자연이 해주네요.
여기서 한 발 더 나아가지 않는다면 사실 루즈체임의 싸움 쉽지 않을 수도 있습니다.
페이스기 승이 아직도 정말 중요합니다.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
DT now, can they put the nail in the coffin? As they get the knockback there, they have so much follow-up in terms of CC. Fenrir going to be hit by the Tempered Fate, but in goes Perfect. He says, get down, Mr. Fenrir, I'll protect you. As they take down Diablo, and that's all they had to do. And Perfect's just, he's 1v4 underneath the tank, so the Nexus turret doesn't care at all. As BDD with a double knockback, beautiful stuff. Blast for the Kale. It's not even really going to do much, and they can't even chew through the Kasate. They can't even get through the first part of dealing with this team fight. And, okay, here we go, Sponge. He's got the lineup, they're all against the wall, and Sponge locks him down. And Cuz is like, well, maybe I get it. No, you don't. And he doesn't get a kill. Fenrir, no!
Jay, this is very dangerous. Toby trying to get rid of some of the vision here. He does have teleport. He does have flash. He also has dash cannon. The arrow is just going to get eaten by the Jace. And they catch the flanker while he's flanking. Oh, the arrow finds a gorgeous encore. And BDD just has to get out of there. The petrifying gaze scares no one. And now it's Keen going ballistic in the backline. BDD goes golden. But teases death. And it's Toby that puts him down.
Shroud Barrage doesn't do a whole lot. Maybe a little bit of damage to Shiver. Smash is just going to heal that one up.
They don't know.
Try to do a bunch of damage to this ult. This time for career is big. And now the lineup on a Teddy. He tries to get away, but the follow from Lucid is big. And that's exactly what they were looking for. They
얘들아 가자.
just going to drop it down. I mean, Raptor no pressing guards. Clear's trying to heal for the team as Team goes in with the Realm Warp as Zeka wants to put him out of his misery. Will be able to do so. Lights up too! Zeka, the hero of the fight, as this should be an HLE victory. The TP immediately comes in.
젠지와 T1의 경기가 여러분들 기다리고 있어요.
그 어느 때보다 뜨거운 세러데이 쇼다운이라고 많은 분들이 기대하고 계셨고요. 소문난 잔치에는 먹을 게 많습니다.
지금부터 만나보시죠.
야, 나 걸쇠방으로 나갈게 이거. 원딜 탑만 노플.
먼저 건드려 넣을게.
쉴드 깔게. 쉴드가 갔다. 소파하면 되네. 계속 깔린다 이거. 바로 한번 써야겠다. 하네. 또 볼게 이거.
야, 역으로 봐야 돼 이거.
천천히.
일단 용 치면서 봐야겠다, 나 계속.
에이 노플이야. 얘네 용 치고 있어. 용 먹으면서 천천히. 나 더블 되거든. 이거. 야, 애니비야. 확인. 나가자. 오공공공공공공공. 오. 왜 좋아.
끝에 나왔어.
리신 녹음. 나 리신 먹게. sorry. 나 맞았네. 50 사이언 없지. 바로는 안 나가겠다.
아래쪽 이번에 깊게 들어가 본다 정글.
오케이.
그래서 캐틀 강 나오면 캐틀도 볼 거야.
캐틀펠 있어요.
야 이거 되냐? 가자.
간거 같긴 해. 나 마지막에?
오긴 했는데.
나이스.
더 갈만한가?
발언으로 전개 나올 것 같아.
그래, 실망했다.
막자 이거. 야 앞에 나가 있을게 이거 나.
천천히 기다려.
이거 야 태각 이거 천천히. 시각을 봐야 돼.
싸움 얘네.
빼면서.
이번에 가자.
야 럭스 볼게. 나 죽었다. 그냥 위에 살 생각해.
여기 계속 봐도 돼 이거.
나
W 쳐. 애니 봐봐.
에이비야 노플이야.
쟤 노플이야.
나 물리긴 했는데 안 좋아.
오른 볼게 한번 우리.
애니비아 잡은 거 같아.
나 이거 리신 쫓아갈게.
애니비아 잡았어.
나 바텀에 얼굴 보이고.
얘네 펠 다 돌았고요.
탑에 뒤텔 되니까 그거 생각하면서 쌍각 줘도 돼.
야, 이번에 애니비아 한번 봐도 되나?
봐도 될 듯.
봐도 돼.
하게.
야 캐틀 아래쪽에 나 정면 쭉 들어가자 이거. 탑대. 천천히 가죠. 탑대.
우리 밑에 삼볼 수 있나?
미드 쪽 가야 될 것 같은데? 미드 쪽 가봐. 나탑 괜찮아. 시간 많이 끌어.
미드 빼.
여기 뺄게.
미드 쭉 빼. 우리 애니비아 잡을 거야.
나
애니비아 잡을 거야.
괜찮아.
쭉 빼.
사이언 쪽 봐야 할 듯.
사줄만 더?
싸요.
나 살짝 봐줄 수 있나?
네. 우리 사이언은 잘만 해요.
탑은 나 죽었어. 나 죽었어. 바로 그대로 갈만하지 않아 이거?
나 그냥 바로 뛰어볼게.
마크는 안 되고 그냥
앞에
싸움으로
나가.
밀어내고 이제 천천히.
오른부터.
오른부터 볼게. 나 괜찮아.
애니 털.
바로.
바로.
싸우면서. 이런 좀 이거 뒤워서. 애니 너플이야. 2000.
먹겠어. 야, 빼야 돼.
리신 노플.
쌈바.
리신 노플. 미리 잡았어. 천천히 빼면서.
그냥 빼면서.
덫이 안 보여.
캐틀 진짜 겁나 세다. 이거 조심해야 된다.
이거 용 나갈 수 있나 이러면?
나가긴 해야 돼.
용 치는데 얘네?
이거 용 줘도
네,
되니까
포함해서
싸움각 크게 줘요. 야 오른부터.
나
그냥 싸움각 크게 줘요 이거.
안 좋아. 빼면서 오케이. 저기 조금 맞았고. 미칼이야.
나 죽긴 했어. 나 가인 받았고.
오른 거 한 번만.
옆에 애니.
오부터.
맥혀줄게. 나 미칼 없어.
야, 빼면서. 그냥 사이언 시체 만들고 싸워야 될 듯. 싸워야 돼. 나 캐틀 볼게.
캐틀 펠 있다.
캐틀 러플. 캐틀 맞아.
진노플. 나 만화 없다.
빨리
럭스.
내가 빨리지만 말고 더
탱크
많이
넘길게.
더 조심.
괜찮아. 천천히 줘요.
밀어봐. 나 만화 빨게.
야 이거 몸 넣어줘 그냥.
캐틀 맞아야 돼. 잡게 됐고.
천천히. 진노플.
우리 수원이 맞아.
천천히.
이거 티버 그냥 보낼게 먼저.
티버 보낸 거 좋다. 여기 캐틀 있어. 캐틀 여기 갈 거야.
캐틀 찍었어.
애니비아 텔 쳤고 애니비아.
캐틀
있어.
천천히 잡아.
나이스.
이거 우리 캐틀 딜강이 안 나오면 빼줘야 돼. 오케이. 진 여기 노플이고. 여기 진 노플인데. 진 살짝 보자. 진 노플. 진 잡았어. 나 이거 열어도 돼. 얘네 미드 끝내러 오겠다.
14초. 랭 클리어.
안 끝나.
이거 우리가 이걸 쫓으면서 시간 끌어야 돼.
나 궁 없어.
아니 지금 공 없어도 그냥 시간 끌어야 돼. 천천히.
야 바로 가자.
우리 집 갔다 가야 돼. 이거 얘네 장로 칠 거거든. 이거.
우리 치면 안 되나?
야, 그냥 스마상 부자 그냥 모르겠다.
그냥 가야 돼.
야뭐 집어.
야, 캐틀.
나 오고. 야 장로부터.
먹혔어. 캐틀 되냐 이거?
야 캐틀.
캐틀 봐. 상대 다 노플이야.
천천히. 사이먼.
소모 받았어.
빨린다.
천천히 봐도 된다.
상대 다 노플이야.
좋아. 나 딜가 안 와, 지금 애매해. 나 아니야. 좋아. 진 노스페. 야, 미드로.
기다려.
싸워해.
야, 천천히 해봐, 미드로 가면 돼, 미드로. 야, 미드로 와.
아이고.
쏘리.
나이스.
나이스. 미안하다, 진짜.
잘했어.
티원과 젠지와 티원. 오랜 악연이거든요. 티원이 멋지게 젠지를 박살냈습니다.
세터데이 쇼다운 나온 그런 경기죠.
the scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
KRX 파이팅!
BFX 화이팅! 빅나 선수 화이팅!
KRX 화이팅! KRX 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we just had an epic, legendary bout here in the LCK, and now we're heading to the Rise group, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get your fries out. If you've ordered any or have any, this would be the time for it.
And now, in 2026, you can probably get that delivered to your house.
Yeah, you probably
right
can.
now, so you should probably just do that. Like,
Yeah.
I don't have any fries. What are you doing?
Exactly. We're going to need it. I don't have any either. I probably should have also put an order in, but, you know, it's neither here nor there.
We're commentating. We're busy. We had a long series earlier. You know, we got a lot to do. We got to get ready for this one. Both of these teams cannot make it to the road to MSI without winning this game.
Yep.
So if you lose this series, you will not qualify. You'll be disqualified.
Indeed.
From
and
MSI.
they are obviously each other's closest competition because they are currently tied in 7th place. This is our only tie that we have anymore, as Gen G did move away from T1 in their tie for 2nd place. KRX and BNK KRX. We'll see which team is going to be able to create that distance to try and challenge Bro for that final spot.
BNK versus KRX. Backs against the wall. Tough strength of schedule remaining here.
Man, they both have to share that 12.5% chance up against the Bros.
Yeah.
Big difficulty here. Although the Bros, they have some a bit of a rough schedule, as you can see, with Gen G and HLE. They get to decide who is first place, by the way.
Yes.
They're the overlords. They're the ones that will decide on Gen G or Harmon Life Esports. If they want Gen G, they just let Gen G win and destroy HLE, as the Bros are capable of doing. Or the other way around. Obviously, they could just lose to both of them if they want HLE to win, because they are currently ahead by a series.
There's a lot of really fun storylines to talk about for Hanjin, Brian, but they're not playing today, so we'll reserve that for the rest of the week. For these two squads, though, I do feel like when you look at the standings, you're like, is it possible that BNK and KRX could actually be at the exact same game score? Because overall, it feels like BNK have been the way better team, but they've had some really big flubs across this season. They were not able to utilize Diablo to his fullest potential, and then we saw Taeyun come into this roster and stomp DNS, and everyone was like, yeah, they're back, they're so good, but they just still haven't been able to find that consistency, right? And Taeyeon had a lot of momentum coming through, had a great EWC qualifier run as well. But ultimately, these two teams end up at the exact same place here in our final week, which you could find in some ways hard to believe. But when you look at what KRX have been able to do in their last few wins, where they really turned the season around, you're like, oh yeah, I guess so. You know, like I guess they actually have really brought themselves back into the forefront of being a potential contender here. It's going to be rough for both of these teams to make it to that road to MSI qualifier. However, it's important to mention, Ox mentions this a lot, the important thing is your standings carry over into round 3.
Oh,
I believe the Kium CEO actually coming down here to watch. So watching his esports investments live.
Well, let's see. With all this extra pressure, sponsorships on the line perhaps, as KRX look to face off against BNK KRX. Both of them, like you say, like this is a very even matchup, and we just saw a pretty neck-and-neck matchup. I have a feeling this will have a little bit more of that Rise Group flavor. Maybe some more Annie Wukong running around this time. But there are certainly some positives to be spoken about on either side. I think Willer especially has been stepping up for KRX. Rich is not the liability that he was at the beginning of the season either. I think has had some pretty decent moments. But on the BNK KRX side, Taeyeon has fit into the roster, I mean, statistically even, better than Diablo thus far. It's just they haven't quite been able to knock down some of the top dogs like they were able to in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, this is a really big test for both of these teams because it's one of their last 2 matches of the season, and if you don't go to Road to MSI, you're going to be on that long break where we have MSI and EWC, which you will also not be at, watching, waiting, trying to scrim up, but all the best teams aren't going to be scrimming with you because they're going to be gone because you aren't one of them right now. And so I think this is one of those last checkpoints we get. Like, we'll be looking back and reviewing these games when we start round 3 to remember what the form looked like last time around. And to finish strong here at the midway point of the season is absolutely the goal. And I think momentum-wise, I feel like it's in Kiwoom's court. Like, I feel like they've really turned the season around, whereas on the other side of BNK, it feels like there's been a lot of ups and downs. It's the kind of gold graph you're not liking to look at. It's the kind of standings graph you're not liking to look at because there's been ups and downs, but you've kind of been stuck in the same place, whereas KRX are at the same place as you now, and they're on the way.
Yeah, it's just a really interesting story between both of these teams, but neither of them feeling all that positive, unfortunately. But still, there is the next season, and even if you do go down to the Rise Group, there is still some opportunities to find some success. I mean, at least the matches are a little bit easier than if you're stuck in the Legend Group as one of the worst teams. We did see Nongshim and KT kind of suffer up there in the Legend Group in 2025. At least they have avoided that. It's not exactly the thickest of silver linings, but it's there nonetheless.
Lazy Feel has been such a team changer, right? And at the beginning, it felt like it wasn't necessarily for the better, but the deeper we get into the season, the deeper we get into his experience starting to really glow, because he's played a lot now as a player here in the LCK. He's been in and out, but his experience is starting to stack up, and he's looking a lot more comfortable. His laning phases are looking better. And then you have the UCal factor, which is always something that's difficult to quantify, but he sometimes has those pop-off carry games.
He does, and then he celebrates afterwards and wins the celebration of the week.
Yeah, he might be looking to get back-to-back here as...
I mean, KRX, there is a real chance that they can capitalize on a limping D+ gear as well and launch themselves towards Road to MSI. I mean, there is actually an opportunity here for them to eclipse the Bros, because the Bros have a very difficult run ahead of them, right? Gen.G and HLE, we do expect them to lose both of those series. So I imagine that it's KRX that are really going to be fighting, not only because their CEO is here, and so they want to put on the best performance, but there is a real chance that they can get some qualification. BNK KRX, on the other hand, they have to face off against T1, and I don't really see that one as being all that winnable.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Well, let's see if BNK can get this win in the first place.
Indeed.
As we've spent a lot of this time talking about KRX, Vicla's form always kind of unknown, but he has been oscillating towards the negative performances recently, so we will have to wait and see. I find that Vicla sometimes, when he plays against in a mid laner who's like the star player like Yukal is, he ends up kind of punching up and performing well.
Yeah.
See if that's the case here today.
Certainly was able to do that in the LCK Cup. That feels like a far cry away now, but did still happen in 2026 as Casio and the Orianna both taken away. Varus, surprisingly, not banned just yet, but maybe archery is like whether it's magical archery or not, is going to be banned away here by KRX as they
ice archery, magic archery,
and then the purple archery.
Yeah.
I don't really have another word for it.
Blight archery?
I was gonna say like yeah. What's the name? Like it's not arcane. Like the
It's blight.
yeah, arcane.
Blight,
In
right?
WoW, it's purple.
Well, it's like what?
Arcane's
Oh,
purple.
are you thinking of? It is gonna get banned.
Yeah,
but,
it is gonna be the archery trio.
Yeah. I don't know what I would call it.
I mean, it is blight. You're
But
right.
but I mean, like
His
it's.
quiver is blighted, as they say.
I feel like there's another word for it that we could use that isn't blight, but anyway.
Oh, corrupted archery?
Corruption, yeah, that's the word I was thinking. Like kind of corruption type of thing. As here is the Karma ban, which I think was not really that surprising. Does Rich want Rumble, or do they want something else? He wants Jarvan for Willer.
There it is. I think denying that one from Raptor also a very good idea.
It's crazy how Rumble went largely unchanged, and he went from being the banned pick to like now he's almost seeing play in every series.
Picking it away from the Jarvan comp still feels like a pretty good idea.
I think so. Maybe just go Rumble Vi and call it a day and play safe. Keep it simple, right? That's what we do. Keep it simple, Rise Group.
Kissinger! And
Kissinger,
they'll
get it
lock
done.
in the Rise as well.
Okay, Ryan's priority has been up a lot today. Anivia is available for Yukal if he wants to play it. So they'll get the counter pick Cassante here for Rich, and he'll just play Annie.
I mean, we are Kissingering pretty effectively here on both sides. The Annie's certainly one of those options. The
Just play
Cassante
Vi,
Rumble,
Raptor.
no
Just play Vi and keep it simple, and we'll just keep the simplicity potion quite high, right? You know?
Yeah.
All that complicated stuff. No,
He's gonna
Lee Sin.
play
Don't
Pantheon.
you Lee Sin
He's
here.
gonna play Pantheon's. It fits into the Kissinger.
Don't you Lee Sin here, Raptor. I said that one's hard. And by the way, this is like Raptor's iconic.
He does love
debut
this
pick.
champion.
He played this pick so much on Bro, and when he was an emergency sub, and you know, he likes Lee Sin a lot. But now no longer as simple to execute this composition.
All right.
More 80 carries that Taeyun is not allowed to play.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Lazyfield, what are you gonna play, buddy? Like, we gotta start focusing on that. As Andil, his most played champion this season is the Nautilus, and that will be taken away from him.
I did think that they were probably heading towards Misfortune Nautilus in this draft as well. The most simple of simple.
These are, in fact, just the two Andil picks.
Caitlyn next?
Oh, it's gotta be. I mean, you can't ban away the rest and then just leave that up. That'd be silly. That's Yunara instead. I mean, that's just a lot of 80 carries. Okay.
I think he probably wants to play Caitlyn. I don't think he wanted to play Yunara necessarily, but he's laughing about it. He's like, I did not want to play Yunara. I wanted to play Caitlyn.
Yeah, and Caitlyn has often just been picked before any bans have come in.
It's so funny because now, like, they've banned 580 carries, and then he still gets an S tier 80 carry, and they're like, oh, we don't have any 80 carries left.
Yeah. I feel like maybe a mistake was made. But MF is going to come on through. There is no Nautilus to respond to.
Yeah, but for me, like,
with.
this is such a, you need the Nautilus. Like,
Rel.
yes, Rel is fine. Like, Rel is not a bad pick. It works well with MF, but Nautilus is the guarantee. Rel requires, you know, you to actually make the right thing happen.
And into Caitlyn Lux, it's going to be a very difficult lane. But the Kissinger is so strong with this composition. My goodness. Magnet Storm, Bear on top, put a mountain circle around them.
If you're going to write Kizzerg, right? KSRG, keep it simple, Rise Group, if you missed our last discussion about this, it's going to be like that 90s S where you draw 3 lines.
Oh, yeah,
and
you connect them all and you feel cool.
That's the S that goes in the middle of Kizzerg right here for this composition. It's like the simplest thing. Anyone could draw that S. It looked cool on your friend's binder, but once you know how to do 3 lines, oh, it all comes together, just like this comp here.
And you're not as impressed anymore. Especially if you just follow like lines on the page as well. Like sometimes the kids did that, and man, that was very much not impressive that time. As all right, I don't know how I feel about this. I especially don't know how I feel about KRX just throwing away 5 bans and then getting Caitlyn anyway. That was a weird thing.
I kind of think there's a lot of power in the early game here for BNK, and we know one thing that Taven has done very consistently, even in losses, is when he gets a winning lane, he wins. And I'm very concerned about Lazyfield, who often does not, and struggles in the laning phase. That's what I'm most concerned about here for Kiwoom.
Well, I do think that their top side is pretty straightforward, so they might be able to leverage an advantage there. But like you say, backs against the wall, let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the ref for game number 1, and the fans in full voice here today as, oh dear, Vikla is gonna have to flash.
Yeah, and they decide not to use multiple flashes to secure the kill there.
Yeah, there was a portion of my brain that was like, where are the 3 flashes over the wall to follow?
Yeah, I'm glad that they don't, because they really win by getting 2/3 of his health bar. They don't need to get all of it and lose all their sums and give BNK options on the rest of the map. But Vikla lost his flash because he wanted to make sure that he could slightly cover that bottom lane a little bit, make sure that they were going to be okay down there. He came over to be in the area, make sure no craziness was happening, also find out where Willer was pathing. And so he will have to make a large sacrifice in order for his bottom lane to be okay, but they will be okay. And that's, I think, for the early game in this draft, the most important thing. I don't think Vikla's going to mess this up and get solo killed by a stun here from UCal or anything like that.
Yeah, surely not. Not in my Rise group. They're going to Kizaja. They're going to keep it simple, Rise group, and they are going to not feed in the early game, Wolf. That's how it's going to go. It's just going to be, let's play it safe. And yeah, keep it safe. Rise group as well is another one, but it's the same acronym, so we can just do the same for both.
We also do like to keep it sleepy Rise group as well sometimes in some of these early games.
It's mainly when it's Kium DRX and Hanjin Brion that does happen, but we also call that Brion.
Oh! In a tough lane state, missing 2 CS.
Oh dear, he's 4 behind? That is such a huge percentage of his farm at this stage of the game.
And the observers are on point and watching all this missed CS, but...
Oh, got the cannon though.
Yeah, well,
nailing it.
All right, well, this laning phase we knew was not going to be enjoyable for QMDRX.
But at least they banned a lot of AD carries, Wolf.
They did prevent Taven from playing 5 other AD carries.
Yes.
Vikla does not have flash.
He does not, nor does he have his life anymore, Wolf. That is going to be that, and UCal going to lock down first blood. I like this. QMDRX, they're never winning bot lane. You gotta win everywhere else.
Yeah, and they knew where the flashless Rise was, who doesn't have Phase Rush. He's got Summoner Phase Rush in Phase Ghost, but he is not going to be able to use it to get out of this one. So they just kill him. And so I said, you know, UCal's probably going to get first blow with the health advantage, but he gets some help. And now Vikla, who doesn't have teleport, is going to have to slow walk back to the lane.
No. Always feels very depressing.
He got a tier, though.
And UCal can teleport, but he can also fast walk.
Yeah, because he has Swifties. That Chovy Swifties tech earlier today was it's catching on, but it's been a little bit more common recently. It just feels like in a lot of matchups, the ability for Annie to close the gap, especially with her W, feels really good.
Yeah. And there's an opportunity for Cloud Soul this series as well, this game, as the first one is going to be a Mountain. Mountain Infernal Cloud for the Earth, Wind, and Fire. That would be glorious. We'll see. It's not quite September yet, but it will be in a few months.
Yeah, just, you know, like about 3 months. We're almost in June.
See? All right, Rich, kind of getting burned down here. Obviously, this counter pick that he went for in the Cassante isn't exactly a counter pick. You can just kind of weather the storm. Once you get your first item, you are feeling very, very good as a Cassante, and you can see that Rich, even though he did take a fair bit of damage in lane, he is still very even when it comes to farm. 2 null magic mantles in the back pocket, and Spectre's Cowl, and some shoes perhaps, and he's going to be right as rain.
Could happen. Could be fine.
Indeed.
Could be totally okay. Another Swifties purchase.
All right, we are 1 Swifties apiece.
We're 2 out of 10 Swifties.
Oh, but Clear can't upgrade his Swifties to the extra cool Swifties.
No. But I would like to see Lee Sin the Swifties.
He would run very quickly.
He would run really fast.
Maybe you don't need to kick flash anymore. You can just kick walk.
You go to kick them, and then like your foot just slides off. It actually just prevents his kick from working. It's too swift.
Oh no! It's like that feeling when you go to kick a ball and you miss the ball. Oh, and it's just like super embarrassing, but also like it just feels really
You just
awful.
barely catch it with the back of your heel and you fall over.
Yeah, not that I've ever felt that before because I'm a very coordinated man. It's okay, Tane gonna have to use the
Andel's
cleanse.
really going in.
He is. Raptor is also here though as he safeguards his way over. The light binding is gorgeous from Kellen. And Raptor is going to lock down first. Oh, well, actually the second one is there is the flag and drag flash. And Vikla, yeah, takes a sip of his drink and is a little bit upset about how this mid lane is going, but just needs to look bottom lane.
Yeah.
It's going to feel way, way better.
The lead is bigger in the mid lane for now, but I have a feeling that will change.
Hey, but you spread out both of them in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
And actually it's about the same.
So I don't fully understand what the thought process was here.
Because
I think
was stuck in a 1v1 with a melee minion.
Yeah, I don't think that even if Raptor doesn't come down, that was a good idea. And it was especially not a good idea because he did. Tibbers here for the follow-up. Very clean here. Still no flash on the rise. Yep. So Willer is making an impact in this game. He just does not want to assist bottom, as he knows that lane is probably doomed.
As Rich now having to deal with this wave as it just got equalized by Clear, who can go for a bit of a recall if he would like to. See whether he does as he gets a bunch of pings down, clearing out some vision with his control ward.
The early game for the Rumble also going well, swiftly, as this game right now feels like KRX are like their most important part, like the most important thing to do with this comp is you're setting everything up to the Misfortune ultimate to be layered on top of all your setup, right? That's kind of how this works. And that can work even if you are behind, if you get enough time. Like, you know, Misfortune ult does a lot of damage. But when you're really far behind, you can never get off the ground. It doesn't even matter if you cease everything because there isn't damage, and there's a Ryze and a Caitlyn on the other side. And trying to play Rel here was... I don't fully understand.
I mean, it adds to the wombo, right? That's what it's all about.
Yeah, sure,
you know?
but like
you put magnet horse, you put like rock
bullets,
circle,
they're magnetic,
you put
right?
Bullets and bear, and then that is how the game plan works. It's very Kizja.
The bullet casings are just made of a magnetic material. The bullet itself at the front also magnetic, so it all just
go. The bear made of bullets.
Yeah.
Or something. But
Jarvan's spear magnetic as well?
Hey, it's okay. Vikler is once again in trouble, does once again have to flash, and it feels like that is going to permanently be on cooldown.
I mean, I know I'm a personal fiend for narrative, right? We love to set things up and talk about patterns that we've noticed and stuff, but us basically being like, Lazy Field's laning has not been great, and also Vikla's been having a rough time, like, ended up being the whole early game here. It's just a little bit too much for me. As Kellen may stop this back.
Oh, goodness me. Okay, Lazy Field can at least strut in order to get himself out of here, but it's not looking like a great time, and Kellen is still going to interrupt another back.
Yeah, it's going to waste his time more as this next wave comes through, and Raptor is working on the Dragon, but otherwise probably would have been looking to kill a Rel right now.
Oh, we're going all out here as Rich, as Clear just doesn't get hit by the turret because there were still minions available. Throws down the equalizer.
That's the other thing you said, that Rich has been doing better lately.
Yeah, there you go. Although he's now just going all out and walking a whole bunch. So
those minions don't have a chance, Atlas.
That is very true.
Look at that. Cleaned them up swiftly.
Well, I mean, it's clear that's clearing up the wave swiftly.
Yeah, no, he doesn't actually have any shoes.
Yeah, no shoes just yet. But he could. He could swiftly clean up waves after this back. If he
he went Merc Treads, Vikla. He didn't get the memo about the 10 Swifties.
Do we have any other boots? Not yet.
No, not yet.
It could have actually been the drink.
Vikla might just sell them in the mid game.
Yeah, he might. Peer pressure might be too much. As if we had 9 Swifties. Well, Papa and I used to play a game back on the OS server actually, where we just call it Swifty Gunblades. And every champion that we play had to build Swiftness boots and Gunblade. That's the only items that you could buy. Papa found a lot of success with Tryndamere with the build. I think I just played Akali. We ran fast. Sense. Actually, no, I played Mordekaiser because I was a big Mordekaiser fan at the time.
That's a good call.
That also did work out very, very well in our normal games.
Oh, for some reason, I thought in my mind, I thought you guys were just 1v1ing with this.
No. Just hanging out, playing some League of Legends.
Okay. Well, that sounds like a really hearty, like not heartfelt.
Heartwarming?
Heartwarming, yeah.
I thought it was heartwarming. My heart.
It was a very heartwarming period of your life.
Indeed.
And I miss those times.
Indeed. And then then I came to Korea.
Yeah, and then like many years later in 2026, Vikla block Merc Treads. Yes. This 10 Swifties game.
I'm glad we've brought it back.
Now anyone can build anything, I guess, because it's all ruined.
It is all ruined. Oh dear. So is LazyField's health bar as the ace in the hole comes through. Cuts him down to about half. He does at least have a cull, so he can use that to get to his Swifties faster.
Yeah, that'll help a lot. Misfortune, can run real fast as Willer is here.
Yeah, Taeyeon gonna get flashed on here. There's the bullet time, the Magnet Storm, the Cataclysm. There it is. Taeyeon gets the heal though, and they throw the kitchen sink at the job, and still the Caitlyn's gonna go down, and Willer is pretty strong. Meanwhile, Yukao. Oh, the supporting cast is very good in this movie, as KRX are gonna walk over towards the river now to clear out some vision.
That was a very bizarre exchange, but like we said, even from behind, especially when you're
those two are buttoned together, win together,
yes,
Wolf, in the Rise group.
It's Kizurg right there. They did it. They got the Magnet Storm. They did the magnetic thing. The bullets came through. And then for some reason, B&K decided they were just going to send it on trying to turn that one around. Like, it almost felt like when Kellen healed, he was like, hold on, he's got Doran's plate. Maybe there's maybe he lifesteals here. At this moment, I think Kellen should be walking the other way. And they tried to turn this around. I was like, look at this. He's like, hold on, maybe there's an angle? No,
I mean, honestly, that final spark did a fair bit of damage, but yeah, then he's very dead.
They could have just opted away. Instead, it's a lot of money. Q and KRX take a gold lead, and LazyField is like, well, cut that gold lead in half. I got a call coming, and it's basically going to be back to 0 after that.
And Misfortune is the strongest when Caitlyn is the weakest. And Willer is now much weaker because he bought the wrong shoes. We're not Swifty Gunblading. And obviously, like, Clear's first item was Leandri's, so that's kind of doomed. I don't think, Yukao bought a dash cannon, so that's not a Gunblade either. They're not playing the game.
They're not playing the game.
We didn't tell them about the game either. Yukao going to be upgrading his.
Wait, they don't listen to us when we tell them to do things?
Yeah.
I always thought, when we were...
Maybe you'll be less frustrated now that you don't know that.
Yeah.
So they just never actually know what we're saying. So I think it's okay. All right, Vikla now just going to deal with this wave. Doesn't quite have his Rod of Ages completed just yet. As Yukao, with his first item, almost 5,500 gold in the lead. Raptor looking for a sneaky lady with metal pants, and should be able to find her. Ace in the hole comes down, and bullet time is there for solidarity, but not for winning the game.
They couldn't quite press them together, the R-buttons. Raptor!
Oh, yeah, there's the little Warthog flash there, and Willer is just going to jump on top of him. The bear is in the Cataclysm as well as the light binding from Kellen is so good. As down will go the job, and Yukao is still fighting, though. Dash cannon, and he picks up the kill on the Lee Sin. Tib is still getting involved as Vikla wanders back to the mid lane, but I think Yukao may have saved that play, and it's probably a good thing because Willer put in a lot of work to get this Annie ahead.
Man, I missed Rise Group.
Oh,
it's not even technically Rise Group yet, but it's locked in Rise Group.
Yep. It feels like this is our,
Rise
week
Group
9,
inductees.
Yeah, you get the first dose of, real, true Rise Group, right? Because we have everyone locked in, and you know when it's that Rise Group matchup.
It's like Rise Group preseason.
Yep. And we get to see what some of the best matchups in the Rise Group are going to be. This is going to be one of them.
This is obviously a pretty tough spot for Andel. He tries to set up the R button to work with LazyField. LazyField, he gave it a good crack, but this year, kind of unlucky for Willer, the timing of this. He gets kicked. Final Spark doesn't hit. Then he decides to try to Cataclysm his way out of it, but now he's stuck, right? He can't actually get away, so this looked kind of silly, like he thought he was outplaying, but it was really the only mobility he had left to try to escape there, and he didn't actually get it. Yukao gets the follow-up there. So this Annie is, relevant. Let's see what he can get done here.
Wow, Yukao is taking matters into his own hands, as now Willer is going to come past. They dodge the light binding, and Kellen is extraordinarily dead. I think they wanted to give that kill over to LazyField, but Yukao's like, no, guys, I am carrying this one. On a killing spree right now.
You watched Chovy earlier, and he was like, I can't do that.
The mid lane carries now.
Okay, TP for the Cassante here is just going to dissuade B&K from challenging, as Clear was already down here, so Clear just gets to walk away with TP advantage. They will be trading this one-to-one dragon, as also Vikla got a huge push in the bottom lane.
And gets his Rod of Ages now completed as well. A bit of a shame that it's definitely not a Cloud Soul this game. as they could have been running very, very fast.
It could still be Earth, Wind, and Fire. Oh.
It's Earth, Wind, and Hextech.
Hextech's always fun, though.
I think I remember that Arcane episode.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Bauhaus doesn't, though.
He definitely doesn't, especially not Season 2. As all right, Raptor over here on the Rift Herald. We'll see whether he's going to be challenged, as there is a teleport from UCal. This Annie is very scary. And Andal, yeah, hexgating around. They only just popped up. I don't know whether that's necessarily tested tech, but Raptor is just going to get on in there, gets the kickback, does go down as the flamethrower from Clear is going to be enough to eliminate Andal. There's the bullet time, though, from Lazy Feel, and gets some revenge on Kellen.
All right, well, what looked like maybe was a pretty risky attempt there to get into position to flank from
Would
Andal.
Raptor do anything else, though, Wolf?
I mean, it's just, well... Andal's got his proto belt. Or harness.
Protoplasm harness.
Yeah. It's proto belt. He's going to close the... Oh, no, it's not.
That's why I call
rocket
it dash
harness.
cannon, so that no one gets it confused.
So Andal here... He just goes in, right, and initially looks like, okay, this might be a mistake, but finally his teammates are able to rejoin. And his equalizer is well placed, but the fight is really happening on the other side here, so they end up getting the kill there in exchange, and then Kellen and crew just get, they press R together. It's the simplicity of it, right through the choke point. Lazy Feel is starting to really become very relevant in this game. His call is finished, he's got his Bloodthirster. He's at that point where you're just MF and you're looking to find the right cone angle.
Yeah, and you can also just stand in the mid lane, clear waves, and if you do that, you get all of your health back and everything is absolutely fine. He's obviously very far behind in farm, like 40 CS or something like that, but this is kind of the Lazy Feel way.
Yeah, he's
instead of laning,
and then he wins the game.
Exactly. And right now, he is right on track to doing just that, as they have almost a 1,000 gold lead, although it did tick down to 6 from 700. But it feels like KMDRX have all of the tempo vibes.
I just feel like the best way to describe Andal this game is unpredictable. You just don't know what he's going to do next. And I think BNK might be a little caught off guard by this, as we are going to have this Herald crash through.
Yeah, Shelly going to set herself up, and will be able to at least get a good old charge. Grab some Crystalline Overgrowth there at the same time, as UCal is going to stun up Vikla, who is, then going to run away because the stun is now on cooldown as Andal. Oh, I was predicting that he was going to go in, and that's why he didn't go in, and therefore proves
you just
you are
don't
right.
know what he's
not
going to do next. He's got Flash back available here now as well. He even has unsealed spellbooks, so you watch out, man. It might be this Andal unseal might be like the smite steal on the Elder in 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
But now that you've predicted it, it's not going to happen.
I'm saying it might be. I mean, I'm not crazy.
Yeah, but you've mentioned it.
I did mention it. I did mention that is a possibility that could happen in this game.
Oh, that's definitely not what's going to happen in this game now.
Okay, so
I'm not even going to say things that could potentially happen, so we can keep them
like
all
Rich
on the
getting
table.
a pentakill.
Oh, that could happen.
Sorry,
it's
I
Rich.
ruined it, Rich. But
Rich is more predictable than Andal is. So
yeah, no, it's just Andal thing.
Yeah. All right. That wasn't the start of his pentakill, as Clear is also in the bottom side, and he's going to die to UCal. And so not going to be part of Rich's pentakill at all. But will be still going down and expended his flash in the meantime.
It's not really a cross map here for Raptor either, so it's just going to be a free win, so to speak, here for QMDRX. Like they just
also
win
some
this
Crystalline
and
Overgrowth
yeah.
over UCal, who was already incredibly far ahead, now moves to like 1.8k. My goodness, this Annie is very big.
The main thing here is the control ward. I think Clear just didn't expect this. Also, I mean, basically he gets 100 to 0'd by UCal anyways, but there was a control ward. He didn't have Vision of Willer. Thought that he could be up there, but he couldn't. And so this turret is going to go down in the bottom lane. There's no answer right now. It just goes over completely to this extremely fed Annie, who already has 2 items, and the mid turret is also quite damaged.
And this extremely fed Annie is going back, so Rich will now have the highest farm in the game on Cassante. Actually,
and to kill Angle?
Taeun is ahead by a little bit, but still kind of mind-blowing that it's Rich on this tank that was just trying to stay alive in lane, and he is winning his lane, does have his Rukkan completed as well, and is just farming like a beast.
Hey, he's just killing the minions, man. Like I said, the all out earlier. Like,
yeah.
You see how quickly he did that?
He did. He went all out. He was all out.
as we do have a dragon spawning. You know, obviously it's Hextech Soul, so every dragon from here on out is going to be valuable, as they want to punish Rich.
Yeah, not in Raptor's mind. He is not about the dragon at this stage. He is about the Cassante. And Willer has started this one off already, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this is really quite good for KMDRX because they have a Cassante that's impossible to dive.
Oh, there's the kickback onto Ando, gets put into the light binding and will just be destroyed before the snap trap even came down.
You might have predicted that he would have tried to flash outplay Raptor there, but I think he knows that he's likely dead either way and wants to keep his flash for a follow-up engage later on in the game, so good choice by him.
Yep, I also assume that Andal said, I found the enemy jungler, feel free to take the Drake. And they get themselves their second dragon.
That's exactly what did happen. And so, KMDRX, I think, very happy with the exchange there, at least in terms of the end result. Ando would have liked to live, but very happy with the objective they pick up.
I wouldn't predict that he would have liked it. Maybe this was his plan all along. He's hit the 0-4 power spike now.
Yeah. UCal, we can't even see him. The 404.
Exactly. In fact, there's a lot of 4s in that scoreline.
Yeah, it's like
everyone's scoreline. It's kind of crazy.
Rich, if he gets a pentakill, he'll have 6 kills. That would be a 4.
Dang. All right. Well, KMDRX keeping things all in order.
Well, the next objective here is going to be Hextech Soul Point. And the Caitlyn and the Ryze are starting to scale up a little bit, right? Like, this is a lead here for KMDRX, but it's all on one player, basically. So this isn't enough yet for us to say, okay, KMDRX are in a commanding position in this game, but they do have the advantages, and their composition has a lot of CC, a lot of burst, very simple to play, as we've mentioned several times here. So I do favor them to close this game out. If I had to play the Challengers and or Ryze group game where we predict what's going to happen, I wouldn't talk about Ondil, of course, but no. The team looking ready to pounce right at a moment's notice with this Fed Annie, who is going for some pen as well on third item. With the lead that he has, he's like, I drop Bear, they die.
Vikla, yeah, Bear is going to come down, and Vikla did not die, he flashed. There's the Cataclysm onto a couple as the kick flash comes through. UCal is going to get taken out. It's Taeyoon that gets the money, and now Raptor is looking to get rid of Willa. He tries to flag drag away. Lazyfield not exactly finding the angle, but he'll get the double up onto the Ryze. Sidesteps the Harpoon beautifully as well, as now Raptor looking to get on in here, but it's Rich defending Lazyfield as best he can. Can these autos land correctly? And yes, they can, as he destroys the Blind Monk, takes out the mechanical Yordle, and now Kellen's gonna have to run away as Taeyoon gets over that wall, but he is not winning this fight. And even without UCal, KMDRX come out on top.
Yeah, you can see the KM crew there as well, including Kan Yang. We're pretty surprised but happy with the result of that last fight, as initially here the Bear gets dropped right. Final Spark is employed here to try to peel for Vikla, and the kick comes through, delivering UCal in. And so initially it looks like, okay, B&K are in a strong position here, but Willer is able to buy a lot of space. And then even though this Lazyfield ult is low value, he gets the low health target there, and is just able to, with this shield, withstand all the pressure and kite back. As Ondil, unpredictable, but Lazyfield just needed a little bit more space there. And we'll just heal through and just kind of front-to-back team fight with MF at this point. They could not kill him. He was largely ignored, and he did a lot of damage.
He really did, and now he's on his way to item number 3 as well. In fact, item parity, basically, alongside Taeyoon, who is about to complete his Infinity Edge at the same time. So now we've got a minute and a half on this next dragon. You were mentioning Hextech Soul Point going to be a huge deal here for KMDRX. Can they get control of the area?
It's really hard for this Caitlyn to actually get back control of mid-prio because they don't have a turret. Lazyfield is sitting on 2.5 items here. Very tough, has that extra shield. Somewhat gankable, but it's going to rely on Raptor. And I just feel like KMDRX should be able to get that prio and control the space on the dragon. UCal has teleport. Vikla does not, obviously, because he's playing Ghost Ryze. Does have his Realm Warp, but UCal will have the larger agency to actually join this fight first and then get into, a bear brush where he's ready to drop bears and take names.
Drop bears, I understand that.
Yeah, that's finally I've actually got you on the broadcast when I mentioned that.
Yeah, it's a My People reference. I like it.
Wonder if he's got Void Staff in hand here as well on this back, UCal that is, because
you've really got to watch out for drop bears with Void Staffs.
Yeah, they are the scary ones. I'm a little bit less worried about the Crypt Bloom ones coming down.
It's the scariest option here. As you count is...
Ooh, IE too picked up for LazyField. The timing of these 3-item spikes here for these really large QM members that are the main damage sources are really going to be... It's going to be quite pivotal as B&K is trying to look for a pick onto UCal instead.
Yeah, Raptor's going to get spotted out though. Willa just drops a flag, and now they're just hex gating behind them. Rich looking for an angle here, and they all land on top. Vikla is going to get them in the Realm Warp though, and out will go B&K KRX. But now the Realm Warp is on cooldown. The Drake is live.
There's I mean, I guess QMDRX is just going to run over there and start.
Yep.
I think they could have. There was several
Everywhere, look at them. They're lining up. It's like single file. Rise Group is so polite, man. This is the best. No,
it's harder to
we're going to fight around the Dragon Pit, everyone. That's where we organized it. It's like West Side Story, man. They're all clicking as they sing songs at each other.
The Rise Group players always travel in single file.
If you had have asked me to try and predict what had happened, I probably would have said one person walked over there and took the Hextech Dragon. And that is precisely what happened. And then Andal says, fool, well, it's just you cannot predict me.
It's so funny how this whole situation happened because, like, B&K were on the top side of the map trying to make a play on UCal. Instead of QMDRX just being like, you know what, like, we've chased them away, let's just go get Dragon. They, like, chased them super hard. Then B&K Realm Warp so far away that they
could have leapfrogged them. Imagine if, like, Vikla had have just, like, Realm Warped into the river, and then they sprinted to the Drake and took it in 3 seconds.
That would have been crazy, but, like...
Oh, I mean, so cool.
QMDRX were just like, I guess we'll walk all the way back to the Dragon and they get it. And now they have Hextech Soul Point as we do see a TP here from Rich.
Yeah, in he goes. They get the knockout on a Taeyeon, who's just going to explode. LazyField grabs that kill. And KMTRX, I mean, they can do no wrong. They can walk over to the Baron, and without the Caitlyn, I do not think B&K KRX can do anything about this.
I don't think so.
Oh, Andal.
Not to mention
predicting that he wasn't going to go to the Baron pit.
I mean, not to mention they have great turn here with this comp.
UCal drops the bet. But they are on the Baron right now. It's down to half health. Raptor is there. Oh dear, Andal now shows himself as Raptor. There's the final spark, but they have no vision. They have no options. And Raptor is just being spotted this entire time. Willa locks down the Baron. And the mid lane outer turret is going to get taken. The inner turret in the bottom lane is also going to fall. So a decent cross map, given the fact that they weren't going to try and fight a 4v5.
Yeah, so... Now it's a 3,000 gold lead, and that should start to expand a little bit here as they get back onto the map with these buffs. And, okay, this play here, just they didn't see it coming. Rich is ready to fall, but so is everybody else. And I guess, in all honesty, Taeyeon, it was difficult to predict that engage from that far away, but you've got to be ready for anything here, as you are the only member on B&K who's relevant in this game. Was not anymore necessarily, as here comes a Realm Warp.
Yeah, let's see whether they can work out where to go as the Magnastorm comes in. LazyField tries to kite it out, but he's not going to be able to do so. Now Willa gets kicked back into the wall, and the equalizer is on the ground. B&K KRX will be able to set it up, and the two of them fall down. The Baron was just taken by KMDRX, and now it's looking like they're all going to be removed. As Rich is still alive, he is looking for a bit of an angle here. As Andal, I did not predict that turnaround, as UCal doesn't quite have enough buttons, and now Rich is going to turn up. Can he get this one through, though? That's the question as they take down Clear. And now Rich is unlocked, destroys the Rise. But B&K KRX still have a whole bunch more people here, and now it's only Rich that is left alive. And I don't know whether he's going to be alive for very much longer as the control ward is there. It spots him walk on over as Raptor connects the Q. Rich is able to like dash over towards these minions here, and it's going to take a while to kill him. And there is another Q connecting. Rich gets another dash, but Taeyeon is now in range. The Q is only going to bring him more in range, and now Rich will die. And so that's all of the Barons now gone.
Bit of a caster curse for me from like 20 minutes ago. He wasn't going to penta there.
Oh no, you were the one that did this, Wolf!
Yeah, it was close, but he's just not able to do it.
He even made sure that all of his other teammates were dead, so he was guaranteed the kills.
Andal's Magnet Storm here was I think if he had waited and used it for the fight where his Rumble was coming over, he would have had a lot more agency with it, but it was quite a weird situation, right? Quite a panic situation. And then they're like, okay, well, we can't escape, so let's try to turn it and turn this into a win. They're able to try to focus down Clear here. He buys so much space. And the Rich shows up, and ultimately they will kill Clear. UCAL survives a little bit longer. Vikla is like, get that bear off of me, but drop air is inevitable. And then I was going to say, thankfully, there is a true God that will stop us from watching the rest of this replay.
Oh, Andal. I thought he was going to go in there. Still as unpredictable as ever.
And now
there's 40 seconds on this Hextech Soul Point.
Yeah, we're a bit early, but we are fighting.
Oh, Raptors are likely going to get stolen away here.
Taeyun, you do not need to be far up at all.
Oh, my goodness. That headshot damage is very high.
But that's why he is. Yeah, he is trying to do that damage, and it hits really hard when he does do it.
It really does. It's now Clear going to get put into the Cataclysm. The Equalizer goes down as Willa escapes it. There's the bullet time, but I don't know whether I like it that much, as BNK KRX will push them away and absorb a bunch of ultis as well. I mean, they had to employ a few of them themselves. There is still the kick up for Raptor. And this Drake is just going to be let go. I think I respect this from KRX. They can just give this one away, try and get a little bit of extra control for the next fight.
Well, you know, this game is very difficult to predict what's going to happen next, but
this is Andal the game.
Yeah, maybe maybe I had a bad read. Maybe it was just I don't know what's going on. We can't predict anything that's going to happen.
Maybe it's just Rise Group, man.
Yeah.
It's not Andal at all. It's just
That's the thing
Rise
about
Group.
Rise Group. Every time you think you understand,
they throw another curveball.
We are in a 31.5-minute game where we have 5 dragons taken, kills are dead even. You know, and Annie has a 1,700 gold lead, but it's otherwise basically an exactly even game state in most of these lanes. Obviously, the Lee Sin has an edge over the Jarvan. What does that really mean? Okay, let's lock in, because this next fight over Baron could be what actually completely opens up the game for BNK if they can get it.
Wait. Actually, no, because the team that got the Baron last time immediately threw.
Yeah.
So perhaps giving Baron is going to be the strategy.
Yeah, actually, we raise a good point.
Rise Group turns it all on its head, Wolf, okay? You cannot have all of these legend ideas.
All right, well, I'm trying to figure, like, Ando got his Locket, right? He's got Ghost Hex Flash on his Summoner's set right now. I'm not trying to tell you I know what's going to happen here next with him. But, like, the fact that he's got Ghost, you know, might mean that after a creative Hex Flash, he can get the Magnet Storm of his dreams. Should have gone Swifties, of course, but...
Indeed.
He's going to be running really fast, and maybe that will be enough to set up the bullet time of a lifetime for Lazy Feel, because that's what they need.
And they need a big old drop there, because now there is a Rabadon's Death Cap on UCAL, and he does big damage.
It's hard to miss those.
Full item ahead of Vikla right now.
Yeah, it's hard to miss those bears, but if he hits them, whoever gets hit by it is not going to have a good time. And I mean, UCAL does have, Vikla has an arm guard, which will be very helpful in winning these longer fights. He also has his actualizers. Even though he's 2,000 gold behind, his damage throughput is going to be big in these team fights. So if they don't kill him right out, or outright, or Taeyun outright or right out, then it's going to be tough for KRX. Like, they need to win the fight basically at the snap of their fingers. Otherwise, I don't think they win it at all. Lazy Feel has a big shield.
That is a very big shield.
It's gone now.
It's gone. It's very gone. It's okay. Andal is ghosting. The bear comes down onto Clear, who's golden. And Andal will likely die, although he's walking very quickly. And now BNK KRX, they do take out the carries. And KRX, you tried to go for this, and it went catastrophically wrong. Will is able to flag and drag his way out to relative safety, but it's a very lonely base he's going home to.
And they could not get the instant kills. The flash is good from Taeyun. Vikla doesn't even need to arm guard. And it's a complete wash. The headshots come through, and Taeyun, in this comeback win here for BNK, I guess I'd call it a comeback win, considering some of the things that happened in this game.
Yeah,
we'll be able
to say that.
It's sort of. It was a weird game,
But ultimately, he is able to get it done in that final fight. Great flash there, and now just a desperate attempt here to defend the base. And there's just no carries here, no damage. Yeah, Shattering Strike crashed down all this stuff from Ando, but it doesn't really do anything. They're going to focus the Nexus, and KRX will be able to claim game number 1. After KRX had some pretty good plays in the early to mid game,
this
was
game
not enough.
Was such a roller coaster. I cannot imagine what it must be like to be a fan of either of these teams, a CEO of the team that just lost, sitting in the crowd being like, oh, it looks a little bit doomed. Oh, we're totally in control. Oh, no, it's so doomed.
Do you know what it is? It's Rise Group, baby, and it's beautiful because every time anything happens ever, you have no idea what the actual result is going to be of the game. And that's why it's so beautiful that we get this series immediately after Harmolife Esports versus Gen G, which is such a cerebral masterclass of how to best play League of Legends. This is not necessarily as much that as it is something else.
This is going to be Misfortune shooting through the wall. This is going to be Vikla and Taeyun scaling up. This is going to be Raptor going in sometimes when he shouldn't, but often when he really should. Some equalizers being thrown into Narnia, but it doesn't matter. This is Rise Group. Yeah, I'm in for it.
Absolutely.
I'm down.
This is called relatable LCK. That's what we're at right now. And KRX were able to punish Kium for trying to find angles that didn't really exist, but they now have a chance to bounce back. As we go to a short break, the Space is going to have the pleasure of breaking down this Rise Group gem, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you there.
헬로 레이플 있어.
나 이거 위치 좋고.
나 전혀 있어.
네, 풀 박았어.
야 레이부터 볼게 우리. 야 애니 노
애니 볼게, 애니.
앞라인부터 볼게 앞라인부터.
애니 봐봐.
앞라인부터 볼게요.
애니 잡았고.
쭉 가도 돼, 쭉 가도 돼.
아래 봐줄 수 있나? 아래 봐주라. 나 스킬 잘 맞았어. 산태 볼게. 공 타봐.
가도 될 것 같아.
산태 볼게, 산태.
다르반 4분 같아.
야, 미드 가면 끝나지 않냐, 이거? 산태부터 잡자, 일단. 산태 잡고 나 미드 푸시할게. 애니 40초라 끝날 것 같아. 미드. 가볼게. 미드 가자. 자르반 혼자야. 마크 안 돼, 이거.
Guess the thought it was not going out of my mind. There was something really going on. I just didn't see all the signs in time. It was going on for so long. Girl, go on with your little thing. Gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Guess I should have been one on you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I'm gonna see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Fire my bed, you tried to put out, but I lit it up, yes I lit it up, yes I lit it. You said it's on me if I feel put out, but your time's up. No way can you feel it. Girl, go on with your little thing. You gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Should've been one hanging off you. now I know what I've really got to do. I've gotta see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you're green, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's all ready won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Gone and I'm moving on. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. My heart, it weeps for the love you shed. I gave my soul to the time you cared. These days grow tired. I walk alone with tears. I break the sounds of the darkened fears. My love, it weeps for the time we lost. I paid the price. My soul became the cost. All I asked from you was time together. All you gave was hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for the stuff. Don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You It's time together. All you gave is hurt. Free skies align. I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hold. Hold. All right, we're good. We're just checking. We're just making sure everyone was paying attention. Just because you missed a great back and forth Fry's group appetizer, because we're not quite there yet in Fry's group, between Kiwoom DRX and BNK4X, and the Foxes were able to battle back here in the game number one.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, and it kind of shows that like they are desperate to win the series. And I think it's also just because of the draft that they have. I think this is not usual that we have because I think in the previous game we had so many bot focused draft. So I think either you get the strong bot lane or lose. But I think this time around, BNK KRX and KRX they only focused on the top side. So 1, 2, 3 was all about the top side. So what side did you prefer here?
Well, I'm a big Caitlyn lover and I'm also a Lee Sin lover. First of all, I think Raptor Lee Sin was so joyful to watch the insects he had in these team fights, but also Caitlyn scaling late game. We have already seen it from Gumeus in the previous series. I feel like when this champion gets to 4 items and it has 100% crit and then a team fight presence, it's just so hard to play against. And even though KRX banned so many AD carries, 5 of them in fact, Taeyeon still got Caitlyn.
Yeah. And I think we should consider Caitlyn as like highest prior in the bot lane because I don't think you can actually win against Caitlyn at this point, like when they get the Caitlyn luck especially. And I think even though they had such a great early game with any Jarvan, I think the fact that Caitlyn scales you so much better in the late game, I think that opens up for the BNK KRX in a positive way.
Yeah, and you know, Kiwoom were able to get that early lead. They were humming on all cylinders there, but just weren't able to convert it. Here's one of the fights that we had on the topside river where you could see how close it was for both sides.
I want everybody to keep their eyes on Raptors Lee Sin. I remember this guy 3 years ago in solo queue. He was already goated on this champion. And look at that one. Just goes on to Annie, instantly flash kick her into the team, into Equalizer as well. And Yukal gets burned up. Then he follows on the Jarvan, hits both Qs. Just clean, absolutely clean on Lee Sin.
Yeah, I think it's still though KRX had some moment with the lazy fill here because like Misfortune, obviously in the early game you are stronger than Caitlyn because Caitlyn needs some time with the items. So I think here it looked fine. But I think they should be able to win even harder at this point because I think with their draft, obviously I already mentioned that like you cannot outscale Caitlyn. So I think even though it was not a great fight for BNK KRX, we could see how Raptor played so good in the early game.
Yeah, again, Raptor just kind of dictating around there, and you see the value from that Bloodthirster on Misfortune, able to pump out the damage. But then it all turns here at 32 minutes, the final team fight where it just felt like you were waiting for Kiwoom to make a decisive game-winning play, and it just didn't come from them.
Which they try to do, right? They're trying to catch BNK here, flash in from Rel. They try to lock down, but Taeyeon manages to peel it back. And look at that stopwatch. This is one of the crucial moments in this fight. Stopwatch onto any combo, which pretty much makes Yukal do negative damage. And then yet another kick, hops into a ward, kicks her to the side. She gets sniped by that Equalizer and the Rise. And then BNK just completely rolls over the fight.
So I think KRX, they should recognize that any damage is actually main threat for BNK KRX. So I think even though it didn't hit at all because of the Zhonyas, I don't think they should look for Rumble at that point. So even though they one-shot Rumble, I don't think they will be able to win the fight. So I think the focus in the late game was off there, and for BNK KRX, they had such a great focus in the late game. So I would like to see more of these early game shenanigans though. I think KRX still has a chance, but I think BNK KRX this time around, they had a better gameplay.
Yeah, I feel like Caitlyn is just way too oppressive in these late game team fights, and if you don't kill her, she's gonna roll over your team. But what I really enjoyed is how Wheeler and Yukal played the early game. So if KRX can repeat that success from the early game and maybe transition, well, throw it less in mid-late game, they can definitely make it a series. But we are in the Fries group, baby, so expect a back and forth banger.
By the way, I didn't know about the Fries group, but I just learned from Jankos. Man, he's so toxic.
What? No! What, dude?
Yeah, all right, Wadid just doesn't care about the memes that happened last year, Wadid. This was last year. All right, I think the stream's good now that Wolf got the correct HDMI, VGA, DVI adapter. Atlas, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we made sure that we got the yellow port in the right one, and then the white one and the red ones making sure that his audio is coming through cleanly.
Through 3 different adapters and an extension cord, so I can tilt my head a little bit more to the left and to the right. And,
yeah, it's all sorted out. Don't you worry. And Wadid, how the heck did you miss the Fries
we were
group?
all on Fries group together,
right?
I don't. He must, like, he's like,
Was he
thanks,
asleep?
Yankos was the knower. I'm like,
He was busy watching LEC reruns. That's the problem. So he just missed out on all of the good games. He was focused on Legend Group.
Well, like,
thought that
it
the
was on
Fries
our
Group
team.
wasn't as important.
I thought we made Fries group jokes together.
I think we probably did.
Do I have false memories?
You may have, but maybe last game was a false memory as well. KRX are hoping that it is as they look to shake it off moving into this next one as we are into the draft for game number 2.
Well, no more Rise for Rise Group. He is fearlessly banned.
He is.
In this second game. Let's see if they ban all of the 80 carries again. Because
Well, he can't pick Caitlyn again.
Caitlyn, you know, what is he going to do?
Well, we hate archery as we have the icy archery gone, the corruption archery
I know what's
gone.
going to happen. They're not going to ban Ezreal, and then Lazy Feel's going to first pick Ezreal.
Ah, well, that sounds like a thing that KMDRX would want to do.
They do that a lot. It's actually their #1 thing. Of all teams in the LCK, QMDRX have prioritized first pick 80 carry more than any.
So they're going to ban Lucian here.
Could be. Very likely.
Lucian, wabam. Lucian, wabam. Lucian, wabam.
Lucian, wabam.
Wabam, Lucian. Lucian, wabam. Wabam, Lucian.
Bye. Oh,
Jace!
Jace!
Lucian looks weird.
They're like, that one shoots range sometimes. That's close enough.
All right, so the Jace is going to be the ban.
Is it an Ezreal ban, or do we see something else here?
The Karma ban?
Karma. I mean, if you get if you get Karma, then they're less likely to play Ezreal. Then you could get Ezreal Karma, so that could be a problem. I would say, probably don't let them play that. Well, okay, we're trying to trade it. I think Ando plays Karma.
Wait, why would you ban Xin? Weird. Okay, so Karma can be first pick. The Ezreal is obviously going to be first pick.
They just do this instead of picking the Karma. This is
So Jhin Karma is the response, right?
Yes. And the Ezreal is not going to like it. But maybe Ando can play Bard. He's kind of a secret sleeper.
He is.
Bard player.
He was absorbing the Bard bans earlier on in the season. I actually think playing a Bard lane would be a better idea because it plays pretty well into the Karma that we've seen.
If he plays Nico, I will be very disappointed. But I don't think he will.
Oh, don't even will that into existence. That's crazy. It's okay.
They don't have to get the Jhin right now since the Ezreal is already locked. So they'll take Nefiri here for Raptor, one of his favorites. Especially in the heyday of BNK FearX. So we don't talk about that one game, but besides that one game...
Yeah, no. What game? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was talking about like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. We don't talk about that.
Oh, I love that game.
Yeah, but if we start talking about it, then we're going to have to escape from the city. And we'll make it through.
All right, Bard is the lock-in,
Okay,
obviously.
he didn't do Nico, and they got the Blind Art, which has, by the way, been so good right now this season. Especially
and it's one of Rich's champions.
Yes. Now it's so much less likely that you will be seeing a tank top. And I don't think you can actually go like Vayne here as clear and say, aha, because then you'll lose your 80 carry pick. You have to lock the Jhin.
Yep. And Jhin isn't a real champion. So I'm looking that I'm feeling like the 6th gamer could be upon us here. It's KMDRX set up.
I'm like kind of concerned about the fact that there's not a lot of engage necessarily here. Like the Jhin can be some sort of follow-up engage, right, with his Deadly Flourish, but Taeyun is a really good player, but he's not Ruler, you know? I'm going to need to see a little bit more before
And it didn't even work for Ruler.
Yeah, it almost, I mean, he played really well, but...
He did.
And then he got caught.
He got caught a couple of times. But it's Ruler spots, just the way that it goes. Wukong, the most useful jungle ban in the Rise group, is going to come through. Genius. Renekton, another Rise favorite.
I wonder if they'll just ban Vayne on that final spot, as the Vi will also get taken away. Another great, simple Kizurg ban.
It's a lot of Kizurg being taken away here.
Willer is down to a pretty thin jungle pool now. So we'll see if he wants to just like play Trundle or something, as a lot of our teams have done.
That would definitely deter Clear from playing a tank. I don't think, like, already it was looking like a tough game to pick Sion into.
It's pretty not ideal. So does he just play Ambessa into Nara? That sounds so tough. Like, this is not a great situation for Clear. There's not a lot of good picks left.
You can Yorick, kind of?
You can, or you could, like, Camille and call Raptor a lot, put him on speed dial.
Or you just pick Aurora and then...
Keep it ambiguous?
Yeah, just hide from your problems. Oh, last pick, Silas? That could be an angle.
That actually could kind of work. Silas top has been very volatile, but we've seen it a few times. It could just be the Aurora top with the Silas mid.
It hasn't won a lot in the LCK, but it's been picked mainly by Dudu, and he's one lane.
Yeah.
They just, like, DNS do not win games in the LCK. That's just not a thing.
Victor feels very safe here, and this composition has now 3 strong late game damage dealers that are very good. And you know what? Pantheon's actually still up.
Yeah, this is Kizerg.
This kind of works. You can follow up on the Bard ultimates really easily. Bard ult is practically a Pantheon ult's worth of distance, and can then set up the follow-up, and then the Gnar comes in. Let's see. All eyes on clear. He could be playing the Aurora. But, oh,
he's gonna do it!
He's doing it!
All right, the Dudu tech coming on through here. Obviously, this was picked, you know, a million years ago into the Gnar all the time, but it's only recently come back as an option thanks to Dudu from the DN Supers. And he will be taking it into the matchup against the Gnar in the top lane.
It's clear playing Aurora into it, which...
I don't know whether I want to play Silas into Victor that much.
Yeah, I mean, the way they set this swap, they swapped in a kind of a weird way, which was not the most efficient way to swap these champions, right? If the Silas is going to go top, but they still can.
Yeah.
They still can. There's still time.
Just doing the HLE thing where they make sure that we talk about the fact that it could be going there, and then they swap it back anyway in the last minute.
Just make sure UCal isn't playing our mid. Wait for it. Okay, lock it in.
And the Aurora has been used as an option into the Gnar as well, so it looks like that is what they're going to go with.
I think that as much as this matchup can be volatile, it can go poorly for the Aurora if there's a lot of jungle attention. It means you pull the junglers away from the bottom lane. So I like this choice. Playing the Silas into the Victor is not necessarily a fun time, but again, a lot of jungle focus is what's really going to be the deciding factor in all these matchups. So my point is Raptor's got a big job here, and he's going to have to be juggling a lot of different lanes here in order for them to get the win. Again, here for Kingdom DRX, this quite simple. Safe, scale up, win the game.
Oh, Kizerg, baby. Once again, they have nailed it with the composition, but they need to figure it out with the gameplay. Let's get on to the riff for game number 2. All right. Team DRX fans in full voice here today, but there are still quite a few on the other side of Chichik Lol Park as well. As we see Lazyfeel on his favorite champion, using the Frozen Ezreal skin as well, which was a favorite of Doublelift and Deft, if I remember correctly, although
yes.
Deft did switch over to Pulsefire for a lot of the later half of his career. That's all right. Cosmic Binding not going to quite find the angle, but there is the Electrocute proc that the Bards really do like.
Yep, they want to get those as much as possible. That's the only way you can play this lane. And obviously the Ezreal is going to have to weave some shots in while clearing these waves very quickly with his Q. And the Q resets. So very much a volatile matchup, but not one that neither team should have a kill pressure in unless...
Yeah, looking for an angle here by the looks of things. The Ignite is down onto Andil, as Kellen decided to take that here in this lane, really wanting to keep things aggressive.
It also is not going to be very effective using it on a like 80% health Bard.
And also the Bard doesn't have like snap healing either.
Yeah, it doesn't work
It does
that
have
way.
heal, obviously, but the sustain that a Bard has is not based on that.
It's not very Ignite value heavy.
Yeah,
so
it's more like you go for a fight and then you lick your wounds afterwards, and that's going to help you by drinking tea and stuff like that.
You're not going to be like running away to your tea with Ignite ticking on you and go, oh no, my heal reduction. As Raptor is kind of lurking here, might get the jump on Willer.
Yeah, Willer going to face check as he does hit a dagger, but doesn't hit the second one.
I think that's probably the best that Raptor could have done with that situation because it is an early game Pantheon.
Oh, nice Cosmic Binding there from Andil. As Kellen is going to soak the Mystic Shot, but it is still looking pretty good for Team DRX down here on this bottom side.
Gank in the mid lane. Sidestep, unreal.
Yeah, UCal is going to survive for now, and still moving, and survives. And our monitors may have turned off, but we turned around, and we managed to catch the play. Nicely done, Wolf. Thank you very much for taking the lead on that turnaround.
Ah, it's all good. I had experience with the monitor going out the other day.
Aha.
Here we go. That's the volatility I was talking about, Rich.
Yeah, Rich actually looking for this, but decides not to invest the flash for the play. As we've seen this one before. As there is Willer and Andil making their way down. They do manage to get the spear down as there's the Deadly Flourish, but it's soaked by Andil. Taeun just going to have to look for a reset here. This is actually ahead in farm. The Jhin has been doing a pretty good job of last hitting.
Some of these minions will be lost, though.
Yeah, and they have the wave in a pretty good spot as well, unless Kellen can make something happen here. So can be a bit of a rough one, as we have Lazyfield with Barrier and Flash up and available, and Taeun out of summoner spells completely.
These two top laners are going to TP right into each other's faces here as they return to lane after a little bit of aggression there from Rich. And UCal is just trying to hold this wave here. And like I said, we do a little bit of keep it sleepy, Rise group. Sometimes. Slowed down a lot in this game. But I think for B&K, this is where you want things to be. You don't want any early disasters. You don't want to be having to gank. You don't want to be like, oh, we really messed up that earlier play, and now our Sylas is just not going to be able to play the game. Or the Aurora is not going to be able to have the edge that she's looking for. And the Jhin Karma is just, you know, pushing in and doing what it can. Obviously, lead is Lazyfield's right now.
Yep.
But that's all largely been on Andil's really good Electrocute procs and his attempted bindings. I think this Ignite is just based on the fact that Jhin doesn't really do the short burst trade thing where he pops barrier and he's looking for that most of the time. So he took the heal. Kellen took the Ignite. It's a little bit of extra movement speed as well for Taeun that is his on command rather than, you know, needs Kellen's help, because Kellen's already going to be giving him movement speed. So it's a cool idea. It just isn't that helpful in the 2v2, unfortunately, where Lazyfield does have barrier, and he is going to be the one pushing and dictating the pace of this lane with the Electrocutes from Andil.
Yeah, it just feels weird to take Ignite but not actually have the battle summoner advantage, as Lazyfield Arcane shifting towards Taeun and even baits out a mantra that does go wide. Andil finds the angle here towards Raptor, who does get electrocuted by the Bard and does go untargetable, avoids one of the spears, but will have that cooldown back pretty quickly and does find it there. A couple of autos are going to be required as he flashes in, gets the stun, the fadeaway is good, and Vikla's not able to punish the Pantheon.
Really good punish here onto Raptor. Willer gets the secure there with the Pantheon as we have Andil coming back.
He flashes as Kellen has to flash away as well. Does get the fadeaway ignite as now Taeun comes on in. 3 bullets left in the chamber as they see Willer come in. He gets the Aegis for the speed up, but is able to get themselves a little bit far away. The Pantheon doesn't have an angle.
Okay, well, it's going to be the wave going back towards the Ezreal, who maintain in farm advantage, but no kills there on the bottom side. It's crazy how when Andil is playing Bard, he suddenly just like is the king of roaming. You know what I mean? Like, if he plays other champions, he doesn't actually make the same impact. But obviously here, it's the magical journey that allows him to make this play in the first place. But it's like Andil transforms into a different player when he's on this pick. It's crazy to watch. He helps set this one up. Willer comes over, secures it, surprises Raptor, I think, the timing of that late flash there to take him out.
Really nicely played by KRX here in this early game. And once again, it's a great early game from them. They get that first blood, and they are looking really strong. This time around, though, Clear does have a pretty good advantage towards the top side. I feel like Rich did a really good job in the last one of keeping things pretty even on the Cassante. This time around, though, the counterpick into the Gnar is working, and Clear does have a decent lead as far as farm, although I guess the money is very, very close. Still, everywhere else on the Rift is all about KRX.
It is very much a Kiwin-favored game state. The only leading lane is the Aurora on the top side, which was able to escape that really aggressive play from Rich earlier, but has otherwise generated a pretty nice lead up there as some items start to come through. Andil, he's doing it again.
Yep, just going to get an electrocute. Mystic Shot is not going to land, so Taeun is looking a little healthier than he otherwise could have been.
Super annoying for the Jhin, who just can't quite reach that 4th shot right now in this trading pattern.
Yeah, and Andil, like, just going over and hitting a binding and then auto-attacking and getting an electrocute proc for what feels like 2 abilities, it's just really frustrating. He's just doing it off cooldown.
Yeah, it's like Bard harassment.
Yeah.
As Raptor does have level 6, and they're trying to bait something here. Lazyfield playing very safely instead, though, so it doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of agency. Don't forget, Willer also has his ult available for a longer fight. And Andil is just like, well, I turned this into a safe position, and now I'm on the attack.
Yeah, he is moving
and I'm on a
towards
ward.
the mid lane. There is a Raptor in the area. Vandal's still comfortably able to get rid of this control ward. Vikla steals away an Arcane Storm. Haven't really seen too much from this Silas thus far outside of trying to defend his jungler as he limped into his lane. The Grand Starfall is up and available here for Willer as well. It has been for a level or two. And Andal is going to oh man, he
really
gets an accidental interruption. I swear I didn't see him. Never mind, he had the sweeper. So
yeah, he really wants to, it feels like, bait them into a bad fight where Willer's just going to be able to collapse with his ultimate. And BNK aren't going to take the bait, but the truth is, because of the control they had over Dragon, sure, you didn't get the fight, you don't opt into a bad situation, but you don't opt into defending the Dragon either. And so Dragon goes down, and everything is coming up QM favored right now.
Yeah, almost 1,000 gold just by better laning. Of course, Willer having that first blood by killing his opposite number, but the lanes haven't really been affected by the junglers so much today. They've just been affecting each other. So this is all down to KRX playing pretty well.
They might actually be able to deny these. They're going to go on to Raptor.
Yeah, he flashes, he uses everything. True Shot Barrage even is going to clear up the rest of the doggos, and Rich celebrates with a bit of a Goomba Stomp, and Willer says, thank you very much for the leash.
Raptor was like, can I play the game now? And QMDRX all unanimously were like, no, absolutely not.
Yep. As Vikla looks for a bit of an angle but doesn't quite get there. There is the Death Ray coming down as well. And this was the decision into the Victor. We've seen the Silas into Victor angle picked up in the past quite a few times. I believe we saw it in one of our series.
T1 series, I think.
Yeah, the T1 series. That did happen.
Yeah, and like, the Silas obviously can get on top of the Victor that's very immobile and trade with him well, and he utilizes the ultimate very well that he steals from the Victor. There's a lot of cool things you could do with it, but in a game state like this where everyone's kind of naturally ahead, it's a little bit tougher. Victor's going to try to make a lead.
Yeah, interruption, but still makes it through the magical journey. It's just not going to be enough as Andal flashes away from his own ultimate, and Vikla is able to flash over and kill the Bard and avoid getting hit by the real Tempered Fate. Nicely done.
Caster Blessing, perhaps, you know? Yeah. He is able to finally get something done in this game. He'll have to drop a wave to do it, or at least most of that wave, but finally punishes this roaming Bard. And, you know, we were talking about it, the play here with Raptor on these grubs is there's a Pantheon that has ult, right? Ando's coming over. Rich has Prio as well with Meganar. And it's ultimately Ando who gets the kill anyways. But, yeah, I think doing this grub set was a little bit risky.
Yeah.
And like they have so much vision here. Andal is just trying to do too much, and he's been very successful until this moment at setting that up. And he tries to stop Vikla, who's melee, from getting in there with his own Tempered Fate, but the flash is good. Now he's got Rocket Belt. And so maybe this Silas Aurora solo lane angle could be a window into this game, because it's still a tiny gold lead. That's mostly just this Pantheon's first blood.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot in it at this stage, and I think the mid game is going to be pretty scary here for BNK KRX, especially with Vikla. Once he's able to steal away an ultimate from Rich, perhaps, could certainly be an angle, but he is going to get stunned up by the gravity field and does need to be very, very careful. True Shot Barrage also going to tag him, and Yukal is able to lock that one down. So that's the caster curse. Had the blessing prior, then the curse. Now Raptor is trying to go home, and he just gets gnawed back and takes the house as well. Rich turns into Mini-Gnar at exactly the right time, slows him down with a boomerang, and I don't know whether Raptor is going to be surviving this one. Good flat from Rich, and secures the solo bowler.
And actually, they could get more, because Willer's coming up here. Okay, I was going to say, Clear, you cannot keep pushing right now.
Wendell is going to break the chain. And at least Raptor gets his Cycler Sword, so does have his first item, but Willer's already out onto the map.
Can you imagine? I mean, just knowing there's no enemy jungler because you just killed him. You TP back to catch the wave, and then your Pantheon ults and you get basically 2 kills. That would have been absolutely insane.
Yep.
I thought that was about to happen, but Clear is respectful.
And Rich having a bit of a day out now. This was the one sort of point of power for BNK KRX is Clear up towards his top side, but now with Rich grabbing that solo, he's feeling very good about it. And let's have a look at this one more time.
So
yeah, spots on vision.
Pulls him back. And it's very early, the jump here, but not really much that he could do. He's hoping that getting over this wall is enough, but... And he says, seconds before he flashes, he's like, I got him. And then he's going to say, he says, I'm going to TP back. He does. And I thought maybe there would be like a discussion there about whether or not Willer could ult the Aurora, but not thinking too far ahead on that one, and Clear does leave as that's happening. Didn't have full vision either.
And now Clear does have his dash cannon as well, so proto belts are plenty here. 3 of them already purchased as Yukal able to use his to avoid Kellen. And in comes the Pantheon. Willer just helps clear out the wave, and now they're going to fight for some control around this Drake. KRX looking at Double Dragon if they do take this next Infernal. And is going to stun up Vikla here as well. Does smite him at the same time. The Aegis comes down, but it's not getting a lot of value as Raptor gets in behind him. Still, Willer is able to get himself out of the way, and the chains do not connect. And Yukal this entire time is just doing so much DPS. True Shot Barrage has just been on point here by Lazyfield.
Yeah, he's
They're
actually
trying to snipe assists, and Tayin is now in a lot of trouble. Arcane Shift over the wall, and these Mystic Shots are landing. Doesn't find that last one. And
all right.
Tayin's just going to have to back.
Tayin is going to have to back here. This should be the Dragon going over to QMDRX. Double Dragon would be massive.
They're on vision.
Raptor coming back here. This is a risky contest if they do commit, but Vikla has that lifesteal.
Yeah, he goes in, gets stunned up. Vikla is very dead. Raptor gets the fadeaway steal, though, and the curtains have now been called. Willer making it past the rest of his teammates. Just barely avoids that last one, but they go between the worlds, and Clear is looking to take him down. Oh, will the Merkwolves destroy him? No, the Karma will. And out they will go. KRX not even able to get the Drake, and BNK FearX looking way better.
All right, now it's a big turn here for BNK. Puts the Jin in a gold lead here. But ultimately, is it enough to turn the fate of this game? That is the question, as we're going to see a defensive teleport here from Yukal to keep this turret up. As initially for me on the Dragon, I thought going in there was incredibly greedy. Like, look at the setup that they have here. They have Yukal pretty well spaced. But this is a Sylas comp that can brawl pretty well. Lazyfield very low on mana as well in this fight. So yes, Vikla is just blown up, but they get the steal. And then Tayin is like, it doesn't matter how low health I am, because we have this composition that chases incredibly well. Clear is here, and Rich doesn't have TP, so he cannot join. And then some kind of shenanigans ensue here, and Kellen ultimately is the one who picks up the kill. So that's also not the greatest news for BNK, but at least they do secure that additional blow. The main thing is denying the Dragon.
And so now, Mountain Soul available for both of them if they are able to get the next 3. And that could be a lot of power here. Add some tankiness to some team compositions that don't necessarily have a lot of it. There's Kellen walking on over, trying to annoy Andal, trying to get some vision down, and will be able to do so. Yukal and Clear, both of them doing a fair bit of damage here in this game thus far. Ginu and DRX still with a little bit of a gold lead, but that is slowly falling away. And if we were to talk about like tempo vibes, I would say that BNK FearX have finally found some here in this mid game.
I'm not getting any tempo vibes right now myself. It's really just hard to know who's really
honestly
vibing.
The Fries group ones are different. You know, it's a very different type of tempo vibe. It's nothing to do with the game state at all, not even a little bit.
An incorrect tempo vibe assessment is also just forgivable in the Rise group.
Oh yeah. And it's not really like a thing that will dictate how the game goes. It's just a feeling you get. It's entirely subjective in the Rise group.
Yeah, entirely. Completely. Yep. So we are going to have a Herald contest here from QMDRX. So Andal has his ult, which is the most important part of their ability to fight this. Yukal also is not able to get access. Like I think it's going to have to be a crazy Bard ult if they're going to win this one. And he gets
speaking of which, yeah, it's right on top of Tayin. Let's see whether they can find an angle as Lazyfield taking so much damage here. True Shot Barrage onto just Tayin. But that is a pretty good target, and now Willer is going to make his way in. It's a great position for the ulti to separate Vikla, who's now having to flash away, but Yukal flashes after him and gets the finish. Now Clear is dashing in, looking for Lazyfield. That is a phenomenal deadly flourish to connect, but Rich is still looking for Clear and will find him as the ulti comes in from Raptor, but Rich is going to outplay him. He's going to hit Mega as well to get that health bar up, and Tayin dealing with the Arcane Storm now can't do anything about this gigantic Gnar, and I think Rich may have just saved the game for QMDRX.
I think he did. They're trying to get this turret. The minion wave is thinned, but they should be able to, with just a few more autos here, take this one out, which will also be, at 17 minutes, first turret.
Yeah, first turret, and they get the Eye of the Herald as well.
The Herald gets picked up, and it's going to be used to recall Willer out of there. He does not commit to second turret. I want to watch in this fight what happens with Vikla, because he's got his Gnar bar, or his stolen Gnar. He just goes on to Willer for some reason. Like, I was like, how are they actually able to close the gap? Because I thought he was just going to try to zone Yukal out. Instead, Yukal just gets the fight for free because Vikla sent it onto a Pantheon that just walks away and then is able to ult in. I think that was probably one of the biggest whiffs for the Sylas. That's the stolen Gnar ultimate. That's one of your big power points, and he just sent it into a Pantheon as... Oh,
Once again, Vikla is very, very low. Gets stunned up by Willa. And is just taken out by the Pantheon as well. Tempered Fate has to be avoided here by Clear, who dash cannons back the other direction as well. The Gnar into the wall up, and Rich, he's going to walk away because cool guys do not look at exploding Auroras. And now Raptor is just going to have to turn tail and run. Turn a lot of tails, in fact, and run.
He wants that Grump, though.
Does get the Grump, so will win that 1v1.
He feels safe with the Grump. I'm running to my Grump, where I will get some farm in this game.
That's the same as me. I'm more of a PvE gamer myself. I would agree. It's all right. Lazy Field trying to get out of the way. Good sidestep.
As this game has gone off the rails pretty quickly, but this is why you don't trust your tempo vibes.
I was going to say, the tempo vibes call was absolutely incorrect in every way, shape, and form.
I mean, this time he gets the Silas ult stolen, but it's lethal tempo Gnar, and he's just so far behind. It just doesn't work out. Then he goes back in here. Yeah, to be honest, I'll say it, like, I considered Vikla to be a very good Silas player.
Yeah.
But I think he's just having a bit of an off game here as the game is getting more and more desperate. He's trying to be the playmaker, but it's just not working out. And KRX are looking for their second dragon here of the game with a 4,000 gold lead now, really, that they have. And Lazyfield has gone for the Glutinous Greaves variant here. He is starting to become a little bit larger himself. Obviously not, he's behind the Jhin, but when the rest of the comp is falling apart, a Jhin with a lead means very little because he just can't do it alone.
Yeah. He has definitely got a lot of gluten. That's all I got. I don't really want to go into the Glutinous Greaves thing again, but it's a very fun one.
Well, right now the Jhin is gluten-free.
Yeah, and the problem is, it seems like gluten is what is giving Lazyfield his power, as he is almost at that 2-item spike. And just needs to clear out a few more minions before I think he goes for the reset.
So we have what? We have treads, with just boots that are swift, right?
Yeah.
Boots of Lucidity. So I guess we doubled up on boots. I was going to say, like, how do we have double Greaves? How did that happen? As Vikla, again, the target.
Tempered Fate is going to hit that cannon. He nailed the cannon, though, ladies and gentlemen, before he did inevitably go down. And Yukal missed it.
Yeah,
okay. Oh, wait, no, that was his cannon. Never mind.
I don't really think that there was much he could do with the Tempered Fate specifically to escape from 3 people there. He tried his best. But being that far up into the Pantheon with ult, with no turret, you know, it's I think a symptom of the game state, right? Like, he's a Silas that's 1-4 before this death, right? 2,000 gold behind this Victor. The pick is not working out. And the Aurora in the top side also not working. And so you're trying to get on the map, you're trying to get some money, but
yeah,
I think this game is just done.
I feel like that it might be that way as well, even though it is only That's all right. We are just going to settle in. Raptor is on that Grump once again. He felt safe before. I don't know whether he's safe this time, because he can go untargetable, so he's going to be all right.
Yeah. They're just training out oppressively group. Like, they don't have Pantheon ult, but they don't have to dive super deep. They can just wait for opportunities. Bard ult can turn off the turret, right? Can isolate the Jhin.
Yeah.
So it's a very defensive timing here for BNK. Like, they have, I mean, that's not really the best usage of the word timing, but it's a very defensive time they have to get through here in order to get out on the other side where hopefully the Jhin is scaling and, you know, the Aurora can burst.
Yeah. I mean, Taeyoon does have at least a couple of items, and it's not Ghostblade into Rapid Fire Cannon, which can feel pretty lackluster for damage.
You can see the gold
utility is much higher.
The gold graph also had the tempo vibes for BNK at that moment where you were kind of putting it down.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's since sold out.
Yeah. It kind of ran away. As Willer is just going to dive on top of Kellen, doing a whole bunch of damage. The Magical Journey brings the rest of the gang over, but there is the turn, but Tempered Fate will answer it. No more curtain call for Taeyoon as True Shot Barrage over a couple of them, and Lazyfield doing a lot of damage. Rich turns up and says, anyone need killing? And they will back away.
They do back away, which I think is the appropriate choice here, but now they've got this pretty big siege onto the mid turret. And again, they're just kind of waiting for the next objective, right? The Baron is a little bit too early here at this point. It's just now the 2 items here for Lazyfield. Doesn't have that third one just yet. He's going to go back and buy. We'll get a component here, and we're doing a little bit more damage, but even the Victor that is obviously quite large in this game, is not able to rush Baron, especially if he dies.
Well, Vikler is going to look to try and kill him here as Raptor is going to come on over as well. He goes golden though. And now the Pantheon comes in. Nice stun! And Yukao still alive, gets the double for Willa. And I think that should mean Baron.
If he doesn't die, then I guess they just can do the Baron.
Oh no.
Okay, well, sometimes it's just that simple.
And sometimes you do have to, like, the Hail Marys do sometimes need to be thrown.
Yeah, no, I mean, you've got to try to find something in this game. Like, this looks initially like, okay, we got this. The problem is that there's a Bard and a Pantheon. Like I said, their ults work well in tandem. And Andil is able to join here from super far away, but the real problem was the Pantheon showing up there. And
yeah,
like, there is no good play. This is 500 gold lead for Taeyoon has, I felt like, never gone away this whole game, but it just doesn't matter. If, like, the Jin was 2,700 gold ahead instead of the Victor, but the rest of the team was still behind, like, it also, I think, would look the same.
Yeah, I think it would look the same. It's still Jin. Like, it just, I don't know.
It's not that, I know I'm not as much of a Jin hater as you are, but Jin can't function on its own. It is like...
I feel like Jin has phenomenal utility. I just think that you really do need other carries to push it forward, and he augments them quite effectively.
Even if you have a really sharp and, like, very, very powerful bullet, if there's no, like, barrel to the gun, it doesn't matter.
It is still just, if you're throwing the bullet at them, it still won't really hurt. It'll just be annoying. Unless it's a really big bullet. In which case, if you threw it at them, it would probably still hurt. But okay, Vikler is going to grab a Tempered Fate, does use it onto Rich here, but the Tempered Fate, the real one, is going to get his flash. Now, you've got a steal of a dragon. Let's see whether Raptor can get any value out of that one, as Willer is going down very, very low. Vikler goes in, doesn't land the chains though, and just kind of explodes. But killing this Pantheon is definitely high value, as Lazyfield getting a whole lot of DPS down, and Raptor needs to get the heck out of there.
Rich
Mid laner for jungle is going to be the trade, but BNK KRX do deny the Drake.
Yeah, Rich is still pushing though. He's getting so much value with the side lane Gnar. And that's the 7th death for Vikla in this game. He is just trying so desperately to do anything and is really struggling, as this Victor is very tanky, right? Like, has the belt. Yes, thank you. Struggling with the belt today.
It can be dash cannon as well. It's got to...
Yeah. You're right. And, like, Vikla has to TP out of the side, and he just shows up and he's like, I did my part! And technically, like, he did, but they can't kill Yukao here. And stealing the dragon and going 1-for-1 just isn't really the path back into the game. It's not a loss, but, like, you are losing more on the map.
They did lose the Baron as a result of that play. KRX, I guess, just went over and took it and said, Willa, it's okay if you're dead. We'll let somebody else smite. And no one smote it, and they just took it. Interesting. They did know that that Raptor had to go back, though, as now Tempered Fate is going to come on down. Clear does go between the worlds, so gets a lot of damage down. And now the Gnar from Vikler is being set up. He does find Lazyfield with it. Yukao, though, just sends him to the Nether Realm. My goodness, that Arcane Storm pop damage was way higher than it had any right to be. Or Vikler is just way further behind than he has any right to be.
It is crazy this is a negative Baron power play.
Yeah.
After it all said and done, as Raptor is, I don't know, he's not going to die. He's utilizing the kit well, but I think going in there was questionable at best, as they are trying to fight under their inhibitor turret, and Victor is coming back, so...
They're just going to run over towards the dragon that isn't there.
This game feels like, obviously it's a huge lead, there's a lot of arrows from BNK here and there, they're trying to find their ways back into the game, trying to burst down these targets, right, but like, it just feels like they're so far behind that even though their plays are correct, they're proactive, like there's some good decisiveness here, it just isn't going to work. On the other hand, it's 27 minutes into this game. QMDRX had a Baron, which was basically neutral on gold after they got those kills in that top skirmish. They lost another dragon, and suddenly it's like, wait, they can close this game out, right? I think so, with the 3,000 gold lead on this Victor. I do think they should be the victors of this game. I think we should be going to a third and final.
We can guarantee that Yukao will be a victor and Vikla will be a Vikla. I think that's the guarantees that we have here in this game when it comes to victory.
It's just, it seems like the way that this game is going right now means that there's like a lot of extra farming time where the gold difference is still large, but 5,000 gold means less and less every objective that goes by. And maybe if BNK KRX can hold on to these inhibitors and QMDRX mess up just one team fight on an upcoming Baron, or if they steal another Dragon, maybe there's an in. Not for Raptor here, though.
Yeah, Raptor is going to go untargetable for a few moments. Gets gnawed into the wall as Taeyeon is going to show up. There is a Tempered Fate just to try and buy some space. But they do manage to get out of the way of it. Willis shows up, but he's a little bit late to that party. KMDRX are just going to have to try another time. Minute
They will
20
win
on
this game,
both
right?
of these objectives. I have no idea what. This is the Fries group, right? This is not about winning or losing.
But
This
it's
is
like-
about the experience,
But
the
it's
journey.
Rise Group preseason. I'm already kind of like, but I thought we knew. You know?
No.
We haven't had that many games like this.
The whole point
in our
of knowing
inside teams.
the Fries group is not knowing. That's how you know.
I know, but like I guess I just don't know that I don't know, and so I just keep thinking that I know.
That's true. The essence of not knowing is not knowing. So you not knowing is truly knowing, or it's not knowing.
The knowledge
The
is
deeper
absent.
you get, the worse it is.
Okay, well look, that was a little bit of a weird scrappy fight where they didn't get a whole lot, but look, no objective was up. It's okay, nothing's really wasted. True Sharp Ross will be back in just a second. Willer's not going to have his ult when this dragon spawns necessarily, but he'll be very close to it. He'll be able to get it up. It doesn't necessarily matter anyways because they're going to have prio. Surely they'll just be able to prevent the Baron trade, grab Soul Point, keep pushing some waves, eventually start to threaten some Pantheon ults. They've got great siege with this Victor, and then they'll get a Baron, and they'll open up the base, and they'll win the game. That's, that's what I think.
Whoa.
Based on what we know about League of Legends.
That doesn't sound very Fries group to me.
I don't know. This team's pretty good.
Well, that is going to be a steal on the red buff to start this one up. Good Deadly Flourish there from Taeyeon, but ultimately doesn't mean anything at
So
all.
all they got to do is make sure it's not a trade. They have mid-prio. They're sending only half of the team to secure Dragon. They're going to send the other half to Baron, clear vision, so they can go from Dragon to Baron and look for a turn. Very clean stuff here. Oh, Raptor!
Oh dear, he's going to face check and explode. Well, now it should be Baron as well, because they killed the jungler while they were taking the dragon.
They set a trap before the dragon was even taken, and Raptor went straight into it. But he just didn't have any vision, he didn't have any control, he didn't have any information, and wasn't just...
They had 2 scrying orbs.
Listen, Atlas...
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I shouldn't say silly things like that. And one of those scrying orbs was in the bottom lane.
I just feel like the way that... I don't know, I feel like I've said this like 7 times this game, but the way that this game is going, he just thought, okay, well, there's a chance something that's unpredictable is happening here, and so I should be nearby.
Oh, bounty gold! Man, True Shopper does a lot of damage. As UCal now has a Magi's, because he's 5-0-5. And he feels like it's a good idea. I don't blame him.
So with this Baron,
yes,
the objective is, okay, instead of saying I think they should or I think this will, say the objective is to push these lanes in full
there
on
you go.
And open up this base.
Let's just say what the outcome needs to be and see what they do in order to try and achieve.
Yeah.
So KMDRX are going to attempt to destroy the enemy Nexus.
There's no flank wards here on the top side for Vikla to use. They did their due diligence there. There are some on the right side, but they're not pushing that way, so it's okay. They should be safe. 2 inhibitor turrets.
This 4-1 is working out very, very well. As there's a bit of an army of siege minions here. First inhibitor going to go down in the mid lane with not a lot of response from BNK KRX. I don't know whether there's going to become a better time to try and go all in for this because their Nexus turrets are now under siege. And KMDRX are just so scary. There's a Tempered Fate stolen away, but the first Nexus turret is going to go down. There's a Tempered Fate just to stop the turret from getting any work done. And into the backline goes Clear, and out he goes after giving them a good old thumbs up. That's going to be the second Nexus turret, and KMDRX will bring us to 6 games on the night. Friends, iDrop's extremely happy about the value they're getting this half of the LCK for 2026. As UCal, big grin on his face, and we may yet get that big celebration.
QMDRX play the better early mid, and the Silas just does not get off the ground. The clear Aurora pick also focused down early, so neither Soul Laners could do anything. And then the Jhin, who QMDRX weren't that worried about, just was only 500 gold ahead. I feel like he's probably still 500 gold ahead.
He might be 500 gold ahead when we get into the next game, but he won't be playing Jin, so we'll have to cancel that one out. Let's have a look at these damage numbers. Yukao absolutely slaughtered this game.
When you get this far ahead as Victor, even if a Silas gets on top of you, you just kind of like slowly kite back and kill him.
Yeah, and then just walk away with a shield, and you're just kind of happy.
And sometimes when an Nefiri and a Silas get on top of you, your Pantheon comes, and then you get a Baron, and then the game is done. KRX, pretty good draft here. I think that the ideas in BNK's draft were cool, but the execution was pretty poor. And now we're going to the Fearless Rise Group Game 3. It's the best night ever.
Oh my goodness. And if you thought that you could predict what was going to happen in game number 3, my prediction is you're going to be wrong. It is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break down that absolute joy of game number 2, and then we'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
그냥 라인 들어갈 때라 이거.
라인 들어갈 때 볼게.
가만히 있어 게임 끝나 이거. 가만히 있어도. 가만히 있어봐 그냥 이거.
천천히 할게.
피만 던져. 얘네 피 보이지? 끝난다 게임.
나 얼었어. 천천히 봐봐. 구도 좋아. 빨리지 말고 타워 쳐봐.
가연 있어.
따닥이야.
가연이야.
빗나 죽여 일단. 오케이. 나이스. 다음 판 고고.
좋았습니다.
잘했습니다.
Guess the thought it was not going out of my mind. There was something really going on. I just didn't see all the signs in time. It was going on for so long. Girl, go on with your little thing. Gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Guess I should've been one on you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I've gotta see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back. but it's really not. I prove you wrong, I'm gone and I'm moving on. Fire my bed, you tried to put out, but I lit it up, yes I lit it up, yes I lit it. You said it's on me if I feel put out, but your time's up. No way, can you feel it? Girl, go on with your little thing. You gotta do what you wanna do. Cause I hadn't seen the danger signs. Should've been one hanging off you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I've gotta see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, cause I'm gone to a past you green, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I prove you wrong, I'm gone and I'm moving on. Gone and I'm moving on. I prove you wrong, I'm gone and I'm moving on. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
This is Vicla's pose, but he doesn't know what it means. Shooters are gonna shoot. Shout out to the Knicks making it to the NBA Finals. He just kept shooting and shooting and shooting his shot until it was 1-9 at the Nexus.
Bro, nobody watches NBA here.
Oh,
What do you mean?
wow.
This is the global broadcast.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Did you just out
so
yourself as
toxic.
a non?
oh wait,
What is happening?
listen.
I don't know.
I am a League of Legends watcher. I watch LAC, LCK,
LAC, the LA Clippers? Is that what you watch?
No, the European League of Legends. Best in the world, the third.
It's EMEA,
It's out
by the
there.
way. It's not LEC. LEC is just the...
Tat, can you correct Uncos over here, man? Like, we do things by connecting the world to what's happening here, to the greatest League of Legends in the world. That's what we do. Let's take a look at the draft here after that last one because, again, priority is very important. And so you can see it spike up here as the Jhin gets picked yet again and the Jhin loses again.
So yeah, I think the main part of BNK KRX draft is all about like Jhin, Karma, and also Kellen picked Ignite, by the way. So try to win the lane as much as they could, but I think it didn't work out. I think Azure Bard was completely okay, and like Andu was just roaming on the map, and when it comes to roam, Bard is so much better. And also the top side, they had Silas and Aurora, and we didn't like that combination a bit.
I feel like the only useful ult Silas has in this game is that Nar ult. And yes, sure, if he goes for a huge play and he gets 3-4 men Nar into a wall, he can be used in team fights. And then Aurora top lane is mostly used to win lane because then she gets outscaled pretty quickly on silent, especially if you let enemy team have Pantheon. Pantheon can match all the side pressure from BFX team. So yeah, I was a really big hater of Aurora, and Vikla really didn't find his marks in that game. Like, absolutely didn't. That was not toxic. You guys call me toxic, I'm getting insecure here.
All right. I mean, I think, you know, we had some good moments though, like with the Pantheon, because I feel like he had his own moment here. I think especially like looking for the early skirmishes by himself. I think even though we all know Naafiri is really strong like in the early game, like whenever you have Bard and Pantheon, it's just so much better to have the earlier actions here.
And I feel like this was Willer's mark so far in Game 1 and Game 2. He was just so proactive in the early games. Even with the Jarvan, he was really, really strong, really early, and got his team ahead. And now yet again with the Pantheon, he is looking for these ganks in the early game, killing Raptor in the previous clip. In this clip, he punishes the Vikla for hitting tower, stepping up a little bit too deep. And yes, he's never alone. Before he had Bard with him, now he has Victor with him. But Wheeler is the driving force of that Kimun DRX roster.
Yeah, and also I think here in this skirmishes, he kind of like tricked it a little bit. Like he's just baiting out with his Pantheon shield, and then after he soaks out the cooldowns on Silas, he's gonna ult in and he's gonna kill all the targets, getting headered. So I think mainly we talk about how good is Yukal when it comes to KMDRX, but I think it should be like just go on Wheeler as well. I think him being so proactive in the early game makes KMDRX having such an easier game. So I think it's actually both Wheeler and Yukal playing so much better than before.
Yeah, funny that we get this matchup here in the most pivotal time for these two teams at the road to MSI, because the records are the same, but also when they find success, it functions similarly. When Raptor gets going, BNK KRX then unlock everyone else. Here, when Willer gets going, unlocks everyone for Kiwoom DRX. And then we could see after this early lead that Kiwoom DRX had, a couple of comeback opportunities for BNK, but here at the Nash, not so much.
And yet again, Silas and Nafiri try to be proactive. They try to catch Yukal off guard, but Pantheon ult is there to save him. Also, Yukal played very well. I think he stopwatched the second Q from Nafiri, and that is the bigger damage opportunity here for Nafiri. So the fact that, again, Willer was there with the counter gank, but also Yukal plays it very well. And now I'm a bit afraid, guys, because all of us predicted HLE to win, and then all of us also predicted BFX to win.
Yeah.
So if I am here, and then we all predict wrong, and then not just you two are a frauds, but I would be a fraud too, and I don't want to be a fraud. That's my third time on the LCK broadcast. I want to be a fraud already.
But yeah, I mean, I still trust in BNK KRX though. So they do have the right of first selection, and they are gonna pick the first pick for their last game. And I think they should just stick to the plan when they were just comfort on. Like, I think just playing on bot side with the mid priority, you know, it's just a simple plan with the like simple gameplay. I think they're just making it even harder, you know. Why do you even need to go for Ignite? Why do you even need to go for something else random, you know? Like a
Nocturne!
Like a Nocturne!
Like a Nocturne! Nocturne first pick. Is this a spoiler, possibly?
I think so too.
I don't know. We'll see. Oh.
I'm back, by the way.
Yeah.
So that's the experience of Nocturne ulti, by the way. I think that's why you pick Nocturne when it comes to the side lane pressure. I think you get freaked out whenever Nocturne ult comes in. So I think, like, obviously, like Nocturne is one of the like strong pick in the game. But I think it definitely helps to the team where like you're kind of struggling to find out the successful options here. I think especially Raptor when he's on Nocturne is really good. So I'm actually expecting that pick.
All right, well, it has been quite the battle here between these two squads. Again, what's at stake? Both of them are currently resting in 7th place. Whoever wins this has the opportunity to surpass Hanjin Breon if Hanjin Breon lose both their series, and will go to the road to MSI playoffs. Again, you want that opportunity to play in front of the crowd. Let's see how it goes here in our Friends 6-game series.
Darkness.
Thank you, friends, and thank you, friends, for the breakdown there of game number 2 and for bringing us to game number 6 of the day. As KMDRX are able to line up the series. And Wolf, do you remember who you predicted? Were you a KMDRX predictor or you a BNK KRX predictor?
I think I was a BNK predictor.
I think I might have been as well.
I do want to correct Yankos and say that we all predicted Hino Life Esports. I think he was talking about 3 of them, but
yeah, all of those guys are frauds, and the 2 of us, we got it right. So
you were also a Gen G predictor.
I was indeed.
Alongside Ox.
Yep, I could be 10 out of 10 twice in a row, which is, I think, only something that you have done so far this season.
The Korean commentators, a few of them had 10-0s as well from last week alongside you. So
I think it was me, Pony, and Umpty. Umpty's not very good at predictions, though, so it's kind of crazy that he'd get a 10 out of 10. Maybe it wasn't him. Never mind. Let us go into the draft here.
It's 10 o'clock on the dot right now.
Whoa! That's 10 out of 10 right there. Or at least it's 10 out of 12 as far as things on a clock. Let's do away with that whole line of thinking as we get into the draft. first ban, more archery, I guess, as there it is. The Varus going to be taken away. This time, KMDRX not going to be able to ban all of the archers, but they'll ban one of them at least.
I look at kind of how this series has gone so far. You look at the jungles that are gone. The Pantheon, the Jarvan, Lee Sin also removed, and the Naafiri. Means that I think a lot of this game is going to come down to what these matchups look like kind of naturally, as the jungle power might be a little bit weaker early on with all of these picks gone. So if you have a lane lead, it'll probably mean a lot. You know, picks like Wukong, for example, might be where we go in this draft, where you're less valuable pre-6. I mean, we were joking about the darkness with the feed kind of bumping there for a second, but he also could be picked, but there's no Orianna, there's no Aurora, so pretty unlikely. But he would also be another pick that is a weaker pre-6. Wait to see is the Akali. All right.
Well, that means Cassiopeia is going to be banned here. I'm just going to write that one down. Because there is no way that you are letting that one through. And so now, what has been left up, Wolf?
I mean, there's a few picks left, like the Azir in terms of mid lane picks that you'd ban Akali for, but we're not talking about mid lane right now. We're going
Lucian, Melio, Yunara, Lulu, baby. That's what we're doing.
That is definitely what we're doing. Since there is no Ashe, I'm trying to think of what, I mean, do you really want to play some sort of Ziggs lane here? I don't think so.
Draven Pike. Give it to me, Lazy Feel.
No.
Draven into Lucian is that's a matchup that goes back, you know?
Give me the Yunara Lulu.
Oh, well, you know what, Wolf? You're gonna get it.
And then give me the Nami. And then probably Xin Zhao.
No, you're not gonna get the Nami.
I'm surprised Xin Zhao wasn't banned.
There's Milio. Milio's still there.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I just was thinking about the old days.
Yeah.
I was thinking Zeri.
Oh, Renekton. So
they don't need to. They're not gonna.
They can pick away the Lulu.
Lucian.
Haha. Okay. Renekton going to be the lockaway. And so Rich on two champions that he very much enjoys back to back, but it does give them less flexibility as they move into their final pick, because it will have to be the Lulu. Melio going to be taken away, and now there can be a reaction to this Renekton if they'd like to, or they can just take the Xin, which is going to be locked.
Yeah, they didn't get the Nami because that doesn't make sense. And they get the Melio and the Xin. And the Renekton here for Rich with the Lulu. There's a lot of power. The Renekton is also empowered by the Lulu. Alongside whatever jungle they get, will probably also be trying to lean in that vein. We don't have jungle Ambessa anymore, but she was one of the biggest enjoyers of the Lulu pick.
Yeah, we don't have the Naafiri either, because that was played in the last game, so the options
Sion
for the Lulu are less.
I'm kind of surprised about the Sion ban, because if they picked Sion, you could pick Trundle, and that would solve your jungle problem. And also, you have the damage to cut through the Sion. So that one is a little bit perplexing.
Yeah, and also Trundle is kind of good into Xin Zhao as well.
Yeah. Like, I feel like that was a blunder, but the Wukong I mentioned earlier, which is very strong with this composition, will be taken away. So that one I like more. I like that ban.
Well, I think a Vayne might be banned, or something like that. This Renekton is certainly still susceptible to things like that towards the top side. Clear, certainly, with a bit of an eclectic champion pool, would be very happy to play it.
I mean, once the Gnar and the Cassante are gone, you do feel really good if you can take away that last range top.
Oh,
this Jace,
one of them.
A little bit more volatile, but certainly can win the lane into the Renekton. So, do they want to play Vayne with a Lucian comp? It's a little risky.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, you do have a pseudo-tank with the Xin Zhao. Can use a Crescent Guard and stuff like that, avoid a fair bit of damage, as the Nocturne is going to be the ban away. That is a good combo with the Wild Growth. Do not mind seeing that.
Yeah, that's gone now. And it was the pre-6 week jungles that we were talking about.
I mean, Trundle is still a thing.
It still could work, even though there's no Sion. Like, yeah. I do agree. Jax jungle is one we haven't seen really all too often recently.
It has an ability to close distance and
it's good into
be next to things.
Yeah.
All right, kind of like this.
100% win rate, by the way.
There you go. That's probably a sample size that I also enjoy.
It's like 3-0, I think.
Oh, 3. That's more than I was expecting.
Rich is one of them.
All right, there you go. But in the jungle, maybe even less of a sample size as the Ahri is.
We're going all in on killing
Piccolo.
Lazy Feel with this composition. If he dies, they die. If he doesn't die, we lose.
Yeah, I think that might be an issue here. As Ari locked in, and now what is going into the top
Ooh,
lane? Shen!
Shen, I like this a lot.
We are denying auto attacks all over the place
And
in
we
this
have
game.
2 LEC experts on the desk.
There we go.
Well, did
Maybe
lose it.
Yeah, maybe Yankos can just like call Broken Blade and ask us to assess the Shen for us or something like that. As the Mel is the hover here for UCal.
It's a lot of scaling here for QMDRX, but not a whole lot of frontline. But I mean, between the Jax and the Renekton and the Engage you have, all you have to do is punish the Lucian when he goes in, and sometimes you can do that before the Shen gets on top of him to defend him and give the extra shield. They have Emilio for safety as well. I think that both comps are good. Obviously, they're both doing very different things. They are trying to, if you're KMDRX, get to a late game where the Mel and Yunara damage is very, very high, and you have enough damage output to just kind of overwhelm BNK if they can't blow you up instantly, which is difficult to do. And then for BNK FearX, the plan is quite obvious. You're looking to get on top of the Yunara and kill her. Same with the Mel, but the Yunara is the real big problem later on.
Yep.
The deflect, the rebuttal ability, the value of it is basically charm in this game, so it's not that high value.
And fire kick.
I guess so, yeah.
Fire kick's kind of cool if you kick that one away because it just does a lot of things. So that could be a decent option.
I think that it's more about, like, I think when a lot of people think about Mel, that's the most in-your-face thing about her besides her passive. You're just like, what is he trying to deflect? But in this game, he's just trying to poke with range and do consistent damage before team fights. And then the cleanup is going to be there for LazyFeel. I like LazyFeel's Yunara. Again, he's a player who, out of the laning phase, has such a high skill ceiling. Like, I think he's just so incredibly good in team fights. This comp sets him up well. Just needs to make sure he doesn't get caught by all of this.
Yeah.
And they'll be fine, surely.
Yeah. I mean, it's Rise Group. Who knows what's going to happen? And that's the whole point. That's why we love it. Let's get onto the riff for game number 3. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the riff for the 3rd game of this series and the 6th game of the night. Treated to maximum value here on our final Wednesday of the regular season before MSI, as we do have a bit of a face check upon us. LazyFeel taking a fair bit of damage as he does barrier. Taeun gonna have to run away as they do get the heal, but he still has barrier. And so that means that BNK FearX feeling pretty good about that little exchange.
Yeah, we'll get better for Taeun once level 2 is hit. And so they just need to get that as soon as possible and try to find that window here.
A little blaze value.
Yeah, that's kind of rare to actually get something out of that, but
working quite nicely as the wave is going to get cleared out here by QMDRX. They should have level 2 first.
Pretty smartly played by Taeun, knowing that as long as he just kind of walks out of the queue from LazyFeel there, he should be able to do just fine.
They are going very aggressive. But level 2 is going to be hit very quickly here.
But I do feel like if a fire kick lands, Taeun just goes berserk, right? He pops his barrier, he goes in, he tries to focus down LazyFeel as soon as level 2 is hit. Obviously, they're not going to have it first, but there's an angle here where after this wave is cleared, when the waves reset and crash to each other, that Kellen could find that angle.
Cool. A little bit of action here in this mid lane as UCal does look for a snare that he does not quite find. Both of them sitting at pretty high health. But the Mel just happy to scale, as you've mentioned already, as Taeun takes a fair bit of damage here. Does use the barrier, but is still going to lose out on the trade quite considerably. And actually, for Yunara lane, this feels fantastic.
I'm not sure what happened right before that, which is arguably the more important part, but barrier value very low as Taeun tries to dash through a fat wall.
Yeah.
Strange. Taking a look at some of these win rates, UCal played the Mel early. He was an early adopter, but hasn't played it that much since. LazyFeel, one of his most played on the Yunara here at 9 games. Well, like I was saying, pretty comfortable for him on this pick.
And able to avoid a fair few of these piercing lights. Definitely going to be a big part of what helps you in this lane. Doesn't avoid that one, though, so we'll take a lot of damage. And finding that little thread the needle. As the circle value is low. Now you've got the Jax making his way in. The flash in. Flash polymorph pretty powerful as they get on top of Taeun. And Empower is enough to secure first blood for Willa.
Massive win here. Even though they had to use 2 flashes to do it, it's absolutely worth. And now Taeun is in a bad spot in this one as Kellen's going to try to stop his back. Unsuccessful.
Oh no, the fire kick just hitting the air. Very unfortunate stuff as Rich is going to move on down. Oh, that was a little bit scary, but Raptor not going to have to worry about the Renekton. He doesn't have ranged abilities.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
KRX looking in like they're in a pretty good spot for
So look
this
at how
early
low
game.
Lazy Field goes. But they set this all up so that Willer could come over here. There is vision, but it's too late by the time he's seen. They're way too far up. There's no flash for the Lucian. And Lazy Field buys a cull on his return to the lane.
Rich is winning in farm, but I'm looking at the health bars, and I don't feel like he's winning all that much there in this top lane.
Because he's going to press Q and get a lot of health back. As you can see, like that changes in about 2 seconds.
Yep. Ruthless Predator is largely what you want to be negating here with the Spirit's Refuge of the Shen. But otherwise, you just do a lot of damage with your empowered Qs. Titanic Hydra, a lot of value here for the Shen.
Yeah, that's the common build.
I imagine if you are a LEC watcher, then you probably know all of this, but we don't get him all that much here in the LCK.
We also don't get a whole lot of Doran's Helm on Renekton. As Rich has pulled out that new buffed item here.
Pretty good when you get artificial health from the from your ulti.
Yeah.
The Dominus. I kind of like the idea. I think we have seen it once or twice before on the Renekton. Might have been in the Road to AWC over the last couple of days.
Hey, Lazy Field is just trying to send them a bit of a message here once again. Raptor shows up, though.
Yeah, nice sidestep there from Willer. Doesn't get hit by the Wind Becomes Lightning, but both junglers are looking to exit. Willer having the inside track. It's a little scary here for BNK, but Lazy Field and Andal still catching some piercing lights. Lazy Field needs the extra movement speed from the Whimsy in order to get out of the way of that. So, BNK KRX get control of the wave, and we'll see whether they are going to try and transition this into a dragon. First one being a Hextech Drake means that we are at the mercy of a potential Ocean or Chemtech.
That is true, as they're continuing to try to apply this pressure down here on the bottom side. Lazy Field took a lot of damage from the last trade.
Oh, that's a lot of Q damage. The flash in, but it's not enough to get the execution.
I think one more auto would have done it. It's just not enough.
Oh, Willer actually over here, but Andal taking a lot of damage. The counter-strike to try and protect the Lulu, as Rich is also roaming all the way down. They do take out the Jax, but let's see whether Rich can get the work done, as Tane's in a lot of trouble, but it's a double kill for the Shen. He turns up with his ulti, and even though Rich had roamed all the way down, he gets no value.
Rich trying so hard to turn that fight, the power of this early Renekton, as Kellen is... Oh, that's the most rude way he could have interrupted. He could have just, you know, sent it from the bush there and stopped him, but instead he's going to walk right up to his face. And then...
Very annoying.
Also stop his back.
Well, now BNK have a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, that fight wasn't supposed to go as well as it did in this early game. As when you look at this setup initially, like, Andal takes so much damage, he has no mana also. Willer ends up, as soon as the counter-strike is done, he's done. Like, that's all he has, right? And the Ritz is here, and it's like, okay, Renekton should get a lot of value here with his ultimate, but they just kind of avoid him, push top, kill the Mel.
And Vikla didn't go back.
Yeah, no, he didn't. He stayed, and then he came over and surprised them. And, like, a few things could have gone differently there, right? If they were all together faster, or if Yukal was able to do a little bit more damage there, if he had a little bit more time. But they kind of felt like, okay, we're not the ones starting this play, but we got to quickly react and get in here. Otherwise, we're going to lose everyone. And then they send everyone into that Renekton play, and it just doesn't work out. It's very close to working out, but the end result is a near 1,000 gold lead here for BNK. It was volatile, a very, very volatile fight. I can understand the thought process. Like 100% initially, I thought Rich was going to be able to do enough there, but it's just not meant to be.
Not enough. And also the fact that Andal had to get out of there very, very quickly. Willer had to use an early counter-strike very defensively. It wasn't exactly the way they wanted these fights to go. As Taeyeon and Kellen get another wave shoved towards this turret. It should be plate going over. And with all of that crystalline overgrowth, they definitely will be able to claim it, as the Slurkle is not able to stop Taeyeon from doing a lot of damage to Andal here.
Should be crystalline overgrowth and a plate.
Surely?
Probably.
Right, guys?
It's kind of risky always when you walk that far forward.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do it. Respecting the polymorph potential of Andal here.
But eventually, these minions will start whittling away. They have a lot of pushing power right now. And both junglers are in the area, but still very difficult into this Milio to try to make something happen for KMDRX. So I think that plate should go over, but I guess not.
Not yet. Certainly not going to make it to the turret on this wave, as we do see a bit of aggression here from Vikla. Ooh, able to sidestep. And Yukal is
by the way,
actually
Raptor
looking kind of fine.
Coming over a little bit late, trying to look for something.
Yeah, Lazyfield actually getting the Arc of Ruin down, as now Taeyeon looking a little bit more healthy with the help of Kellen, as Andal just barely survives.
Trying to run away here. Raptor does not have flash.
Yeah, but still able to audaciously charge the minion wave to get the flash out of Andal. Lazyfield, the only one with a summoner spell in that bottom lane for this KRX duo. And the fire kick is in fact going to annoy him. Yukal now having another shot as he does push back the Q, but once again, Vikla just barely survives and just walks it off.
Raptor's up here too, so I don't think they should try to push this any further. Although, as a Mel, you know, when you get to that point where you're like, I think I just execute him with one more auto, it's very tempting. We'll back away. And even though it did not happen the first 2 times that we were suggesting maybe that plate would go down, Taeyeon is able to get that first plate finally after that play there from Raptor, which gets the flash out of Andal. Very successful gank there. And the solution is starting to pick up a significant lead here. As we're watching this top lane where we're just having a decent time so far. The Shen mastery not that high for a lot of our younger LCK players because he just wasn't meta.
Yeah, hasn't really been a thing for quite some time. So Rich, with the knowledge of the matchup, feeling pretty good at this point in time.
Yeah, Rich has played a lot of Shen games himself, actually, but I'm not trying to say that Clear doesn't know how to play Shen. I'm not trying to take anything away from Rich, but does feel like in a lot of other regions, the Shen does a little bit better than how he looks in lane here. It's more about his, you know, ability to warp team fights that we found a lot more success in the rare circumstances where the Shen is played not as support by Lehens.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, we see a lot of Shen, mainly because of Lehens. Just
Leshens.
Leshens, indeed. I think Carrier also played a fair bit of it more recently as well. But Vikla is going to be able to get the rebuttal out of Yukal. Definitely a very long cooldown, as we can see. But he will just be clearing out minion waves. The Mel will still be absolutely fine. The culling is just going to be thrown into Andal here to soften up this bottom lane from KRX. They still have wild growth, obviously, so they should be all right. As Willa comes on over and finally finds this control ward, which he will be able to eliminate. And another plate, I think,
so
going to go over to BNK.
Yeah, he's just so oppressive. He's just like, no, you guys can't back there. I'm going to waste even more of your time. I'm going to deny more farm.
Oh, really nice rebuttal there from Yukal. Orbit Deception value relatively high. As Vikla takes a lot of damage once again, the Spirit Rush comes down, and this time he dies.
I just don't fully. We're gonna have to watch that one again. We're gonna have to watch that one again because Vikla gets Orb of Deception rebutted.
Yeah.
And then just like charms a cannon minion and then tries to fight and doesn't have his buttons.
Well, that might
health,
explain the example of what happened.
Okay, we're just not even going to watch the...
All right, that's because there's a little bit too much fighting happening down here towards the bottom side. Crescent Guard to try and split up the fight as Willa just flashes over the far wall. There's a great taunt from Clear, though. Locks down the Lulu. And even though Clear is losing lane pretty considerably, I mean, in team fights, he's looking real good.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying earlier. You know, it's the Shen that shows up, not the Shen in the 1v1. That's the scary part, as Rich is also going to find out about the Titanic Hydra Q again.
Yep.
But
playing Shen is kind of like parenting, isn't it, Wolf? It's mainly about showing up.
Yes. And trying to convince your daughter to put the diaper on correctly.
As Lazyfield, unfortunately, just going to get taken down by Taeyeon here, as there was another potential fight around the dragon. That one goes over to KRX, so at least they get that. But their main carry now dead for the first time, and Clear getting some work done in this top lane.
Maybe he should rename himself to Wave Clear. As like he ulted into the fight and then TP'd out. He's like, my job here is done.
And you know what? Don't blame him.
As you see, initially, it looks like, okay, this could be a good fight here for Lazyfield. Andal has the wild growth, trying to defend, but they get in here. They have the man advantage. And in this moment, Lazyfield just...
He just wanted to be with his friends.
Yeah, he wanted to rejoin, let's just say.
Clear also wants to be with his friends, but none of them are here as the, That Shen was never going to survive. He was in his refuge for a few moments, but unfortunately that isn't permanent.
I believe a small shutdown goes over to Lazyfield as well with this play, so They'll put a dent in the gold deficit that he found himself in.
Yep. Also does have his Cull cashing in about 24 stacks, and by about, I mean exactly. Now 23, and if we continue counting, it will continue to go down as these minions die.
True.
So he will be able to get that extra bit of gold.
Yeah.
It's game 6, everyone. Sometimes I get distracted by things in front of me.
Okay, so watch this. Okay, he was just trying to, I guess, set up a proxy and then found out that the lane
The bad guys arrived.
Yeah. He did a little bit back, but that's all. Vikla is not having a good game.
Yeah, that is just trying to charge the passive there with the rebuttal. Yukal is able to push him away once again. Feels like this Mel into the Ahri is working, despite how things went in the earlier stages of the game. Got that solo kill, and now he's off to the races.
So LazyField going to clear this wave, getting closer to that Cull cash in. I think how this game is looking like it's going to go is when we go to putting Taeyoon in the mid lane right where he is now, and they're just trying to push for those advantages. How well Raptor and Vikla can set up Taeyoon for success to take the lead that he has right now and end this game early. And I don't mean like the next is for 26 minutes, but they need to turn this 400 gold lead into like a 3,000 gold lead by 25 minutes. And if they could do that, which their comp is set up well to do, I would say that they're in a position to win this game right now. But if they can't, this lead is kind of finicky and kind of small.
Yeah,
in this game, and Yukal is becoming a bigger problem minute by minute.
And if I was to sort of assess these compositions based on your Kizaja rankings, I would probably say that KRX are feeling a lot more comfortable in that regard, right? Like a lot of press R synergy does belong to them. And just allow LazyField to get the carrying done, and that's exactly what he's starting to do here as he throws down the ulti in the mid lane. Not going to get a massive amount of value, and Taeyoon does still have the culling, so it could be a little bit of a rough time. Uses the last little bit there. Get that Arc of Ruin down.
We do have a potential collapse here onto this Mel. They don't commit. Willer blocks them, and so they kind of back away. Bit of a mini K-Ram almost in this game right now we have with our junglers just hanging out with the 80 carries.
Yep, Andal has to tank up a culling, and that's actually going to do a lot of damage. Now Willer in a lot of trouble, gets Wild Growth as Vikla's making his way in. He's going to help Taeyoon lock down that kill, and the rest of them do back away. Rich is in, like, dire straits down here. Does have to flash away from Clear. Clear just going to have a flash advantage now. The Renekton was doing so well. He is still over 30 CS ahead.
Yeah,
and now considerably loses a trade.
Yeah, losing that trade again. And on the top side of the map, I mean, this is going to be the Herald going over. And like Clear is just going to grab another Overgrowth proc here. He's doing so much damage to this turret. It's a massive wave. Rich is going to try to engage on him. I don't know if he should.
Yeah, the empowered Titanic Hydra hit is just so much damage.
It's so much damage. And, like, the minions just don't last. As in this play here, you know, I said it's basically a 3v3 from the bottom lane, just moved into the mid lane. And they explode Willer here.
I mean, Willer's Counter-Strike did absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Vikla's like, I'm helping! Yukal's like, you still can't hit me, by the way.
Oh, we got another fight as Taeyoon does get cleansed. No polymorph value there from LazyField and Andal, but the big shield from the Shen will come in as Yukal tries to rebut the taunt. And Clear is going to get caught in a weird position. The Melsplosion comes through, and oh man, if KRX win this game, Yukal is going to have some heck of a celebration.
He's also going to have probably unanimous POM votes as... We're going to see the Renekton TP as the Ahri was about to take out that turret. Would have been first brick if no resources were given there, so I think the right call for Rich to protect that money. This game is very close. But I think it's starting to become very QM favored, despite the gold deficit
is that the tempo vibe you're feeling?
I'm feeling it.
I mean, I don't have a feeling about the tempo vibes right now, and I normally do, just inherently. But this time, not so much. As Clear doesn't have the ulti available. And BNK KRX is just going to have to stand united without him. As Yukal just throwing some buttons around. It looks like this Drake should be going over to KRX with the amount of control that they do have. But
there's the Herald drop here to try to get Prio during this Dragon. This will be a big challenge here for KRX as to how they want to play this.
Well, they are just going to take the turret.
They're like, we like our turret more than Ocean Soul. That's not that great.
But actually,
But they don't
then
get either.
KMDRX are just going to back away from that as well. Man, this is some Rise Group macro right here.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
dear.
don't want the Dragon or our turret, actually. Just get lazy, feel that safe wave right there.
Well, they do manage to at least do that. And Rich is going to show up looking for Vikler as Willa comes in. Does get the counter-strike this time around as the Ruthless Predator comes through. Yukao steals away the kill, and the Mel moves to 3-1. And now LazyFeel having to soak this culling. The Little Ants is going to be a bit of a problem there.
Doesn't have his turret anymore, so we'll just have to run away, which gives them a potential flank angle here, a bit of a wraparound potentially for B&K, but there's a ward there, and
Yukao does so much damage, man, on this Mel, as that is going to be the Drake down to 3 health. No one was in range for a steal.
it kind of
a little lucky.
Doesn't it kind of feel like Taeyun, who just won that trade, could have collapsed in to try to contest the Dragon? They kind of just kept pushing the
But there's a
mid
mid
lane
lane to be pushed.
I guess so. I mean, they did push it.
There you go.
Vikla dies and the Dragon goes over.
And now Taeyun's going to be able to push it even quicker, because that's the name of the blades that he just purchased.
Ooh.
Yep, it's the Navori brand. Nicely done. But also there is 2 items on LazyFeel as well.
Wait, isn't it a flicker blade, not a quick blade?
Oh yeah, the flickered Navori flicker blades.
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be quick blades.
Yeah, now they're
Million years
flicker
ago.
blades. They're no longer quick.
That's probably why he pushed mid lane, I think. Because he should have quickly rotated over, but he had the flicker blades on his mind.
Yeah.
And needed to flicker towards the mid lane, I think, is what you need to do there. What even is a flicker? It's just turning things on and off real fast.
Yeah. It's like when the lights kind of go on like in and
Yeah,
out.
like when a toddler learns about a light switch.
Or it's someone who plays that old Master System game Flickies, which I really enjoyed quite a lot.
Yeah!
Where you like jump and then the cats go like, wow, and they fall
What I
over.
really like, Wolf, is your very relatable references
Yes,
that you make
you know.
to stuff that everyone has experienced
Everybody
in their
knows
lives.
Flickies. Come on. Go play it right now.
Definitely do not know that at all. And I'm quite old, you know, I probably...
You know the dun 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 dun.
Well, I do know that song. I didn't know that was from Flickies.
I don't think I did it right. I don't think I did it justice. I think that just sounds like a generic sound that could be anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like my dishwasher just...
In my head, it's the Flicky song. It may not have translated there, but...
All right. Well, let us know on Twitter if you like Flickies as well. Leave a comment maybe on the VOD. Okay.
I do correct myself. It was originally an arcade game, I believe. But
there you go.
So the game state here, let's see if KMDRX can kind of get out of the hole they are in right now map-wise. Like, they don't have any map control. That mid-turret value that B&K got earlier is so powerful, right? They did give the Dragon over eventually, but...
Oh, this is a possible angle as Vikla looking to try and turn it around. Willa
So
taking
many
a lot of
people coming.
damage. Yeah, he's going aggressive because he has the backup from his teammates.
But there's no wave, and that turret is very healthy, so I guess...
It's fine.
It's totally okay.
Yep.
I think there's a one way to kind of boil down the way this game is going and way most of, I'll say all 3 of these games have gone to one way or another. You know, it's the nerves, right? The pressure of how much the stakes are in this game, trying to get that 6th place spot, trying to get out of the hole, right? Trying to earn the opportunity to play in Wonju. You know, there's a lot on the line here, and this matchup is against your direct opposition. They're dead even, 5-11, same game score, -10 before this series. So there is very much a tension to that, right? Like,
oh yeah.
I don't want to understate how you may be feeling very nervous if you're one of these 10 players, because it is very important to win this, but not the cleanest gameplay, and I think not as good as both of these teams' peak are, but we're in a game state now where B&K got that turret. They have this Lucian that's online. They've got the RE pick to set it up, but they haven't been able to find that much over the last few minutes. And this, scaling Mel starting to become potentially a problem that's going to be very difficult to deal with. I do think the Shen is another scaling element here for B&K, and the side lane power that he has can really help them secure these dragons, but they're down a dragon right now already, so that's going to buy a lot of extra time for LazyFeel in this game. I personally still got the vibes here for QMDRX. I think they're in the stronger position right now, but we'll see what B&K can do over these next few minutes, especially if they can turn this dragon potentially into a one-team fight, into a larger gold lead. There's a lot of standing gold on the map. That bottom turret hasn't been taken. That top turret is also very low.
Yeah, I think getting Soul Point will be a really big deal here for KRX because KRX can really cheat tempo around the map. With the Shen, just creates sort of an easy mode with the Stand United up and available. You can see now Alone just pushing out in this bottom lane. Does have Rich coming on over now as Taeyun just typewritering over them. It does find a fair bit of turret culling value as the turret does go down towards the bottom side. Clear able to lock that one up. And that is going to extend that gold lead back to 1.1k. And now the Drake spawning in 15 seconds time. And you can see KRX have been pushed all the way out. It's really nicely played by KRX. This timing on the aggression is good, but Lazyfield goes in. Taeyun gets flashed on, and there is the ulti out from the Shen. They baited him so far in. And now Rich is going to show up. Let's see whether the Crocodile can get some value now as the Mel gets in there as well. And there is the Xin Zhao going down, slicing and dicing as Rich goes forward and pushes away KRX.
All right, so it's a jungler for an 80 carry trade. That means there is a smite available here for KRX, but they don't have a lot of damage. Not necessarily consistent damage, but with the Mel and the prio they have, they are going to be able to take this dragon. It is going to be Soul Point. And so many resources were used to win that duel for Taeyun that they just don't have them for the ensuing teamfight. This Mel is just getting so huge.
Yeah, UCal is becoming a very large problem.
But like, so much of this this scrap was...
Look at the shield that Taeyun gets, by the way.
Lazyfield's like, I have this all-in angle. He's like, nice barrier. And the Taeyun's like, have you heard of the real wild growth? It's a big shield. It's a wild shield. You're like, whoa, that shield is wild. And then he can't actually push any further. And the Rich shows up. If Rich is actually here a little bit earlier, I think they might have actually been able to do even more in this fight. As he gets a massive Q here. Yeah. And now they get prio on the dragon. They're the ones with the jungler.
And
being
so,
Rich.
Yeah, Rich went from doing a lot of really good things to really having some trouble as Clear has finished the Dusk and Dawn. Raptor's going to move on down, and they are both a little bit frightened of what Rich is capable of. And he will back away safely. Still 40 CS in the lead.
This turret is so healthy. It only has one plate off of, which is crazy.
Vikla does have his ulti. He's going to have to use it here as he loses half of his health bar to the 2-item Jax.
I'm just still baffled by the fact that with how well this laning phase went for UCal, it's just one plate only on this mid turret. They've had so much Lucian prio here with Taeyun that this turret is just kind of untouched. Pretty crazy.
It is collecting Crystalline Overgrowth as Willa just walks on over. Good old Trinity Force and Empower is going to mean that there is no way the Raptor was outsmiting that. And so no red buff allowed here for KRX.
No, not going to be on the cards. Clear, again, big side lane threat. Rich is starting to be able to handle him a little bit better here. He's just going to avoid the conflict at this point.
Yeah, does get the Spirit's Refuge up. But Rich just going to wait that one out. There is the Ruthless Predator.
Rich has Conqueror, which actually is a big deal in these really longer fights.
Yeah. And is actually trading out very well. Level 17 to level 15. And I know Clear is relatively close to leveling up again, but he just has left his lane so many times that Rich really does have a big lead.
It feels like both of these top laners have made really global impact, which is kind of bad news for the Shen, because he's the one who's supposed to have the edge on that. But Rich has been showing up big in team fights. Even though he's 0-0 and 2, a lot of fights that looked like they were going to be decisively won by BNK were kind of turned around by Rich. Even though he doesn't get kills, they're like, oh, we got to leave. This Renekton's here. This is a problem.
And also manages to take this turret towards the bottom side as well. And Andal has to flash. Vikla is still looking for him. Gets the wild growth as well. Andal, that was beautiful. As Clear looking to make his way over. Lazyfield not quite out of it just yet, but does avoid. The Wind Becomes Lightning. And now UCal is going to try and get out of here. Dash cannons away. Wind Becomes Lightning going to miss once again. As Willa goes in, goes golden, and then has to flash away immediately as Raptor. Crescent Guard comes through. Rich. He is a very scary crocodile.
Time to get out. Time to leave.
Yeah, and they will just be able to exit. But Rich is just playing bouncer now, man. Like, he shows up. He's like the parents have come home and the party's over.
Yeah, the party is over.
I made a lot of parenting references today. I really need to stop.
Yeah, well, it is, you know, part of our identity now, but...
That's true. We were double dads in that thing that we did a little while ago.
Yeah. Okay, so... Resetting.
Okay.
Baron... Now kind of on the table here for both of these teams. 3-item Inara with Bracket Slayer. It's just going to chew through that Baron so quickly. I mean, look at the Mel items here. Death Cap almost ready. When UCal has that, the Baron just goes so fast. Their turn is a little awkward, though, right? They have a Renekton and a Jax, but the Lulu isn't necessarily going to be able to set up a turn on its own. So you really have to feel like you have enough control, like maybe get a pick or push somebody low, trade in the mid lane with your wild growth, and then say, all right, well, Taeyun has to back. We have a window here where we have enough damage to rush this down. But I think if KMDRX get this Baron, the whole trajectory of this game changes massively. Like, the gold is just straight up exactly even here at 20 minutes.
Yeah, this is crazy.
But with the Baron, they can actually get map control back. They can finally take that mid turret out, which they need to do so desperately so that Willer can actually do more than, you know, threaten flashes in side lanes. He wants to be able to actually get control aggressively.
This game really, like, I feel like at this point we've probably like seen at least all of the outer turrets going down and maybe some inners have fallen, and we're trying to set up vision around the map and things like that. I feel like we're still in like a mid game that's been extended.
Yeah, I feel like I'm like in 14 and a half minutes in this game right now.
Yeah, right. Feels very weird. As there's the fire kick, Lazyfield doesn't like that, dashes forward, but then the culling almost wipes him out. Wild growth needs to be used just to keep him alive.
Taeyun is just frankly smashing Lazyfield in this game right now. He just keeps pushing him out of the lane. He's never able to cross the midway point. Even with Ondil's help, he just cannot actually fight back at all.
And the Infinity Edge is done. Like his item spike was pretty incredible at that point in time.
I mean, with that spike, I mean, Taeyun makes him look pitiful as Vikla looking for a potential charm angle here with Raptor's help. I think they're not selling this very well.
This is Ocean Soul, as they do have their ward turned off. And now the teleport comes in. Rich turning up. Let's see whether Willa can lock down the smite, as they do have a control ward in this brush as well.
Can use the dragon to taxi onto the carries here.
This is a dangerous stay if they do decide to do so. As Clear looking to make his way in, but UCal finds him down to 50% health, as now Willa is in amongst it as they do get the Orbit Deception down. The charm lands, and that is going to be the Drake denying the Soul. Raptor immediately then dies though, as Vikla throws himself into that backline at the same time, but UCal takes out the both of them, and then the snare is going to land. UCal should be able to get this one as well, as it's a triple for the Mel. Oh man, it's your solo queue nightmare as Taeyun is trying to save it, but Rich gets on top of him, and Taeyun outplays it. Now UCal, can you do it? There's the Quadra, and Kellen eats some honey fruit and walks away.
Ah! It's Rise Group, baby! I don't know! Rich did so much in that fight.
Oh my god, Mel is such a prize group champ,
like,
man. Oh my god.
Watch Rich get in here and bait out the Milio ultimate early, and then they're like, we don't really have any other CC. And then Taeyun is just like kiting away, but can't actually get access to Lazyfield. So Lazyfield gets a lot done here, right? Kites back, does a lot of damage. It's only when Vikla gets on top of him does he die. And it turns into this really janky 3v3 fight where Taeyun has threats he has to deal with, so he can't actually get to UCal. And UCal's just slowly whittling away. And then Willer goes in here hoping to get Taeyun, gets his flash, and then Rich gets this stun. And then Taeyun is unable to avoid this Q here from UCal. Watch this.
Oh,
UCal is just
straight
like,
into it.
No, he's like, if you walk away, you're going to die 100%. You have to come here. I know where to place this. 7 kills in a Magi Soul Stealer. 100 gold lead, actually, sorry, 0 gold lead for KMDRX, but I feel like UCal thinks this game is done, man.
Oh, yeah.
He's the guy who votes no.
I actually think
if they lose the next team fight.
UCal might actually already have his feet on the table. Like, he might be squatting right now, ready to do his celebration.
He's mentally preparing.
Oh, 100%. He's actually probably discussing it. Might be why the macro is falling apart here a bit for KMDRX, but they're going to move over towards the Baron right now. As Andil going to speed himself up with the heal, avoids the culling out of Taeyun.
This is not a safe Baron. This is not a safe Baron.
This is a Rise Baron, and that's a scary one. As BNK KRX are going to move on over. Let's see whether Rich can find a flank angle, as Vikla is going to say not really, as they do get the wild growth, and Raptor is in a lot of trouble. Willa going to jump on top of him. Yunara already dead though, as Willa goes golden at the weirdest time and finds himself a cooldown on his counter-strike, as in goes Clear, but he's mopped up by Rich, but he gets knocked up by the 3-talent strike, and then immediately the Xin Zhao goes down. The Jax follows suit though, and UCal is now the last man standing, really, because Andil cannot really help out.
But because UCal's the last man standing, he needs to not walk up here.
Oh, wait a second. He knew it as well, as he finds the snare. The charm landed, though, as he flashes over the wall, looks for the Q and misses it entirely. And now Vikla is almost dead. Oh, the fire kick doesn't quite connect as the dash forward from Taeyun, and he gets his revenge.
But
UCal, yeah. Head in hands.
But, like, you just lost all your Magi stacks. You could have just played keep away for the Baron. They don't have a lot of vision there, but he could have played slower, waited for BNK to go over the Baron and been the best tool to deny. Instead, he thought he could get the outplay there onto Vikla, and it did not work out. And it feels like he had his Magi's. We were talking about him already setting up the ceremony, but it all just goes to shambles. As in this fight, the Polymorph goes down here. Raptor, his taunt guard is so insane. The taunt is great as well. But UCal isn't able to layer the damage the way he wants to here. It's just too risky. He's not hitting any prio targets, so he's not doing the work that's required for them to win this fight without a Yunara. And you can see here he tries to get the root onto Kellen, unsuccessful. He wants to get that execute, gets a poke onto Taeyun. And from here, I'm like, okay, well, maybe he'll wait a moment and then try to look for the deny on the Baron, but he walks up, invites Vikla in, thinks he can get the outplay here with the ultimate, thinks he has enough damage, but as you can see when the ult hits, he's nowhere close, and then Taeyun is just going to clean him up.
Yeah.
He knows it.
He does.
And we all do, and it's still a playable game here, but it just got so much harder. I mean, the gold lead that didn't exist before is now 4,000.
And it feels like those vibes have certainly gone back the way of BNK KRX. As UCal, Wind Becomes Lightning is going to be returned to Raptor. But not too much more going to happen after that. The Dragon, up and available in about 40 seconds time, and that will be Soul Point available for BNK KRX, or a Soul if KRX can finally get over there, but I don't think they're going to be able to do so. And that gold lead is only extending. We mentioned before that not a whole lot of turrets had fallen down. Well, now a whole lot of turrets have fallen down, as Taeyun just going to push them all away with that culling. Charm is going to connect onto Rich as well. A lot of damage out of Vikla with that true damage.
Yeah, he's
returning.
Really getting a lot done. Just going to have to sit on this Mel wave clear here and try to survive for the next 90 seconds. I think losing an inhibitor is very likely. Almost feels inevitable at this point, but what can they do in return? Rich backs here. They don't have any great teleport wards. Like, there's a ward next to the Dragon Pit, but I think that one is just going over to Raptor here. They're going to use this Baron to guarantee that we go to 7 Elemental Drakes here, 3 apiece for Ocean Soul.
There you go.
But BNK just back away. No inhibitor goes down. The wave clear did a lot of heavy lifting here for UCal. Does now have his Shadow Flame, which is a much more conservative item choice than the Magi's we saw earlier that he's now sold.
Yeah, I like that.
Let's wait and see what happens next, because I want to say, again, that BNK, like, they got the lead. They've got this Ahri that's super ahead now. I mean, like, down 400 gold, but super online, because they have so much more map presence. They have a Fed Lucian. The Ahri has a ton more agency than she's had for most of this game. There's a Shen that can also protect her when she wants to go fishing for charms. And the Mikhails is the best recourse if Lazyfield gets hit by any of this CC. They're going to reset here and now try to open this base, as UCal's going to TP after setting up that bottom wave to try to clear out this top wave. It's an inner that's under siege here.
Yeah,
this game looks like it's going to go on.
Yeah, well, it certainly is. Infinity Edge is now done, so there are at least 4 items on Lazyfield. He's not behind by as much as he was before. Just a BF sword, I guess, based on what they have in their inventories right now. But it's still 4,000 gold for Taeyun. He's probably sitting on an absolute fortune right now. As level 20 is hit for the Shen. And BNK KRX have complete and utter control of this game.
They absolutely do. Willer is on the flank, trying to see if he can get access to the back line here. I think that's the best bet they're going to get. TP from clear into the bottom lane. Once they see him, maybe they spring the trap. It's a little bit too late. Willer doesn't, I think, see it in time there, and they back away. And they're just going to be happy that the Nexus is still alive. As this Baron fades away, they only lose 1 inhibitor. Maybe there's a path back in, especially if UCal could start hitting some of these enemy champions. Right now, he's just pushing Vikla away, but his damage is sorely needed in the defense here of the rest of the base.
Yeah, BNK KRX, I think, want to continue pushing here, which is kind of dangerous. As you mentioned, they don't have the Baron anymore. Probably going back for a reset could have been a good idea, as Raptor going to have to use a very defensive ultimate, and in the meantime, UCal finds the ulti onto Vikla, who just explodes. Once again, it's a solo kill here for the mid laner on KRX.
I mean, if you look at the gold leads, it's only his. It's only him. He is the guy. It's him. He's him.
He is him.
He lost his Magi's earlier, but
I cannot wait. He's gonna do like a Misty flip off that bench.
I'm worried about, like, I think it's probably in his contract he's not supposed to be doing stuff like that because it could injure him, but
it's all the more potent if he's ignoring his contract when he does it.
It just feels
right in front of the CEO as well, Kium. Oh, it'd be absolutely gorgeous.
I mean, it is. We're setting up to have that scenario. Taeyun is under fire here.
Yeah, Lazyfield going in, but then he goes out. The wild growth. Oh no, Andal sacrifices himself. Keeping the AD carry alive is definitely a good idea though, as Taeyun takes a lot of damage from that Q from Yukal.
Yukal should be fine here. There's a pushing wave though.
Coming over to help out.
They just. It's funny how a lot of this game has been like Taeyun just slapping Lazyfield down. It's really high contrast here for Yukal on his screen. I've never seen this before. As he just has a lot of damage. He's going to look for one more Q here. Gets the root, guarantees it. The ult comes through. Flash is bizarre.
Yeah, did he flash? He did.
Yeah, I think Ari flashed there.
Yeah, well, a little bit of an odd move.
All right, this whole game, Lazyfield has just not been able to hold a candle to Taeyun. Taeyun is just obliterating him. And so he gets the kill onto the Lulu, and they get a little bit more control back. Inhibitor's up in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And once that happens, I mean, we'll probably have a GA for Lazyfield at that point, and it's going to come down to one more Baron fight.
Well, the Baron is going to be up in 30 seconds as Raptor goes in. There's the Crescent Guard as Willa now having to realize that there are a lot of bad guys there. Rich goes in as well and then slices and dices his way immediately out as the culling. Oh my god, the value as Willa dives on top of Vikla and then immediately gets out of there. So many things are on cooldown now.
10 seconds until Baron. Can they actually get over and do this? Yukal has his ultimate. He has so much damage if they actually are in that pit.
Oh, Lazyfield had to go back to base.
Lazyfield backed. But B&K are just going to set a trap. There's still a little bit of time here. That ward being cleared actually is a dead giveaway that they're obviously not doing it right now. Raptors starting it up, but they will be able to muster up a contest, it looks like here. They're trying to slow play this where they actually have 2 on Baron and the rest are pushing the mid wave because Taeyun is so big.
The Sky's Orb is such a weird position. It's not actually on the Baron.
Yeah.
They did use it from Lazyfield. He threw it into that brush onto the side, but it looks like B&K KRX are going to back away. As, all right, there is a little bit of a repel onto the fire kick. The charm is going to go wide as now Yukal
is going to hit some of these Qs.
For a few of these Qs, exactly right. Some ultis back up and available very, very soon, namely Taeyun's. It's
going to that damage.
And Lazyfield, 3 seconds.
Yukal's mana is at a precarious position as well here. If he runs out of steam, it could be a huge problem. And they may just have to let this Ocean Dragon go. But when so much of your damage is in this Yukal poke, it feels so bad. We're 40 minutes in this game, by the way.
Yeah, this is the 7th Dragon of the game. And it's game number 6. Oh, goodness me. Well, Clear has found Rich on a flank angle. The Dragon is down to 50%. Taeyun finds that culling once again. And Willer is almost just dead. And now Raptor just goes forward. Now you've seen Vikla find the charm angle, but doesn't quite hit it. Needed a little bit of extra distance, and that's Ocean Soul over to B&K KRX, but they claim no kills in the fight.
Now they can try to go Baron because they know everyone's backed away here. They have to deal with that mid wave, and there's just no answer. So they're going to get Ocean Soul and they're going to get Baron. The good news for KRX is the Nexus is still alive, but that's about where it ends.
And there's no Elder available. That one's up in 5.5 minutes time. Let's have a look at this fight one more time.
So like they cannot actually get Lazyfield into position to carry this game. I feel like no matter what happens, like he's 2 levels down, Willer gets pushed back, and now he's just like, I gotta get out of here. Mikhail's here onto Yukal.
That's
really,
the charm.
Really help him out as he gets away. And Baron, Ocean Soul, which is great with this poke. And the poke, like, it's really potent if it hits onto a squishy target. When it hits onto, like, Shen, he doesn't really care right now. If it hits on a Raptor, he doesn't care right now. It's not even really hitting that hard. They need to burst somebody down. Lazyfield needs to actually be able to team fight. He's so far behind.
Yeah, Taeyun has 6 items, and Lazyfield has 4.
Like, it might even be just the Taeyun POM angle for this game alone with how much more he's been able to do than Lazyfield if they win. Look at the damage.
Yeah.
Lazyfield is less than half of his damage.
Oh, Clear might be in a little bit of trouble here. The old target the Shen tactic is a decent one as there's a teleport in from Yukal. Clear is flashing away. And now Yukal just put his teleport on cooldown for no reason at all. And this is going to be Vikla pushing into this inhibitor turret.
See, Yukal is super frustrated with this game right now.
Yeah.
Like, he has 8 kills. He's like, I can't do more. He's the only goal lead still this whole game. And his attempt there, because he's trying so hard, is going to cost him 2 inhibitors.
Yep. Vikla going to make short work of the top one as the inner had only just respawned, then immediately goes back down again. Taeyun has the culling. Now he doesn't have the culling, but most of the enemies don't have their health bar. Ruthless Predator comes in. That is going to be CC Denial. thanks to Kellen, who throws down the ulti relatively early. Lazy Feel with the Arc of Ruin is going to be in there, but these Nexus turrets going down so incredibly quickly as Yukao does find the Orbit Deception with the rebuttal, but the Nexus is exposed. Willer's going to get taken out. There goes Yukao as well. You can see his frustration as BNK KRX will take the series. And Jankos, I guess, is only half a fraud at the end of the day.
Taeyoon, he just popped off. I mean, just watching what he was able to do with some help, obviously, from Kellen to the enemy bottom duo in the mid lane all game 3 was why they had such a chance, despite Vickle having a really rough game. You can see it on his face as well. He's going to bow to the crowd, but he knows that this was not his best day. Same for Raptor, who had some really interesting decision-making throughout this series, but Taeyoon stayed strong, and he's the new member of B&K.
And the player as well had a pretty stable series.
Yeah, he was fine, for sure.
Apart from some of the moments.
But I cannot overstate how much more this Lucian did. You remember that time when Rich went into the fight and he's like, I'm a level 20 Renekton. I'm actually going to do some stuff here. And he like goes in and presses Q, and then Taeyoon like 2-shots him.
By the way, Vickler knew. He just like indicated like, Taeyoon, don't worry, we got behind this guy. And he carried us to victory. And honestly, Taeyoon's Lucian was out of control in that game. Every time he pressed the culling, someone almost died. Like, they had to use everything just to survive. And so team fights just never really felt real in this one.
Emperor Kellen.
Heck yeah.
I do think that one of my favorite stories this season, obviously everyone talks about the Diablo Taeyoon trade, but what's more exciting for me than any of that and all the drama that ensued and where we are end result-wise, which is still a little bit up in the air, is that Taeyoon, I feel like, is finally getting recognition here in the LCK. You know, he spent so much of his career being the guy who almost was, the guy who was too aggressive, the guy who wasn't aggressive enough, the guy who was the problem, the guy who couldn't get it done, the guy who couldn't care. Like, there were so many things that both global and Korean fans would say about him based on his Korean performance. Like, when he performed well in the LPL, people said, nah, we weren't watching that. Yeah, whatever, it's not real. You know, people downplayed it. And he's having such a great year here. And all it took was a change of environment.
Exactly. All it took was moving to a completely different team in the middle of the season, and he really has flourished. It's absolutely fantastic to see, because otherwise it could have been a very rough position to be in. Because you can imagine just being traded at a moment's notice cannot feel great, but he has really made the most of it, and even being able to take down his former organization, which must have felt phenomenal. And this was hard fought. And Yukao able to pick up this quadra kill just wasn't enough. The Fed Mal just couldn't get past this gigantic Lucian.
It's the spacing here from everybody on B&K. Raptor buying so much space, pressing guard. He's like, I'm going in, we're dropping the Baron, we're actually fighting this. We have this Fed Lucian, they're too split, they can't win this fight. Clean shot calling in these final moments.
And we're going to have a listen as they close this one down. And I imagine a lot of it is tower, tower, tower.
Well, calling to clean the lanes up first, stack the waves.
이번에 한번 쟤네가 박아야 돼. 쟤네가 박아야 돼. 3타 할게. 쟤네가 박아야 돼.
Taeyoon completely silent, and Kellen is just making sure that he doesn't get hurt at all.
앞라인 쳐봐. 이길 듯?
이겼어.
We won.
다행이다.
And they said, thank God, basically. They're so relieved. They're so relieved. All right, Taeyoon with the nearly 1,500 DPM.
That is a very large number of damage that he did there, and over double what LazyFeel was able to achieve. Man, I don't know which one I dislike more, Jhin being picked or Yunara Lulu. I'm just not a fan.
It just isn't working a lot of the time right now with how the meta is working and how burst it is. As his Jhin was 1-0-3 in the loss, he didn't die. His Caitlyn was very dominant in game 1, while I think almost every single one of the votes he gets here is for his Lucian in game 3.
I would agree. I think that the Caitlyn was absolutely dominant, but everyone's forgotten that that game even existed, as that was a very, very long time ago. The Lucian, like you were saying, just kind of mowing them down over and over again in this game. And outside of that, there are a lot of pretty rough moments for B&K KRX. His team's going to move up to sole possession of 3rd place here in the POM standings. So incredibly impressive here for this guy. And to get the POM on 2 teams in the same season.
I think a lot of people forget that some of our biggest and most iconic players were not considered to be as strong as they are now. Like players like Delight, for example, who had that glow up and then was picked up by Gen G. There are so many players like hidden gems within our weaker teams, our Rise Group teams, that actually can still flourish, that can blossom into the player that Taeyun is today. And who knows who else is out there? Who knows who we'll be singing the praises of next year or in 2 years? This feels like one of the most exciting LCK seasons we've ever had, and that series was a banger. You know, it was a Rise Group banger, but it was a banger. It went 3 the last game, all Elemental Dragons. It went down to the wire. UCal tried his best, but BNK, the favorites prevail.
Yeah, and now we get to hear from Taeyun again after he's had a few extra weeks to settle in over at BNK KRX as well, so that'll be great to hear from him in a couple of moments as well. But man, another 6-gamer. We thought we weren't going to get any, and now we've had 4. What an absolute privilege. As now it's time to throw it over to Dia for the translation of the Taeyun interview.
Thank you very much for the handoff, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Taeyun on the side of BNK KRX. Congratulations! Thank you, thank you. This is the fight for the last road to MSI spot. It is quite feisty, and 3 teams are in a fierce competition for it. So, with today's win, it has increased your odds. How do you feel? You know, compared to 8%, I know that the odds went up by very little, but just being able to increase the odds, I mean, we just came with the mindset that we should do well, so I'm sure that our fans are happy. And you are getting 4 POMs in a row, so every time KRX has won, in the center of it all, you were there, so how does that feel? Honestly, I think we're just doing really well. My team is making sure that I have a great game and I can play very comfortably. And so after going the full distance, you were the victor, and both teams were desperate. Given how close the games were, I'm sure you were exhausted. Honestly, it was a lot of fun. I just really wanted to play out the game, and you know, KRX just happened to be very resilient, and it was really fun playing. And I just really wanted that 2-0, but obviously it dragged on, and yeah, I am quite exhausted right now. And actually in game 1, the opponent banned 580 carries, and it was clear that the bot lane was their focus. So how did you feel about their draft? Yeah, it was 5 bottom, bot 80 carry bans. And in game 1, because there were so many bot comms that we were actually able to execute, even if it was 5 bans, it didn't really feel like it really affected me. It just felt like no ban. And in the early game 1, the opponents Jarvan and Annie stayed coordinated to snowball the game against you, but you guys fought your way back excellently. So how did you approach the game? Yeah, Jarvan and Annie were just so fed, so we just didn't really want to fight them head on, you know, for the snowball to even grow bigger. So I think we were just trying to play out the late game, trying to really make sure that we can just keep the gold and keep earning the gold. And in game 2, it was a tough loss for BNK KRX, so what was the feedback? Yeah, I think it was we were trying to pull off the Silas, and there were some incidents here and there, and I think that actually affected our scaling. So we just really wanted to make sure that we don't make any mistakes or outplay ourselves, and then we would be able to win. And in game 3, you went with the Lucian Milio bot and the Shen top. So were you ready to pull this comp out? Yeah, I think Lucian Milio is actually quite a common comp that you see in the LCK. So yeah, we were definitely ready to pull that out. And for Clear, I think he is actually really good at Shen, and he was actually quite prepared. So I think that's why. And I think he just has to play out the laning phase, and all he has to do is really press R in bot lane. And game 3 was quite a tight game, and with the even kill score and the objectives, with the 7 Drake fights, it became so tense. So, when were you sure that you guys won? Yeah, in I think Yunara versus Lucian. I think we were at one point we had 3 core items, And then I actually went ahead and got my 4th core item, and Yunara wasn't able to catch up, and that's what really created that gap. And BFX just keeps their road to MSI hopes alive. So, with your last match against T1, what is your mindset? Now, T1, they're a strong team, and I know that they're extremely good in their bot lane. So I just really want to make sure that we can win. And you know, as much as you guys already qualified, please just go easy on us. And any word for your fans? Now, KRX's fans, they're always so loud, and I can always feel their passion. It always motivates us, so we'll make sure that we're well prepared for our match against T1. Thank you. And that's all from Taeyun. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Ayaya. Next, what did you think of that? Culling? Yeah, definitely. Lots of cullings there, as it is yet another POM for Taeyun. His resurgence has been awesome. I think Wolf really hammered it home. One of the feel-good stories throughout this season. Uh-oh.
Oh, I gotta say the fraud got exposed. You have been exposed. With
I'm cooked, I guess.
But I appreciate it because in the way you are now giving a shout out to junglers that they are not doing all of it in vain.
Yeah, I mean, I think he made all the play by himself. Like when he was on Lee Sin and also Jin Zhao. I think early game he really like rolled the game. So that's why I voted for him.
Chat, fry him.
That's what KRX needed. You know, like I mean, I think I just appreciate junglers. You know, like I think. You know, like all the bot lanes, all the good bot laners can go fully aggressive, but you need a support from your jungle. Your jungle needs to path towards bot side. Your jungle needs to pay attention for the bot side, and that's what I needed, you know? So I appreciate Raptor.
What does Kellen need to do to win a POM, guys? Like, I know that it was 12 out of 13, and I thought maybe wouldn't be that heavy-handed because Kellen also died 3 times this series. Even with the loss, died 3 times the whole series and was in game 1 on the Lux. What's he gotta do? All right, now I'm off the soapbox. Keep going.
Yeah, I feel like the problem is that AD carries are just like too strong, and you know, when you get ahead, when you are you're stealing my fox. Okay, you can steal it. It's very cute though. I think like by 5 months, like the fox is so cute. Are you a hand? Because I can count on you. What did, or in this case, Taeyun. I feel like he just played amazing, especially with his Caitlyn. He stepped up big time in game 1. He also stepped up in game 3 with his Kachlings on Lucian. So I really enjoy how they played.
Yeah, again, understandable. Taeyun has been such a catalyst there, especially in the late game. Sorry, Cal. I'm the POM tonight. I really like that one because from those bottom teams, it seems like they've got the guy that wins the POM for it. It's Cal. For Kiwoom DRX, it's Teddy for Hanjin Brion, and here it's Taeyun who's just been surging up the POM standings. Let's see what else that we have here. Umpty, the Tay God exists. This is because this is usually Tay for Teddy, Tay. They spell it the same, as well as Teran from StarCraft days. So Tay God continues to exist.
Okay, Unk.
Taeyun.
Well, StarCraft is the massive one in Korea, by the way. You're kind of like disrespecting.
No, I'm not disrespecting. I'm just saying that StarCraft is amazing.
So typical tourist behavior. He comes in and then just makes fun of things he doesn't get. Okay, Unk. All right. Getting the mom treatment now. From the 580 carry bands, respect to the POM. Taeyun cannot sleep tonight.
He's gonna grind.
I don't get it. Cannot sleep tonight.
He's gonna go grind solo.
He's known as a solo queue grinder.
Oh wow, that's amazing. Actually, I really respect players that can, even though they win, they are not settled. They are more hungry and they wanna play more games, and you know they insta go back home and play solo queue and grind.
Are you going to insta go home and play solo queue?
Not a player anymore. I'm, you know.
But you just saw Raptor Lee Sin.
Oh yeah, that was very inspiring, and I'd love to play some Lee Sin, but it's banned every game in Korean solo queue nowadays. So.
They know that you're here. That's why.
Yeah. Thank you, though.
Can Taeyun use culling on my back too?
Wait, what? Yo! What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
I think he wanna get massaged. You know, like so normally when you're seeing the Lucian ulti in Korea, it's like, yo, you're massaging them, you know, like it's a massage gun kind of vibe, you know.
Oh, that one. You did
You didn't know?
Machine
gotta massage him into nothingness. That's what happened to Andal, right? He's like, here's the wild growth. I'll block it for you.
Mm-hmm. He was
I do not want to get
I don't think he
the
was
culling in the back.
Yeah.
Just for reference. I wouldn't mind getting soaked by his bullets.
God damn it, guys! What is happening here? What are these comments? I wouldn't mind getting soaked by his bullet storm.
Well, Pony just got finished casting all 6 games, so maybe, you know, he's doing his best, right? And it's a storm. So
like bullet storm, so he kind of want to get bullet stormed, I guess. You know, like what do you mean? It's weird.
I hope you would understand what it is because
I don't understand.
it's translated from Korean, right?
I don't know, man.
Pony usually pops off with the philosopher ones, though. So I think this one was a little bit more literal than philosophical. Unless it's like a storm. A storm's a brewing here in the Rise group, and it's going to try and take over the Legend group. Yeah, you know.
All right.
Any Keepos in the chat? Keepo? Yeah. All right. Well, either way, BNK FRX get the win. Kiwoom DRX get a game win, but they will fall down and now are out of the running here for Road to MSI. That just leaves BNK FRX and Hanjin Brion, the competitors here. If Hanjin Brion win a series, they're in. They will go to Road to MSI. If not, BNK FRX have the opportunity to do it either by beating T1.
They have to beat T1.
They have to beat
T1.
Or they can win one game and then there will be a tiebreaker. There's a way that could happen.
Yeah, there's a possibility of tiebreaker as well because of our today's result. Yeah, let's see. It's like you know, I think it's all about making it by yourself, or you can't do it. So
tomorrow's matchup, it's the DN Automotive. It's the battle of the NSs. One of them is DN Automotive Supers. The other one is Nongshim Red Force. Both squads continuing their long season, right? The wins still count over, so they got to start finding something here. And on the opposite side, it is the Telecom War, our other matchup of the top 4 squads this week, KT versus T1. Very, very important for the standings. Because we do like teaching here, and we want to make sure that Jankos feels comfortable and understands some references. We have a video demonstration of what Helios meant by the culling in the back.
That does not explain absolutely anything.
what is happening?
I mean, I don't know, man. Doesn't help.
Well, you already know what's about to happen. Get your guns loaded. Here what did. Jankos, get ready.
No.
Do it. Here we go. All right. This is what the culling looks like on the back. Ready, set, go.
I don't know what's happening.
Cut the camera.
Cut that off. It's going crazy. I gotta ask what is happening to Helios. But yeah, you did well. Thank you. Thank you, Marcin.
You know what? I would pick you on my team if we were doing charades. You did the Cassiopeia
earlier. That's a question, right?
Then you did. You got electrocuted there. I'm not sure what you did there.
You did the same thing. He was like getting massage. I was like, it's kind of like getting massage. That's what he did.
We're gonna figure out what just happened to Jankos, and then we'll be back in less than 24 hours for tomorrow's matches. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
오늘 나는 다시 태어난다. 개막전이라 생각하는 게 되게 중요할 것 같거든요. 그래서 지금 무조건 이겨야 되는 게 DL 스퍼스입니다. 위기를 어떻게 넘기느냐 그런 부분에서 또 한 번 자연이 해주네요. 여기서 한 발 더 나아가지 않는다면 사실 루즈템의 싸이 쉽지 않을 수도 있습니다. 페이승이 승이 아직도 정말 중요합니다.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stars.